with them, fell one after the other, so that the carpet was strewn with them. "There, what did I say?" cried the first hand beside herself. "Pray be more careful, Mademoiselle Prunaire, it's intolerable." But a hum ran along. Mouret and Bourdoncle, making their round of inspection, had just appeared. The voices started again, the pens sputtered along, whilst Clara hastened to pick up the garments. The governor did not interrupt the work. He stood there several minutes, mute, smiling, and it was on his lips alone that a slight feverish shivering was visible in his gay and victorious face of stock-taking days. When he perceived Denise, he nearly gave way to a gesture of astonishment. She had come down, then? His eyes met Madame Aurélie's. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he went away into the underlinen department. However, Denise, warned by the slight noise, had raised her head, and, after having recognized Mouret, she had immediately bent over her work again without ostentation. Since she had been writing in this mechanical way, amidst the regular calling out of the articles, a peaceful feeling had stolen over her. She had always yielded thus to the first excesses of her sensitiveness. The tears suffocated her, her passion doubled her torments, then she regained her self-command, finding a grand, calm courage, a strength of will, quiet but inexorable. Now, with her limpid eyes and pale complexion, she was free from all agitation, entirely given up to her work, resolved to crush her heart and to do nothing but her will. 10 o'clock struck. The uproar of the stock-taking was increasing in the activity of the departments. And amidst the cries incessantly raised, crossing each other on all sides, the same news was circulating with surprising rapidity. Every salesman knew that Mouret had written that morning inviting Denise to dinner. The indiscretion came from Pauline. On going downstairs, still excited, she had met Deloche in the lace department, and, without noticing that Leonard was talking to the young man, she immediately relieved her mind of the secret. "It's done, my dear fellow. She's just received a letter. He invites her for this evening." Deloche turned very pale. He had understood, for he often questioned Pauline. They spoke of their common friend every day, of Mouret's love for her, of the famous invitation which would finish by bringing the adventure to an issue. She frequently scolded him for his secret love for Denise, with whom he would never succeed, and she shrugged her shoulders whenever he expressed his approval of the girl's conduct in resisting the governor. "Her foot's better, she's coming down," continued Pauline. "Pray don't put on that funeral face. It's a piece of good luck for her, this invitation." And she hastened back to her department. "Ah, good," murmured Leonard, who had heard all. "You're talking about the young girl with the sprain. You were quite right to be so quick in defending her last night at the café." He also ran off, but before he had returned to the woolen department, he had already related the story to 4 or 5 fellows. In less than 10 minutes, it had gone the round of the whole shop. Leonard's last remark referred to a scene which had taken place the previous evening at the Café Saint-Roch. Deloche and he were now constantly together. The former had taken Hutin's room at the Hôtel de Smaim when that gentleman, appointed second-hand, had hired a suite of 3 rooms, and the 2 shopmen came to the ladies' paradise together in the morning and waited for each other in the evening in order to go away together. Their rooms, which were next door to each other, looked into the same black yard, a narrow well, the odor from which poisoned the hotel. They got on very well together, notwithstanding their difference of character, the one carelessly squandering the money he drew from his father, the other penniless, perpetually tortured by ideas of saving, both having, however, a point in common, their unskillfulness as salesmen, which left them to vegetate at their counters without any increase of salary. After leaving the shop, they spent the greater part of their time at the Café Saint-Roch. Quite free from customers during the day, this café filled up about 8:30 with an overflowing crowd of employees, that crowd of shopmen disgorged into the street from the great door in the Place Gaillon. Then burst forth a deafening uproar of clinking dominoes, bursts of laughter and yelping voices amidst the thick smoke of the pipes. Beer and coffee were in great demand. Seated in the left-hand corner, Léonard went in for the dearest drinks, whilst Deloche contented himself with a glass of beer, which he would take 4 hours to drink. It was there that the latter had heard Favier, at a neighboring table, relate some abominable things about Denise, the way in which she had hooked the governor, by pulling her dress up whenever she went upstairs in front of him. He had with difficulty restrained himself from striking him. Then, as the other went off, saying that the young girl went down every night to join her lover, he called him a liar, feeling mad with rage. "What a blackguard! It's a lie, I tell you!" And in the emotion which was agitating him, he let out too much, with a stammering voice, entirely opening his heart. "I know her, and it isn't true. She has never had any affection except for one man, yes, for Monsieur Hutin, and even he has never noticed it. He can't even boast of ever having as much as touched her." The report of this quarrel, exaggerated, misconstrued, was already affording amusement for the whole shop when the story of Mouret's letter was circulated. In fact, it was to a salesman in the silk department that Léonard first confided the news. With the silk vendors, the stock-taking was going on rapidly. Favier and 2 shopmen, mounted on stools, were emptying the shelves, passing the pieces of stuff to Hutin as they went on, the latter standing on a table calling out the figures after consulting the tickets, and he then dropped the pieces which, rising slowly like an autumn tide, were gradually encumbering the floor. Other men were writing. Albert Long was also helping them, his face pale and heavy after a night spent in a low public-house at La Chapelle. A ray of sun fell from the glazed roof of the hall, through which could be seen the ardent blue of the sky. "Draw those blinds!" cried out Bouthemont, very busy superintending the work. "The sun is unbearable." Favier, who was stretching to reach a piece, grumbled under his breath. "A nice thing to shut people up a lovely day like this. No fear of it raining on a stock-taking day. And they keep us under lock and key like a lot of convicts when all Paris is outdoors." He passed the piece to Hutin. On the ticket was the measurement, diminished at each sale by the quantity sold, which greatly simplified the work. The second hand cried out, "Fancy silk, small check, 21 yards at 6 francs and a half," and the silk went to increase the heap on the floor. Then he continued a conversation commenced by saying to Favier, "So he wanted to fight you?" "Yes, I was quietly drinking my glass of beer. It was hardly worth while contradicting me. She has just received a letter from the governor inviting her to dinner. The whole shop is talking about it." "What? It wasn't done?" Favier handed him another piece. "A caution, isn't it? One would have staked his life on it." It seemed like an old connection. "Ditto, 25 yards," cried Hutin. The dull thud of the piece was heard, whilst he added in a lower tone, "She carried on fearfully, you know, at that old fool Boris's." The whole department was now joking about the affair, without, however, allowing the work to suffer. The young girl's name passed from mouth to mouth. The fellows arched their backs and winked. Balthemont himself, who took a rare delight in such gay stories, could not help adding his joke, the bad taste of which filled his heart with joy. Albert, waking up a bit, swore he had seen Denise with 2 soldiers at the Gros Le Caillou. At that moment Mignot came down with the 20 francs he had just borrowed, and he stopped to slip 10 francs into Albert's hand, making an appointment with him for the evening, a projected lark, restrained for want of money, but still possible, notwithstanding the smallness of the sum. But handsome Mignot, when he heard about the famous letter, made such an abominable remark that Balthemont was obliged to interfere. "That's enough, gentlemen. It isn't our business." "Go on, Monsieur Hutin. Fancy silk, small check, 32 yards, at 6 francs and a half," cried out the latter. The pens started off again. The parcels fell regularly. The flood of stuff still increased, as if the overflow of a river had emptied itself there. And the calling out of the fancy silks never ceased. Favier, in a half-whisper, remarked that the stock was in a nice state. The governors would be enchanted. That big stupid of a Bothemont might be the best buyer in Paris, but as a salesman he was not worth his salt. Hutin smiled, delighted, approving by a friendly look, for after having himself introduced Bothemont into the lady's paradise in order to drive out Robineau, he was now undermining him also with the firm intention of robbing him of his place. It was the same war as formerly, treacherous insinuations whispered in the partners' ears, an excessive display of zeal in order to push oneself forward, a regular campaign carried on with affable cunning. However, Favier, towards whom Hutin was displaying some fresh condescension, took a look at the latter, thin and cold, with his bilious face, as if to count the mouthfuls in this short, squat little man, and looking as though he were waiting till his comrade had swallowed up Balthemont in order to eat him afterwards. He, Favier, hoped to get the second-hand's place, should his friend be appointed manager. Then they would see. And both, consumed by the fever which was raging from one end of the shop to the other, talked of the probable rises of salary. Without ceasing to call out the stock of fancy silks, they felt sure Bothemont would reach 30,000 francs that year. Hutin would exceed 10,000. Favier estimated his pay and commission at 5,500. The amount of business in the department was increasing yearly. The salesmen were promoted and their salaries doubled, like officers in time of war. "Won't those fancy silks soon be finished?" asked Bothemont suddenly with an annoyed air. "What a miserable spring, always raining. People have bought nothing but black silks." His fat, jovial face became cloudy. He looked at the growing heap on the floor, whilst Hutin called out louder still in a sonorous voice, not free from triumph. "Fancy silks! Small check! 28 yards, at 6 francs and a half." There was still another shelf full. Favier, whose arms were beginning to feel tired, was now going very slowly. As he handed Hutin the last pieces, he resumed in a low tone, "Oh, I say, I forgot. Have you heard that the second hand in the ready-made department once had a regular fancy for you?" The young man seemed greatly surprised. "What? How do you mean?" "Yes, that great booby Deloche let it out to us. I remember her casting sheep's eyes at you some time back. Since his appointment as second-hand Hutin had thrown up his music-hall singers and gone in for governesses. Greatly flattered at heart, he replied with a scornful air. "I like them a little better stuffed, my boy. Besides, it won't do to take up with anybody as the governor does." He stopped to call out, "White polt silk, 35 yards, at 8 francs 15 sous. "Oh." "At last," murmured Balthemont, greatly relieved. But a bell rang. It was the second table, to which Favier belonged. He got off the stool, another salesman took his place, and he was obliged to step over the mountain of pieces of stuff with which the floor was encumbered. Similar heaps were scattered about in every department. The shelves, the boxes, the cupboards were being gradually emptied, whilst the goods were overflowing on every side, underfoot, between the counters and the tables, in a continual rising. In the linen department was heard the heavy falling of the bales of calico. In the mercery department there was a clicking of boxes, and distant rumbling sounds came from the furniture department. Every sort of voice was heard together, shrill voices, thick voices, figures whizzed through the air, a rustling clamor reigned in the immense nave, the clamor of the forests in January when the wind is whistling through the branches. Favier at last got clear and went up the dining-room staircase. Since the enlargement of the ladies' paradise, the refectories had been shifted to the 4th story in the new buildings. As he hurried up, he came upon Deloche and Leonard, so he fell back on Mignot, who was following on his heels. "The deuce," said he in the corridor leading to the kitchen opposite the blackboard on which the bill of fare was inscribed. "You can see it's stock-taking day. A regular feast. chicken or leg of mutton and artichokes. Their mutton won't be much of a success." Mignot sniggered, murmuring, "Everyone's going in for chicken, then." However, Deloche and Leonard had taken their portions and had gone away. Favier then leant over at the wicket and called out, "Chicken!" But he had to wait. One of the kitchen helps had cut his finger in carving, and this caused some confusion. Favier stood there with his face to the opening, looking into the kitchen with its giant appliances. The central range, over which two rails fixed to the ceiling brought forward, by a system of chains and pulleys, the colossal coppers which 4 men could not have lifted. Several cooks, quite white in the somber red of the furnace, were attending to the evening soup coppers mounted on iron ladders, armed with skimmers fixed on long handles. Then against the wall were grills large enough to roast martyrs on, saucepans big enough to cook a whole sheep in, a monumental plate warmer, and a marble well kept full by a continual stream of water. To the left could be seen a washing-up place, stone sinks as large as ponds, whilst on the other side to the right was an immense meat safe, in which some large joints of red meat were hanging on steel hooks. A machine for peeling potatoes was working with the tic-tac of a mill. 2 small trucks laden with freshly picked salad were being wheeled along by some kitchen helps into the fresh air under a fountain. "Chicken," repeated Favier, getting impatient. Then, turning round, he added in a lower tone, "There's one fellow cut himself. It's disgusting. It's running over the food." Mignot wanted to see. Quite a string of shopmen had now arrived. There was a good deal of laughing and pushing. The 2 young men, their heads at the wicket, exchanged their remarks before this phalansterian kitchen, in which the least utensils, even the spits and larding pins, assumed gigantic proportions. 2,000 luncheons and 2,000 dinners had to be served, and the number of employees was increasing every week. It was quite an abyss, into which was thrown daily something like 45 bushels of potatoes, 120 pounds of butter, and 1,600 pounds of meat, and at each meal they had to broach 3 casks of wine. Over 150 gallons were served out at the wine counter. "Ah, at last," murmured Favier when the cook reappeared with a large pan, out of which he handed him the leg of a fowl. "Chicken," said Mignot behind him, and with their plates in their hands they both entered the refectory, after having taken their wine at the counter, whilst behind them the word "chicken" was repeated without ceasing, regularly, and one could hear the cook picking up the pieces with his fork with a rapid and measured sound. The men's dining room was now an immense apartment, where places for 500 at each of the 3 dinners could easily be laid. There were long mahogany tables placed parallel across the room, and at either end were similar tables reserved for the managers of departments and the inspectors, whilst in the center was a counter for the extras. Large windows, right and left, lighted up with a white light this gallery, of which the ceiling, notwithstanding its being 4 yards high, seemed very low, crushed by the enormous development of the other dimensions. The sole ornament on the walls, painted a light yellow, were the napkin cupboards. After this first refectory came that of the messengers and carmen, where the meals were served irregularly, according to the necessities of the work. "What? You've got a leg as well, Mignot," said Favier as he took his place at one of the tables opposite his companion. Other young men now sat down around them. There was no tablecloth, the plates gave out a cracked sound on the bare mahogany, and everyone was crying out in this particular corner, for the number of legs was really prodigious. "These chickens are all legs," remarked Mignot. Those who had pieces of the carcass were greatly discontented. However, the food had been much better since the late improvements. Moret no longer treated with a contractor at a fixed sum. He had taken the kitchen into his own hands, organizing it like one of the departments, with a head cook, undercooks, and an inspector, and if he spent more, he got more work out of the staff. A practical, humane calculation which long terrified Bourdonclais. "Mine is pretty tender all the same," said Mignot. "Pass over the bread." The big loaf was sent round, and after cutting a slice for himself, he dug the knife into the crust. A few dilatory ones now hurried in, taking their places. A ferocious appetite, increased by the morning's work, ran along the immense tables from one end to the other. There was an increasing clatter of forks, a sound of bottles being emptied, the noise of glasses laid down too violently, the grinding rumble of 500 pairs of powerful jaws working with wonderful energy. And the talk, still very rare, was stifled in the mouths full of food. Deloche, however, seated between Boguet and Leonard, found himself nearly opposite Favier. They had glanced at each other with a rancorous look. The neighbors whispered, aware of their quarrel the previous day. Then they laughed at poor Deloche's ill luck, always famishing, always falling on to the worst piece at table by a sort of cruel fatality. This time he had come in for the neck of a chicken and bits of the carcass. Without saying a word, he let them joke away, swallowing large mouthfuls of bread and picking the neck with the infinite art of a fellow who entertains a great respect for meat. "Why don't you complain?" asked Bauguet. But he shrugged his shoulders. What would be the good? It was always the same. When he ventured to complain, things went worse than ever. "You know the Bobbin fellows have got their club now," said Mignot all at once. "Yes, my boy, the Bobbin Club. It's held at a tavern in the Rue Saint-Honoré, where they hire a room on Saturdays." He was speaking of the mercery salesman. The whole table began to joke. Between two mouthfuls, with his voice still thick, each one made some remark, added a detail. The obstinate readers alone remained mute, absorbed, their noses buried in some newspapers. It could not be denied, shopmen were gradually assuming a better style. Nearly half of them now spoke English or German. It was no longer good form to go and kick up a row at Bullier, to prowl about the music halls for the pleasure of hissing ugly singers. No, a score of them got together and formed a club. "Have they a piano like the linen drapers?" asked Leonard. "I should rather think they have a piano!" exclaimed Mignot. "And they play, my boy, and sing. There's even one of them, little Bavoux, who recites verses." The gaiety redoubled. They chaffed little Bavoux, but still beneath this laughter there lay a great respect. They then spoke of a piece at the vaudeville, in which a counter-jumper played a nasty part, which annoyed several of them, whilst others were anxiously wondering what time they would get away, having invitations to pass the evening at friends' houses, and from all points were heard similar conversations amidst the increasing noise of the crockery. To drive out the odor of the food, the warm steam which rose from the 500 plates, the windows had been opened, while the lowered blinds were scorching in the heavy August sun. An ardent breath came in from the street, golden reflections yellowed the ceiling, bathing in a reddish light the perspiring eaters. "A nice thing to shut people up such a fine Sunday as this," repeated Favier. This reflection brought them back to the stock-taking. It was a splendid year. And they went on to speak of the salaries, the rises, the eternal subject, the stirring question which occupied them all. It was always thus on chicken days. A wonderful excitement declared itself. The noise at last became insupportable. When the waiters brought the artichokes, one could not hear one's self speak. The inspector on duty had orders to be indulgent. "By the way," cried out Favier, "you've heard the news?" But his voice was drowned. Mignot was asking, "Who doesn't like artichoke? I'll sell my dessert for an artichoke." No one replied. Everybody liked artichoke. This lunch would be counted amongst the good ones, for peaches were to be given for dessert. "He has invited her to dinner, my dear fellow," said Favier to his right-hand neighbor, finishing his story. "What? You didn't know it? The whole table knew it. They were tired of talking about it since the two-mouth." Deloche had turned pale again. He looked at them, his eyes finishing by resting on Favier, who was persisting in repeating, If he's not had her, he's going to, and he won't be the first. Oh, no, he won't be the first." He was also looking at Deloche. He added with a provoking air, "Those who like bones can have her for a crown." Suddenly he ducked his head. Deloche, yielding to an irresistible movement, had just thrown his last glass of wine into his tormentor's face, stammering, "Take that, you infernal liar! I ought to have drenched you yesterday." It caused quite a scandal. A few drops had spurted on Favier's neighbors, whilst he only had his hair slightly wetted. The wine, thrown by an awkward hand, had fallen the other side of the table. But the others got angry, asking if she was his mistress, that he defended her in this way. What a brute! He deserved a good sound drubbing to teach him manners. However, their voices fell. An inspector was observed coming along, and it was useless to introduce the management into the quarrel. Favier contented himself with saying, "If it had caught me, you would have seen some sport." Then the affair wound up in jeers. When Deloche, still trembling, wished to drink to hide his confusion, and seized his empty glass mechanically, they burst out laughing. He laid his glass down again awkwardly, and commenced sucking the leaves of the artichoke he had already eaten. "Pass, Deloche, the water bottle," said Megnaud quietly. "He's thirsty." The laughter increased. The young men took their clean plates from the piles standing on the table, at equal distances, whilst the waiters handed round the dessert, which consisted of peaches, in baskets. And they all held their sides when Megnaud added, with a grin, "Each man to his taste. Deloche takes wine with his peaches." The latter sat motionless, with his head hanging down. As if deaf to the joking going on around him, he was full of a despairing regret for what he had just done. These fellows were right. What right had he to defend her? They would now think all sorts of villainous things. He could have killed himself for having thus compromised her in attempting to prove her innocence. This was always his luck. He might just as well kill himself at once, for he could not even yield to the promptings of his heart without doing some stupid thing. And the fears came into his eyes. Was it not always his fault if the whole shop was talking of the letter written by the governor? He heard them grinning and making abominable remarks about this invitation, of which Leonard alone had been informed, and he accused himself. He ought not to have let Pauline speak before the latter. He was really responsible for the annoying indiscretion committed. "Why did you go and relate that?" he murmured at last in a voice full of grief. "It's very bad." "I," replied Leonard, "but I only told it to one or two persons, enjoining secrecy. One never knows how these things get about." When Deloche made up his mind to drink a glass of water, the whole table burst out laughing again. They had finished and were lolling back on their chairs, waiting for the bell recalling them to work. They had not asked for many extras at the great central counter, the more so as the firm treated them to coffee that day. The cups were steaming, perspiring faces shone under the light vapors, floating like the blue clouds from cigarettes. At the windows the blinds hung motionless, without the slightest flapping. One of them, drawn up, admitted a ray of sunshine which traversed the room and gilded the ceiling. The uproar of the voices beat on the walls with such force that the bell was at first only heard by those at the tables near the door. They got up, and the confusion of the departure filled the corridors for a long time. Deloche, however, remained behind to escape the malicious remarks that were still being made. Boget even went out before him, and Boget was, as a rule, the last to leave, going a circuitous way so as to meet Pauline as she went to the ladies' dining-room, a maneuver arranged between them, the only chance of seeing each other for a minute during business hours. But this time, just as they were indulging in a loving kiss in a corner of the passage, they were surprised by Denise, who was also going up to lunch. She was walking slowly on account of her foot. "Oh, my dear," stammered Pauline, very red. "Don't say anything, will you?" Boget, with his big limbs and giant proportions, was trembling like a little boy. He murmured, They'd very soon pitch us out. Though our marriage may be announced, they don't allow any kissing the animals." Denise, greatly agitated, affected not to have seen them, and Bauguet disappeared just as Deloche, who was going the longest way round, appeared in his turn. He tried to apologize, stammering out phrases that Denise did not at first catch. Then, as he blamed Pauline for having spoken before Leonard, and she stood there looking very embarrassed, Denise at last understood the whispered phrases she had heard around her all the morning. It was the story of the letter that was circulating. She was again seized by the shudder with which this letter had agitated her. She felt herself disrobed by all these men. "But I didn't know," repeated Pauline. "Besides, there's nothing bad in the letter. Let them gossip. They're jealous, of course." "My dear," said Denise at last, with her prudent air, "I don't blame you in any way." "You've spoken nothing but the truth. I have received a letter, and it is my duty to answer it." Deloche went away heartbroken, having understood that the young girl accepted the situation and would keep the appointment that evening. When the two young ladies had lunched in a small room adjoining the large dining room, and in which the women were served much more comfortably, Pauline had to assist Denise downstairs, for the latter's foot was worse. Down below in the afternoon, warmth, the stock-taking, was roaring louder than ever. The moment for the supreme effort had arrived when, before the work, behindhand since the morning, every force was put forth in order to finish that evening. The voices got louder still. One saw nothing but the waving of arms continually emptying the shelves, throwing the goods down, and it was impossible to get along. The tide of the bales and piles of goods on the floor rose as high as the counters. A sea of heads, of brandished fists, of limbs flying about, seemed to extend to the very depths of the departments, like the distant confusion of a riot. It was the last fever of the clearance, the machine nearly ready to burst, whilst along the plate-glass windows, round the closed shop, a few rare pedestrians continued to pass, pale with the stifling boredom of a summer Sunday. On the pavement in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin were planted 3 tall girls, bareheaded and sluttish-looking, impudently sticking their faces against the windows, trying to see the curious work going on inside. When Denise returned to the ready-made department, Madame Aurélie left Marguerite to finish calling out the garments. There was still a lot of checking to be done, for which, desirous of silence, she retired into the pattern room, taking the young girl with her. "Come with me, we'll do the checking, then you can add up the totals." But as she wished to leave the door open, in order to look after the young ladies, the noise came in, and they could not hear much better. It was a large square room, furnished simply with some chairs and 3 long tables. In one corner were the great machine knives for cutting up the patterns. Entire pieces were consumed. They sent away every year more than 60,000 francs worth of material, cut up in strips. From morning to night the knives were cutting up silk, wool, and linen with a scythe-like noise. Then the books had to be got together, gummed or sewn, and there was also between the 2 windows a little printing press for the tickets. "Not so loud, please," cried Madame Aurélie now and again, quite unable to hear Denise reading out the articles. When the checking of the first lists was finished, she left the young girl at one of the tables, absorbed in the adding up. But she returned almost immediately, and placed Mademoiselle de Fontenelle near her. The underlinen department, not wanting her any longer, had sent her to Madame Aurélie. She could also do some adding up. It would save time. But the appearance of the Marchioness, as Clara ill-naturedly called her, had disturbed the department. They laughed and joked at poor Joseph. Their ferocious sallies could be heard in the pattern-room. "Don't draw back, you are not at all in my way," said Denise, seized with pity for the poor girl. "My inkstand will suffice. We'll dip together." Mademoiselle de Fontenelle, dulled and stultified by her unfortunate position, could not even find a word of gratitude. She appeared to be a woman who drank. Her thinness had a livid appearance, and her hands alone, white and delicate, attested the distinction of her birth. The laughter ceased all at once, and the work resumed its regular roar. It was Murray who was once more going through the departments. But he stopped and looked round for Denise, surprised not to see her there. He made a sign to Madame Aurélie, and both drew aside, talking in a low tone for a moment. He must be questioning her. She indicated with her eyes the pattern room, then seemed to be making a report. No doubt she was relating that the young girl had been weeping that morning. "Very good," said Murray aloud, coming nearer. "Show me the lists." "This way, sir," said the first hand. "We have run away from the noise." He followed her into the next room. Clara was not duped by this maneuver, and said they had better go and fetch a bed at once. But Marguerite threw her the garments at a quicker rate in order to take up her attention and close her mouth. Wasn't the second hand a good comrade? Her affairs did not concern anyone. The department was becoming an accomplice. The young ladies got more agitated than ever. Lhomme and Joseph affected not to see or hear anything. And Jouve, the inspector, who, passing by, had remarked Madame Aurélie's tactics, commenced walking up and down before the pattern room door with the regular step of a sentry guarding the will and pleasure of a superior. "Give Monsieur Murray the lists," said the first hand. Denise gave them and sat there with her eyes raised. She had slightly started, but had conquered herself and retained a fine, calm look, although her cheeks were pale. For a moment, Murray appeared to be absorbed in the list of articles, without a look for the young girl. A silence reigned. Madame Aurélie then went up to Mademoiselle de Fontenelle, who had not even turned her head, appeared dissatisfied with her counting, and said to her in a half-whisper, "Go and help with the parcels." "You are not used to figures." The latter got up and returned to the department, where she was greeted by a whispering on all sides. Joseph, exposed to the laughing eyes of these young minxes, was writing anyhow. Clara, delighted with this assistant who arrived, was yet very rough with her, hating her as she hated all the women in the shop. What an idiotic thing to yield to the love of a workman, when one was a marchioness, and yet she envied her this love. "Very good," repeated Moray, still affecting to read. However, Madame Aurélie hardly knew how to get away in her turn in a decent fashion. She stamped about, went to look at the knives, furious with her husband for not inventing a pretext for calling her. But he was never any good for serious matters. He would have died of thirst close to a pond. It was Marguerite who was intelligent enough to go and ask the first hand a question. "I'm coming," replied the latter. And her dignity being now protected, having a pretext in the eyes of the young ladies who were watching her, she at last left Denise and Murray alone together, going out with her imperial air, her profile so noble that the saleswomen did not even dare to smile. Murray had slowly laid the lists on the table, and stood looking at the young girl who had remained seated, pen in hand. She did not avert her gaze, but she had turned paler. "You will come this evening?" asked he. "No, sir, I cannot. My brothers are to be at uncle's tonight, and I have promised to dine with them." "But your foot, you walk with such difficulty." "Oh, I can get so far very well. I feel much better since the morning." He had now turned pale in his turn before this quiet refusal. A nervous revolt agitated his lips. However, he restrained himself and resumed with the air of a good-natured master, simply interesting himself in one of his young ladies. "Come now, if I begged of you. You know what great esteem I have for you." Denise retained her respectful attitude. "I am greatly touched, sir, by your kindness to me, and I thank you for this invitation. But I repeat, I cannot. My brothers expect me." She persisted in not understanding. The door remained open, and she felt that the whole shop was pushing her on to yield. Pauline had amicably called her a great simpleton. The others would laugh at her if she refused the invitation. Madame Aurélie, who had gone away, Marguerite, whose rising voice she could hear, Lhomme, with his motionless, discreet attitude, all these people were wishing for her fall, throwing her into the governor's arms. and the distant roar of the stock-taking, the millions of goods called out on all sides, thrown about in every direction, were like a warm wind carrying the breath of passion straight towards her. There was a silence. Now and again Moray's voice was drowned by the noise which accompanied him, with the formidable uproar of a kingly fortune gained in battle. "When will you come, then?" asked he again. "Tomorrow." This simple question troubled Denise. She lost her calmness for a moment and stammered, "I don't know. I can't." He smiled and tried to take her hand, which she withheld. "What are you afraid of?" But she quickly raised her head, looked him straight in the face, and said, smiling with her sweet, brave look, "I am afraid of nothing, sir. I can do as I like, can't I? I don't wish to, that's all." As she finished speaking, she was surprised by hearing a creaking noise, and on turning round saw the door slowly closing. It was Juve, the inspector, who had taken upon himself to pull it to. The doors were a part of his duty. None should ever remain open. And he gravely resumed his position as sentinel. No one appeared to have noticed this door being closed in such a simple manner. Clara alone risked a strong remark in Mademoiselle de Fontenayle's ear, but the latter's face remained expressionless. Denise, however, had got up. Moray was saying to her in a low and trembling voice, "Listen, Denise, I love you. You have long known it. Pray don't be so cruel as to play the ignorant. And don't fear anything. Many a time I've thought of calling you into my office. We should have been alone. I should only have had to lock the door. But I did not wish to. You see, I speak to you here where anyone can enter. I love you, Denise." She was standing up, very pale, listening to him, still looking straight into his face. "Tell me, why do you refuse? Have you no wants? Your brothers are a heavy burden. Anything you might ask me, anything you might require of me." With a word, she stopped him. "Thanks, I now earn more than I want. But it's perfect liberty that I am offering you, an existence of pleasure and luxury. I will set you up in a home of your own. I will assure you a little fortune. No thanks, I should soon get tired of doing nothing. I earned my own living before I was 10 years old." He was almost mad. This was the first one who did not yield. He had only had to stoop to pick up the others. They all awaited his pleasure like submissive slaves, and this one said no, without even giving a reasonable pretext. His desire, long restrained, goaded by resistance, became stronger than ever. Perhaps he had not offered enough, he thought, and he doubled his offers. He pressed her more and more. "No, no, thanks," replied she each time without faltering. Then he allowed this cry from his heart to escape him. "But don't you see that I am suffering?" "Yes, it's stupid, but I am suffering like a child." Tears came into his eyes. A fresh silence reigned. They could still hear behind the closed door the softened roar of the stock-taking. It was like a dying note of triumph. The accompaniment became more discreet in this defeat of the master. "And yet if I liked," said he in an ardent voice, seizing her hands. She left them in his. Her eyes turned pale. Her whole strength was deserting her. A warmth came from this man's burning hands, filling her with a delicious cowardice. Good heavens! How she loved him, and with what delight she could have hung on his neck and remained there. "I will. I will," repeated he in his passionate excitement. "I expect you tonight, otherwise I will take measures." He was becoming brutal. She set up a low cry. The pain she felt at her wrists restored her courage. With an angry shake she disengaged herself. Then, very stiff, looking taller in her weakness, "No, leave me alone. I am not a Clara to be thrown over in a day. Besides, you love another, yes, that lady who comes here. Stay with her." "I do not accept half an affection." He was struck with surprise. What was she saying, and what did she want? The girls he had picked up in the shop had never asked to be loved. He ought to have laughed at such an idea, and this attitude of tender pride. "Now, sir, please open the door," resumed she. It is not proper to be shut up together in this way." He obeyed, and with his temples throbbing, hardly knowing how to conceal his anguish, he recalled Madame Aurélie and broke out angrily about the stock of cloaks, saying that the prices must be lowered until everyone had been got rid of. Such was the rule of the house. A clean sweep was made every year. They sold at 60%, loss rather than keep an old model or any stale material. At that moment, Bourdoncle, seeking Moret, was waiting for him outside, stopped before the closed door by Jouve, who had said a word in his ear with a grave air. He got very impatient, without, however, summoning up the courage to interrupt the governor's tete-a-tete. Was it possible? Such a day, too, and with that puny creature? And when Moret at last came out, Bourdoncle spoke to him about the fancy silks, of which the stock left on hand would be enormous. This was a relief for Moret, who could now cry out at his ease. What the devil was Balthemont thinking about? He went off, declaring that he could not allow a buyer to display such a want of sense as to buy beyond the requirements of the business. "What is the matter with him?" murmured Madame Aurélie, quite overcome by his reproaches. And the young ladies looked at each other with a surprised air. At 6 o'clock the stock-taking was finished. The sun was still shining, a blonde summer sun, of which the golden reflection streamed through the glazed roofs of the halls. In the heavy air of the streets, tired families were already returning from the suburbs, loaded with bouquets, dragging their children along. One by one the departments had become silent. Nothing was now heard in the depths of the galleries but the lingering calls of a few men clearing a last shelf. Then even these voices ceased, and there remained of the bustle of the day nothing but a shivering above the formidable piles of goods. The shelves, cupboards, boxes, and bandboxes were now empty. Not a yard of stuff, not an object of any sort had remained in its place. The vast establishment presented nothing but the carcass of its usual appearance. The woodwork was absolutely bare, as on the day of entering into possession. This nakedness was the visible proof of the complete and exact taking of the stock. And on the ground was 16 million francs worth of goods, a rising sea which had finished by submerging the tables and counters. The shopmen, drowned up to the shoulders, had commenced to put each article back into its place. They expected to finish about 10 o'clock. When Madame Aurélie, who went to the first dinner, returned to the dining-room, she announced the amount of business done during the year, which the totals of the various departments had just given. The figure was 80 million francs, 10 millions more than the preceding year. The only real decrease was on the fancy silks. If Monsieur Mouret is not satisfied, I should like to know what more he wants, added the first hand. See, he's over there at the top of the grand staircase looking furious. The young ladies went to look at him. He was standing alone with a somber countenance above the millions scattered at his feet. "Madame," said Denise at this moment, "would you kindly let me go away now? I can't do any more good on account of my foot, and as I am to dine at my uncle's with my brothers." They were all astonished. She had not yielded then. Madame Aurélie hesitated and seemed inclined to prohibit her going out, her voice sharp and disagreeable, whilst Clara shrugged her shoulders, full of incredulity. That wouldn't do. It was very simple. The governor no longer wanted her. When Pauline learnt this, she was in the baby linen department with Deloche, and the sudden joy exhibited by the young man made her very angry. That did him a lot of good, didn't it? Perhaps he was pleased to see that his friend had been stupid enough to miss a fortune. And Bourdoncle, who did not dare to approach Moret in his ferocious isolation, marched up and down amidst these rumors, in despair also, and full of anxiety. However, Denise went downstairs. As she arrived at the bottom of the left-hand staircase, slowly, supporting herself by the banister, she came upon a group of grinning salesmen. Her name was pronounced, and she felt that they were talking about her adventure. They had not noticed her. "Oh, all that's put on, you know," Favier was saying. "She's full of vice." "Yes, I know someone she wanted to take by force." And he looked at Hutin, who, in order to preserve his dignity as in their conversation, but he was so flattered by the air of envy with which the others were contemplating him, that he deigned to murmur, "She was a regular nuisance to me, that girl." Denise, wounded to the heart, clung to the banister. They must have seen her, for they all disappeared, laughing. He was right, she thought, and she accused herself of her former ignorance, when she used to think about him. But what a coward he was, and how she scorned him now. A great trouble had seized her. Was it not strange that she should have found the strength just now to repulse a man whom she adored, when she used to fear herself so feeble in bygone days before this worthless fellow whom she had only dreamed of? Her sense of reason and her bravery foundered before these contradictions of her being, in which she could not read clearly. She hastened to cross the hall. Then a sort of instinct prompted her to raise her head whilst an inspector opened the door, closed since the morning. And she perceived Murray, who was still at the top of the stairs on the great central landing dominating the gallery. But he had forgotten the stock-taking. He did not see his empire, this building bursting with riches. Everything had disappeared, his former glorious victories, his future colossal fortune. With a desponding look he was watching Denise's departure, and when she had passed the door, everything disappeared. A darkness came over the house. Chapter 11. That day Bouthemont was the first to arrive at Madame Desforges's 4 o'clock tea, still alone in her large Louis XVI drawing-room, the brasses and brocatel of which shone out with a clear gaiety. The latter rose with an air of impatience, saying, "Well, well," replied the young man, "when I told him I should doubtless call on you, he formally promised me to come." "You made him thoroughly understand that I counted on the Baron today?" "Certainly." That's what appeared to decide him. They were speaking of Murray, who the year before had suddenly taken such a liking to Bouthemont that he had admitted him to share his pleasures, and had even introduced him to Henriette, glad to have an agreeable fellow always at hand to enliven an intimacy of which he was getting tired. It was thus that Bouthemont had ultimately become the confidant of his governor and of the handsome widow. He did their little errands, talked of the one to the other, and sometimes reconciled them. Henriette, in her jealous fits, abandoned herself to a familiarity which sometimes surprised and embarrassed him, for she lost all her ladylike prudence, using all her art to save appearances. She resumed violently, "You ought to have brought him. I should have been sure then." "Well," said he, with a good-natured laugh, "it isn't my fault if he escapes so frequently now." "Oh!" "He's very fond of me all the same. Were it not for him, I should be in a bad way at the shop. His situation at the Ladies' Paradise was really menaced since the last stock-taking. It was in vain that he adduced the rainy season. One could not overlook the considerable stock of fancy silks, and as Hutin was improving the occasion, undermining him with the governors with an increase of sly rage, he felt the ground cracking under him. Moray had condemned him, weary, no doubt, of this witness who prevented him breaking with Henriette, tired of a familiarity which was profitless. But, in accordance with his usual tactics, he was pushing Bourdoncle forward. It was Bourdoncle and the other partners who insisted on his dismissal at each board meeting, whilst he resisted still, according to his account, defending his friend energetically, at the risk of getting into serious trouble with the others. "Well, I shall wait," resumed Madame Desforges. "You know that girl is coming here at 5 o'clock. I want to see them face to face. I must discover their secret." And she returned to this long-meditated plan. She repeated in her fever that she had requested Madame Aurélie to send her Denise to look at a mantle which fitted badly. When she had once got the young girl in her room, she would find a means of calling Moray, and could then act. Bouthemont, who had sat down opposite her, was gazing at her with his fine, laughing eyes, which he endeavored to render grave. This jovial, dissipated fellow, with his coal-black beard, whose worn Gascon blood empurpled his cheeks, was thinking that these fine ladies were not much good, and that they let out a nice lot of secrets when they opened their hearts. His friends' mistresses, simple shop girls, certainly never made more complete confessions. "Come," he ventured to say at last, "what does that matter to you? I swear to you there is nothing whatever between them." "Just so," cried she, "because he loves her. I don't care in the least for the others, chance acquaintances, friends of a day." She spoke of Clara with disdain. She was well aware that Moray, after Denise's refusal, had fallen back on this tall, red-haired girl with the horse's head, doubtless by calculation, for he maintained her in the department, loading her with presents. Not only that, for the last 3 months he had been leading a terrible life, squandering his money with a prodigality which caused a great many remarks. He had bought a mansion for a worthless actress, and was being ruined by 2 or 3 other jades, who seemed to be struggling to outdo each other in costly, stupid caprices. "It's this creature's fault," repeated Henriette. "I feel sure he's ruining himself with the others because she repulses him. Besides, what's his money to me? I should have loved him better poor. You know how I love him, you who have become our friend." She stopped, choked, ready to burst into tears, and with a movement of abandon she held out her 2 hands to him. It was true she adored Moray for his youth and his triumphs. Never had any man thus conquered her so entirely in a quiver of her flesh and of her pride. But at the thought of losing him, she also heard the knell of her 40th year, and she asked herself with terror how she should replace this great love. "I'll have my revenge," murmured she. "I'll have my revenge if he behaves badly." Baldemont continued to hold her hands in his. She was still handsome, but she would be a very awkward mistress, thought he, and he did not like that style of woman. The thing, however, deserved thinking over. Perhaps it would be worthwhile risking certain annoyances. "Why don't you set up for yourself?" she asked all at once, drawing her hands away. He was astonished. Then he replied, "But it would require an immense sum. Last year I had an idea in my head. I feel convinced that there are customers enough in Paris for 1 or 2 more big shops, but the district would have to be chosen. The Bon Marché has the left side of the river. The Louvre occupies the center. We monopolize, at the Paradise, the rich West End district. There remains the north, where a rival to the Place Clichy could be created, and I had discovered a splendid position, near the Opera House." He set up a noisy laugh. "Just fancy! I was stupid enough to go and talk to my father about it. Yes, I was simple enough to ask him to find some shareholders at Toulouse." And he gaily described the anger of the old man, enraged against the great Parisian bazaars, in his little country shop. Old Balthamont, suffocated by the 30,000 francs a year earned by his son, had replied that he would give his money and that of his friends to the hospitals rather than contribute a sou to one of those shops which were the pests of the drapery business. "Besides," continued the young man, "it would require millions." "Suppose they were found," observed Madame Desforges simply. He looked at her, serious all at once. Was it not merely a jealous woman's word? But she did not give him time to question her, adding, "In short, you know what a great interest I take in you. We'll talk about it again." The outer bell had rung. She got up, and he himself, with an instinctive movement, drew back his chair, as if they might have been surprised. A silence reigned in the drawing-room, with its pretty hangings, and decorated with such a profusion of green plants that there was quite a small wood between the 2 windows. She stood there waiting with her ear towards the door. "There he is," she murmured. The footman announced Monsieur Moray and Monsieur de Valladnosc. Henriette could not restrain a movement of anger. Why had he not come alone? He must have gone after his friend, fearful of a tete-a-tete with her. However, she smiled and shook hands with the 2 men. "What a stranger you are getting!" I may say the same for you, Monsieur de Valagnosc. Her great grief was to be becoming stout, and she squeezed herself into tight black silk dresses to conceal her increasing obesity. However, her pretty face with her dark hair preserved its amiable expression, and Mouret could familiarly tell her, enveloping her with a look, "It's useless to ask how you are. You are as fresh as a rose." "Oh, I'm almost too well," replied she. "Besides, I might have died. You would have known nothing about it." She was examining him also, and thought him looking tired and nervous, his eyes heavy, his complexion livid. "Well," she resumed in a tone which she endeavored to render agreeable, "I cannot return the compliment. You don't look at all well today." "Overwork," remarked Valagnosc. Mouret shrugged his shoulders without replying. He had just perceived Bouthemont and nodded to him in a friendly way. During the time of their close intimacy, he used to take him away direct from the department, bringing him to Henriette's during the busiest moments of the afternoon. But times had changed, he said to him in a half-whisper. "You went away rather early. They noticed your departure, and are furious about it." He referred to Bourdoncle and the other persons who had an interest in the business, as if he were not himself the master. "Ah," murmured Bouthemont, rather anxious. "Yes, I want to talk to you." "Wait for me. We'll leave together." Meanwhile, Henriette had sat down again, and while listening to de Valagnosc, who was announcing that Madame de Beauvais would probably pay her a visit, she did not take her eyes off Mouret. The latter, silent again, gazed at the furniture, seemed to be looking for something on the ceiling. Then, as she laughingly complained that she had only gentlemen at her 4 o'clock tea, he so far forgot himself as to blurt out, "I expected to find Baron Hartmann here." Henriette turned pale. No doubt she knew he came to her house solely to meet the Baron, but he might have avoided throwing his indifference in her face like this. At that moment the door had opened and the footman was standing behind her. When she had interrogated him by a sign, he leant over her and said in a very low tone, "It's for that mantle." "You wished me to let you know the young lady is there." Then Henriette raised her voice so as to be heard. All her jealous suffering found relief in the following words, of a scornful harshness. "She can wait. Shall I show her into your dressing-room?" "No, no, let her stay in the ante-room." And when the servant had gone out, she quietly resumed her conversation with de Valagnosc. Mouret, who had relapsed into his former lassitude, had listened with a careless, distracted air without understanding. Bouthemont, preoccupied by the adventure, was reflecting. But almost immediately after the door was opened again and 2 ladies were shown in. "Just fancy," said Madame Marty. "I was alighting at the door when I saw Madame de Beauvais coming under the arcade." "Yes," explained the latter. "It's a fine day, and my doctor says I must take walking exercise." Then, after a general handshaking, she asked Henriette, "You're engaging a new maid, then?" "No," replied the other, astonished. "Why?" "Because I've just seen a young girl in the ante-room." Henriette interrupted her, laughing. "It's true, all these shop girls look like ladies' maids, don't they?" "Yes, it's a young person come to alter a mantle." Mouret looked at her intently, a suspicion crossing his mind. She went on with a forced gaiety, explaining that she had bought mantle at the Ladies' Paradise the previous week. "What?" asked Madame Marty. "Have you deserted Sauveur, then?" "No, my dear, but I wished to make an experiment. Besides, I was pretty well satisfied with a first purchase, a traveling cloak. But this time it has not succeeded at all. You may say what you like, one is horribly trussed up in the big shops. I speak out plainly, even before you, Monsieur Mouret. You will never know how to dress a woman with the slightest claim to distinction." Mouret did not defend his house, still keeping his eyes on her, thinking to himself that she would never have dared to do such a thing. And it was Bouthemont who had to plead the cause of the Ladies' Paradise. "If all the aristocratic ladies who patronize us announced the fact," replied he gaily, "you would be astonished at our customers. Order a garment to measure at our place. It will equal one from Sauveur's, and will cost but half the money. But there, just because it's cheaper, it's not so good."
"So it doesn't fit, this mantle you speak of,"
resumed Madame de Beauvais. "Ah, now I remember the young person. It's rather dark in your anteroom." "Yes," added Madame Marty, "I was wondering where I had seen that figure. Well, go, my dear, don't stand on ceremony with us." Henriette assumed a look of disdainful unconcern. "Oh, presently, there is no hurry." The ladies continued to discuss the articles from the big shops. Then Madame de Beauvais spoke of her husband, who, she said, had gone to inspect the breeding depot at Saint-Lô. And just then Henriette was relating that, through the illness of an aunt, Madame Guibal had been suddenly called into Franche-Comté. Moreover, she did not reckon that day on Madame Bourdelais, who at the end of every month shut herself up with a needlewoman to look over her young people's underlinen. But Madame Marty seemed agitated with some secret trouble. Her husband's position at the Lycée Bonaparte was menaced in consequence of lessons given by the poor man in certain doubtful institutions where a regular trade was carried on with the billet. Diplomas, the poor fellow picked up a pound where he could, feverishly, in order to meet the ruinous expenses which pillaged his household, and his wife, on seeing him weeping one evening in the fear of a dismissal, had conceived the idea of getting her friend Henriette to speak to a director at the Ministry of Public Instruction with whom she was acquainted. Henriette finished by quieting her with a few words. It was understood that Monsieur Marty was coming himself to know his fate and to thank her. "You look ill, Monsieur Mouret," observed Madame de Beauvais. "Overwork," repeated de Valagnosc with his ironical phlegm. Mouret quickly got up, as if ashamed at forgetting himself thus. He went and took his accustomed place in the midst of the ladies, summoning up all his agreeable talent. He was now occupied with the winter novelties, and spoke of a considerable arrival of lace, and Madame de Beauvais questioned him as to the price of Bruges lace. She felt inclined to buy some. She had now got so far as to economize the 30 sous for a cab, often going home quite ill from the effects of stopping before the windows. Draped in a mantle which was already 2 years old, she tried, in imagination, on her queenly shoulders all the dearest things she saw, and it was like tearing her flesh away when she awoke and found herself dressed in her patched old dresses, without the slightest hope of ever satisfying her passion. "Baron Hartmann," announced the manservant. Henriette observed with what pleasure Mouret shook hands with the new arrival. The latter bowed to the ladies and looked at the young man with that subtle expression which sometimes illumined his big Alsatian face. "Always plunged in dress," murmured he with a smile. Then, like a friend of the house, he ventured to add, "There's a charming young girl in the anteroom. Who is it?" "Oh, nobody," replied Madame Desforges in her ill-natured voice. "Only a shop-girl waiting to see me." But the door remained half open. The servant was bringing in the tea. He went out, came in again, placed the china service on the table, then some plates of sandwiches and biscuits. In the vast room a bright light, softened by the green plants, illuminated the brasswork, bathing the silk hangings in a tender flame, and each time the door was opened one could perceive an obscure corner of the anteroom, which was only lighted by 2 ground-glass windows. There, in the darkness, appeared a somber form, motionless and patient. It was Denise, still standing up. There was a leather-covered form there, but a feeling of pride prevented her sitting down on it. She felt the insult keenly. She had been there for the last half-hour, without a gesture, without a word. The ladies and the Baron had taken stock of her in passing. She could now hear the voices from the drawing-room. All this amiable luxury wounded her with its indifference, and still she did not move. Suddenly, through the half-open door, she perceived Mouret, and he, on his side, had at last guessed it to be her. "Is it one of your saleswomen?" asked Baron Hartmann. Murray had succeeded in concealing his great agitation, but his voice trembled somewhat with emotion.
No doubt, but I don't know which. It's the little fair girl from the ready-made department, replied Madame Marty obligingly. The second hand, I believe.
Henriette looked at Murray in her turn. "Ah," said he simply, and he tried to change the conversation, speaking of the fêtes given to the King of Prussia then passing through Paris. But the Baron returned maliciously to the young ladies in the big establishments. He affected to be desirous of gaining information and put several questions. Where did they come from in general? Was their conduct as bad as it was said to be? Quite a discussion ensued. "Really," he repeated, "you think them well behaved?" Mouret defended their virtue with a conviction which made de Valagnosc smile. Bouthemont then interfered to save his chief. Of course there were some of all sorts, bad and good. Formerly they had nothing but the refuse of the trade. A poor, vague class of girls drifted into the drapery business, whilst now such respectable families as those living in the Rue de Sèvres, for instance, positively brought up their girls for the Bon Marché. In short, when they liked to conduct themselves well, they could, for they were not, like the work-girls of Paris, obliged to board and lodge themselves. They had bed and board. Their existence was provided for, an existence excessively hard, no doubt. The worst of all was their neutral, badly defined position between the shopwoman and the lady. Thrown into the midst of luxury, often without any previous instruction, they formed a singular, nameless class. Their misfortunes and vices sprung from that. "Aye," said Madame de Beauvais, "I don't know any creatures more disagreeable. Really, one could slap them sometimes." And the ladies vented their spite. They devoured each other before the shop counters. It was a question of woman against woman in the sharp rivalry of money and beauty. It was an ill-natured jealousy felt by the saleswomen towards the well-dressed customers, the ladies whose manners they tried to imitate, and a still stronger feeling on the part of the poorly dressed customers, the lower-class ones, against the saleswomen, those girls dressed in silk, from whom they would have liked to exact a servant's humility when serving a 10-sou purchase. "Don't speak of them," said Henriette by way of conclusion. "A wretched lot of beings ready to sell themselves the same as their goods." Mouret had the strength to smile. The Baron was looking at him, so touched by his graceful command over himself that he changed the conversation, returning to the fêtes to be given to the King of Prussia, saying they would be superb, the whole trade of Paris would profit by them. Henriette remained silent and thoughtful, divided between the desire to forget Denise in the anteroom and the fear that Mouret, now aware of her presence, might go away. At last she quitted her chair.
"You will allow me?"
"Certainly, my dear," replied Madame Marty. "I'll do the honors of the house for you." She got up, took the teapot, and filled the cups. Henriette turned towards Baron Hartmann, saying, "You'll stay a few minutes, won't you?" "Yes, I want to speak to Monsieur Mouret. We are going to invade your little drawing-room." She went out, and her black silk dress rustling against the door produced a noise like that of a snake wriggling through the brushwood. The Baron at once maneuvered to carry Mouret off, leaving the ladies to Bouthemont and de Valagnosc. Then they stood talking before the window of the other room in a low tone. It was quite a fresh affair. For a long time, Mouret had cherished a desire to realize his former project, the invasion of the whole block by the Ladies' Paradise, from the Rue Monsigny to the Rue de la Micaudière, and from the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin to the Rue du Dix Décembre. There was still a vast piece of ground in the latter street remaining to be acquired, and that sufficed to spoil his triumph. He was tortured with the desire to facade. As long as his principal entrance should remain in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, in a dark street of old Paris, his work would be incomplete, wanting in logic. He wished to set it up before New Paris, in one of these modern avenues through which passed the busy crowd of the latter part of the 19th century. He saw it dominating, imposing itself as the giant palace of commerce, casting a greater shadow over the city than the old Louvre itself. But up to the present he had been balked by the obstinacy of DI Credit Immobilier, which still held to its first idea of building a rival to the Grand Hotel on this land. The plans were ready. They were only waiting for the clearing of the Rue du 10 December to commence the work. At last, by a supreme effort, Mouret had almost convinced Baron Hartmann. "Well," commenced the latter, "we had a board meeting yesterday, and I came today thinking I should meet you and being desirous of keeping you informed." "They still resist." The young man gave way to a nervous gesture. "But it's ridiculous! What do they say?" "Dear me, they say what I have said to you myself, and what I am still inclined to think. Your facade is only an ornament. The new buildings would only extend by about 1/10 the surface of your establishment, and it would be throwing away immense sums on a mere advertisement." At this, Mouret burst out, "An advertisement, an advertisement. In any case, this will be in stone and outlive all of us. Just consider that it would increase our business tenfold. We should see our money back in 2 years. What matters about what you call the wasted ground, if this ground returns you an enormous interest? You will see the crowd, when our customers are no longer obliged to struggle through the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, but can freely pass down a thoroughfare large enough for 6 carriages abreast." "No doubt," replied the Baron, laughing. "But you are a poet in your way. Let me tell you once more. These gentlemen think it would be dangerous to further extend your business. They want to be prudent for you." "What do they mean?" "Prudent? I don't understand. Don't the figures show the constant progression of our business? At first, with a capital of 500,000 francs, I did business to the extent of 2 millions, turning the capital over 4 times. It then became 4 million francs, which, turned over 10 times, has produced business to the extent of 40 millions. In short, after successive increases, I have just learnt from the last stock-taking that the amount of business done now amounts to a total of 80 millions. Thus the capital, only slightly increased, for it does not exceed 6 millions, has passed over our counters in the form of more than 12 times. He raised his voice, tapping the fingers of his right hand on the palm of his left hand, knocking down these millions as he would have cracked a few nuts, knocking down these millions as he would have cracked a few nuts. The Baron interrupted him. I know, but you don't hope to keep on increasing in this way, do you?" "Why not?" asked Mouret, ingenuously. "There's no reason why it should stop. The capital can be turned over as often as 15 times. I predicted as much long ago. In certain departments it can be turned over 25 or 30 times. And after? Well, after we'll find a means of turning it over more than that. So you'll finish by drinking up all the money in Paris as you drink a glass of water?" "Most decidedly. Doesn't Paris belong to the women, and don't the women belong to us?" The Baron laid his hands on Mouret's shoulders, looking at him with a paternal air. "Listen, you're a fine fellow, and I am really fond of you. There's no resisting you. We'll go into the matter seriously, and I hope to make them listen to reason. Up to the present we are perfectly satisfied with you. Your dividends astonish the Bourse. You must be right. It will be better to put more money into your business than to risk this competition with the Grand Hotel, which is hazardous." Mouret's excitement subsided at once. He thanked the Baron, but without any of his usual enthusiasm, and the latter saw him turn his eyes towards the door of the next room, again seized with the secret anxiety which he was concealing. However, de Valabnosc had come up, understanding that they had finished talking business. He stood close to them, listening to the Baron, who was murmuring with the gallant air of an old man who had seen life, "I say, I fancy they're taking their revenge." "Who?" asked Mouret, embarrassed. "Why, the women. They're getting tired of belonging to you. You now belong to them, my dear fellow. It's only just, he joked him, well aware of the young man's notorious love affairs, the mansion bought for the actress, the enormous sums squandered with girls picked up in private supper rooms, amused him as an excuse for the follies he had formerly committed himself. His old experience rejoiced. Really, I don't understand, repeated Mouret. Oh, you understand well enough. They always get the last word. In fact, I said to myself, it isn't possible. He's boasting he can't be so strong as that. And there you are. Bleed the women, work them as you would a coal mine, and what for? In order that they may work you afterwards, and force you to refund at last. Take care, for they'll draw more blood and money from you than you have ever sucked from them. He laughed louder still, and de Valagnosc was also grinning, without, however, saying a word. Dear me, one must have a taste of everything, confessed Mouret at last, pretending to laugh as well. Money is so stupid if it isn't spent. As for that, I agree with you, resumed the Baron. Enjoy yourself, my dear fellow. I'll not be the one to preach to you, nor to tremble for the great interests we have confided to your care. Everyone must sow his wild oats, and his head is generally clearer afterwards. Besides, there's nothing unpleasant in ruining one's self when one feels capable of building up another fortune. But if money is nothing, there are certain sufferings. But he stopped. His smile became sad. Former sufferings presented themselves amid the irony of his skepticism. He had watched the duel between Henriette and Mouret with the curiosity of one who still felt greatly interested in other people's love battles, and he felt that the crisis had arrived. He guessed the drama, well acquainted with the story of this Denise, whom he had seen in the anteroom. Oh, as for suffering, that's not in my line, said Mouret in a tone of bravado. It's quite enough to pay. The Baron looked at him for a moment without speaking. Without wishing to insist on his discreet allusion, he added slowly, Don't make yourself worse than you are. You'll lose something else besides your money at that game. Yes, you'll lose a part of yourself, my dear fellow. He stopped, again laughing, to ask, That often happens, doesn't it, Monsieur de Valagnosc? So they say, Baron, the young man simply replied. Just at this moment the door was opened. Mouret, who was going to reply, slightly started. The three men turned round. It was Madame Desforges, looking very gay, putting her head through the doorway to call, in a hurried voice, Monsieur Mouret! Monsieur Mouret. Then, when she perceived the three men, she added, Oh, you'll excuse me, won't you, gentlemen? I'm going to take Monsieur Mouret away for a minute. The least he can do, as he has sewed me a frightful mantle, is to give me the benefit of his experience. This girl is a stupid, without the least idea. Come, I'm waiting for you. He hesitated, undecided, flinching before the scene he could foresee, but he had to obey. The Baron said to him with his air at once paternal and mocking, Go, my dear fellow, go, Madame wants you. Mouret followed her. The door closed, and he thought he could hear de Valagnosc grin stifled by the hangings. His courage was entirely exhausted. Since Henriette had quitted the drawing-room, and he knew Denise was alone in the house in jealous hands, he had experienced a growing anxiety, a nervous torment, which made him listen from time to time, as if suddenly startled by a distant sound of weeping. What could this woman invent to torture her? And his whole love, this love which surprised him even now, went out to the young girl like a support and a consolation. Never had he loved her so strongly, with that charm so powerful in suffering. His former affections, his love for Henriette herself, so delicate, so handsome, the possession of whom was so flattering to his pride, had never been more than agreeable pastimes, frequently a calculation in which he sought nothing but a profitable pleasure. He used quietly to leave his mistresses and go home to bed, happy in his bachelor liberty, without a regret or a care on his mind, whilst now his heart beat with anguish, his life was taken, he no longer enjoyed the forgetfulness of sleep in his great solitary bed. Denise was his only thought. Even at this moment she was the sole object of his anxiety, and he was telling himself that he preferred to be there to protect her, notwithstanding his fear of some regrettable scene with the other one. At first they both crossed the bedroom, silent and empty. Then Madame Desforges, pushing open a door, entered the dressing-room, followed by Moray. It was a rather large room, hung with red silk, furnished with a marble toilet table and a large wardrobe with 3 compartments and great glass doors. As the window looked into the yard, it was already rather dark, and the 2 nickel-plated gas burners on either side of the wardrobe had been lighted. "Now, let's see," said Henriette. "Perhaps we shall get on better. This girl is a stupid, without the least idea. Come, come. I'm waiting for you." On entering, Moray had found Denise standing upright, in the middle of the bright light. She was very pale, dressed in a cashmere jacket and a black hat. He hesitated, undecided, flinching before the scene he could foresee. But he had to obey. The Baron said to him, with his air at once paternal and mocking, "Go, my dear fellow, go, Madame wants you." Moray followed her. The door closed, and he thought he could hear de Vallagnosc's grin stifled by the hangings. His courage was entirely exhausted. Since Henriette had quitted the drawing-room, and he knew Denise was alone in the house in jealous hands, he had experienced a growing anxiety, a nervous torment, which made him listen from time to time as if suddenly startled by a distant sound of weeping. What could this woman invent to torture her? And his whole love, this love which surprised him even now, went out to the young girl like a support and a consolation. Never had he loved her so strongly, with that charm so powerful in suffering. His former affections, his love for Henriette herself, so delicate, so handsome, the possession of whom was so flattering to his pride, had never been more than agreeable pastimes, frequently a calculation, in which he sought nothing but a profitable pleasure. He used quietly to leave his mistresses and go home to bed, happy in his bachelor liberty, without a regret or a care on his mind, whilst now his heart beat with anguish, his life was taken, he no longer enjoyed the forgetfulness of sleep in his great solitary bed. Denise was his only thought. Even at this moment she was the sole object of his anxiety, and he was telling himself that he preferred to be there to protect her, notwithstanding his fear of some regrettable scene with the other one. At first they both crossed the bedroom, silent and empty. Then Madame Desforges, pushing open a door, entered the dressing-room, followed by Moray. It was a rather large room, hung with red silk, furnished with a marble toilet table and a large wardrobe with 3 compartments and great glass doors. As the window looked into the yard, it was already rather dark, and the 2 nickel-plated gas burners on either side of the wardrobe had been lighted. "Now, let's see," said Henriette. "Perhaps we shall get on better." On entering, Moray had found Denise standing upright, in the middle of a bright light. She was very pale, modestly dressed in a cashmere jacket with a black hat, and was holding on one arm the mantle bought at the Ladies' Paradise. When she saw the young man, her hand slightly trembled.
"I wish Monsieur Moray to judge," resumed Henriette. "Just help me, mademoiselle."
And Denise, approaching, had to give her the mantle. She had already placed some pins on the shoulders, the part that did not fit. Henriette turned round to look at herself in the glass. "Is it possible? Speak frankly." "It really is a failure, madame," said Moray, "to cut the matter short. It's very simple. The young lady will take your measure, and we will make you another."
"No, I want this one. I want it immediately," resumed she with vivacity.
"But it's too narrow across the chest, and it forms a ruck at the back between the shoulders. Then, in her sharpest voice, she added, "It's no use you standing looking at me, mademoiselle. That won't make it any better. Try and find a remedy. It's your business." Denise again commenced to place the pins without saying a word. That went on for some time. She had to pass from one shoulder to the other, and was even obliged to go almost on her knees to pull the mantle down in front. Above her, placing herself entirely in Denise's hands, Madame Desforges gave her face the harsh expression of a mistress exceedingly difficult to please. Delighted to lower the young girl to this servant's work, she gave her sharp and brief orders, watching for the least sign of suffering on Moret's face. "Put a pin here. No, not there, here, near the sleeve. You don't seem to understand. That isn't it. There's the ruck showing again. Take care, you're pricking me now." Twice had Moret vainly attempted to interfere, to put an end to this scene. His heart was beating violently from this humiliation of his love, and he loved Denise more than ever, with a deep tenderness, in the presence of her admirably silent and patient attitude. If the young girl's hand still trembled somewhat at being treated in this way before his face, she accepted the necessities of her position with the proud resignation of a courageous girl. When Madame Desforges found they were not likely to betray themselves, she tried another way. She commenced to smile on Moret, treating him openly as her lover. The pins having run short, she said to him, "Look, my dear, in the ivory box on the dressing-table. Really, it's empty. Kindly see on the chimney-piece in the bedroom, you know, at the corner of the looking-glass." She spoke as if he were quite at home, in the habit of sleeping there, and knew where to find everything, even the brushes and combs. When he brought back a few pins, she took them one by one and forced him to stay near her, looking at him and speaking low. "I don't fancy I'm humpbacked. Give me your hand, feel my shoulders just to please me. Am I really made like that?" Denise slowly raised her eyes, paler than ever, and set about placing the pins in silence. Moret could only see her blonde tresses, twisted at the back of her delicate neck, but by the slight shudder which was raising them, he thought he could perceive the uneasiness and shame of her face. Now she would certainly repulse him and send him back to this woman who did not conceal her connection even before strangers. Brutal thoughts came into his head. He could have struck Henriette. How was he to stop her talk? How should he tell Denise that he adored her, that she alone existed for him at this moment, and that he was ready to sacrifice for her all his former affections? The worst of women would not have indulged in the equivocal familiarities of this well-born lady. He took his hand away and drew back, saying, "You are wrong to go so far, madame, since I myself consider the garment to be a failure." One of the gas burners was hissing, and in the stuffy, moist air of the room, nothing else was heard but this ardent breath. The looking-glasses threw large sheets of light on the red silk hangings, on which were dancing the shadows of the two women. A bottle of verbena, of which the cork had been left out, spread a vague odor, something like that of a fading bouquet. "There, madame, I can do no more," said Denise at last, rising up. She felt thoroughly worn out. Twice she had run the pins in her fingers, as if blinded, her eyes in a mist. Was he in the plot? Had he sent for her to avenge himself for her refusal by showing that other women loved him? And this thought chilled her. She never remembered to have stood in need of so much courage, not even during the terrible hours of her life when she wanted for bread. It was comparatively nothing to be humiliated, but to see him almost in the arms of another woman, as if she had not been there. Henriette looked at herself in the glass, and once more broke out into harsh words. "But it's absurd, mademoiselle. It fits worse than ever. Just look how tight it is across the chest. I look like a wet nurse." Denise, losing all patience, made a rather unfortunate remark. "You are slightly stout, madame." "We cannot make you thinner than you are." "Stout, stout!" exclaimed Henriette, who now turned pale in her turn. "You're becoming insolent, mademoiselle." "Really, I should advise you to criticize others. They both stood looking at each other face to face, trembling. There was now neither lady or shopgirl. They were simply two women made equal by their rivalry. The one had violently taken off the mantle and cast it on a chair, whilst the other was throwing on the dressing table the few pins she had in her hands. "What astonishes me," resumed Henriette, "is that Monsieur Mouret should tolerate such insolence. I thought, sir, that you were more particular about your employees." Denise had again assumed her brave, calm manner. She gently replied, "If Monsieur Mouret keeps me, it's because he has no fault to find. I am ready to apologize to you if he wishes it." Mouret was listening, excited by this quarrel, unable to find a word to put a stop to it. He had a great horror of these explanations between women, their asperity wounding his sense of elegance and gracefulness. Henriette wished to force him to say something in condemnation of the young girl, and, as he remained mute, still undecided, she stung him with a final insult. "Very good, sir. It seems that I must suffer the insolence of your mistresses in my own house even, a girl you've picked up out of the gutter." Two big tears gushed from Denise's eyes. She had kept them back for some time, but her whole being succumbed beneath this last insult. When he saw her weeping like that, without the slightest attempt at retaliation, with a silent, despairing dignity, Mouret no longer hesitated. His heart went out towards her in an immense burst of tenderness. He took her hands in his and stammered, "Go away immediately, my child, and forget this house." Henriette, perfectly amazed, choking with anger, stood looking at them. "Wait a minute," continued he, folding up the mantle himself. "Take this garment away. Madame can buy another elsewhere. And pray don't cry any more. You know how much I esteem you." He went with her to the door, which he closed after her. She had not said a word, but a pink flame had colored her cheeks, whilst her eyes were wet with fresh tears, tears of a delicious sweetness. Henriette, who was suffocating, had taken out her handkerchief and was crushing her lips with it. This was a total overthrowing of her calculations. She herself had been caught in the trap she had laid. She was mortified with herself for having pushed the matter too far, tortured with jealousy. To be abandoned for such a creature as that, to see herself disdained before her. Her pride suffered more than her love. "So, it's that girl that you love?" said she painfully when they were alone. Mouret did not reply at once. He was walking about from the window to the door as if absorbed by some violent emotion. At last he stopped, and very politely, in a voice which he tried to render cold, he replied with simplicity, "Yes, madame." The gas burner was still hissing in the stifling air of the dressing-room, but the reflex of the glasses were no longer traversed by dancing shadows. The room seemed bare, of a heavy dullness. Henriette suddenly dropped on a chair, twisting her handkerchief in her febrile fingers, repeating amidst her sobs, "Good heavens! How miserable I am!" He stood looking at her for several seconds, and then went away quietly. She, left all alone, wept on in silence before the pins scattered over the dressing table and the floor. When Mouret returned to the little drawing-room, he found de Valagnosc alone, the Baron having gone back to the ladies. As he felt himself very agitated still, he sat down at the further end of the room, on a sofa, and his friend, seeing him turn pale, charitably came and stood before him, to conceal him from curious eyes. At first they looked at each other without saying a word. Then de Valagnosc, who seemed to be inwardly amused at Mouret's confusion, finished by asking in his bantering voice, "Are you still enjoying yourself?" Mouret did not appear to understand him at first, but when he remembered their former conversations on the empty stupidity and the useless torture of life, he replied, "Of course, I've never before lived so much." "Ah! My boy, don't you laugh. The hours that make one die of grief are by far the shortest. He lowered his voice, continuing gaily beneath his half-wiped tears. "Yes, you know all, don't you? Between them they have rent my heart. But yet it's nice as kisses, the wounds they make. I am thoroughly worn out, but no matter. You can't think how I love life. Oh, I shall win her at last, this little girl who still says no." Devalagnosk simply said, "And after?" "After? Why, I shall have her. Isn't that enough? If you think yourself strong because you refuse to be stupid and to suffer, you make a great mistake. You are merely a dupe, my boy, nothing more. Try and long for a woman and win her at last. That pays you in 1 minute for all your misery." But Devalagnosk once more trotted out his pessimism. What was the good of working so much if money could not buy everything? He would very soon have shut up shop and given up work forever, the day he found out that his millions could not even buy the woman he wanted. Mouret, listening to him, became grave. Then he set off violently. He believed in the all-powerfulness of his will. "I want her, and I'll have her. And if she escapes me, you'll see what a place I shall have built to cure myself. It will be splendid all the same. You don't understand this language, old man, otherwise you would know that action contains its own recompense. To act, to create, to struggle against facts, to overcome them or be overthrown by them, all human health and joy consists in that." "Simple method of diverting oneself," murmured the other. "Well, I prefer diverting myself. As one must die, I would rather die of passion than boredom." They both laughed. This reminded them of their old discussions at college. Devalagnosk, in an effeminate voice, then commenced to parade his theories of the insipidity of things, investing with a sort of fanfaronade the immobility and emptiness of his existence. Yes, he dragged on from day to day at the office. In 3 years he had had a rise of 600 francs. He was now receiving 3,600, barely enough to pay for his cigars. It was getting worse than ever, and if he did not kill himself, it was simply from a dislike of all trouble. Mouret having spoken of his marriage with Mademoiselle de Beauvais, he replied that notwithstanding the obstinacy of the aunt in refusing to die, the matter was going to be concluded. At least, he thought so. The parents were agreed, and he was ready to do anything they might tell him to do. What was the use of wishing or not wishing, since things never turned out as one desired? He quoted as an example his future father-in-law, who expected to find in Madame Guibal an indolent blonde, the caprice of an hour, but who was now led by her with a whip like an old horse on its last legs. Whilst they supposed him to be busy inspecting the stud at Saint-Lô, she was squandering his last resources in a little house hired by him at Versailles. "He's happier than you," said Mouret, getting up. "Oh, rather," declared Devalagnosk. "Perhaps it's only doing wrong that's somewhat amusing." Mouret had now recovered his spirits. He was thinking about getting away, but not wishing his departure to resemble a flight, he resolved to take a cup of tea, and went into the other drawing-room with his friend, both in high spirits. The Baron asked him if the mantle had been made to fit, and Mouret replied carelessly that he gave it up as far as he was concerned. They all seemed astonished. Whilst Madame Marty hastened to serve him, Madame de Beauvais accused the shops of always keeping their garments too narrow. At last he managed to sit down near Bothemont, who had not stirred. They were forgotten for a moment, and in reply to anxious questions put by Bothemont, desirous of knowing what he had to say to him, Mouret did not wait to get into the street, but abruptly informed him that the board of directors had decided to deprive themselves of his services. Between each phrase he drank a drop of tea, protesting all the while that he was in despair. Oh! A quarrel that he had not even then got over, for he had left the meeting beside himself with rage. But what could he do? He could not break with these gentlemen about a simple question of staff. Balthemont, very pale, had to thank him once more. "What a terrible mantle," observed Madame Marty. Henriette can't get over it. And really, this prolonged absence began to make everyone feel awkward. But at that very moment, Madame Desforges appeared. "So you've given it up as well?" cried Madame de Beauvais gaily. "How do you mean? Why, Monsieur Moret told us you could do nothing with it." Henriette affected the greatest surprise. Monsieur Moret was joking. "The mantle will fit splendidly." They had again returned to the big shops. Moret had to give his opinion. He came up to them and affected to be very just. The Bon Marché was an excellent house, solid, respectable, but the Louvre certainly had a more aristocratic class of customers. "In short, you prefer the ladies' paradise," said the Baron, smiling. "Yes," replied Moret quietly. "There we really love our customers." All the women present were of his opinion. It was just that. They were at a sort of private party at the ladies' paradise, they felt. There a continual caress of flattery, an overflowing adoration which detained the most dignified and virtuous woman. The enormous success of the establishment sprung from this gallant seduction. "By the way," asked Henriette, who wished to appear entirely at her ease, "what have you done with my protégé?" "Monsieur Mouret, you know, Mademoiselle de Fontenay's." And turning towards Madame Marty, she explained, "A Marchioness, poor girl, fallen into poverty." "Ho," said Moret, "she earns 3 francs a day stitching." De Villagnosc wished to interfere for a joke. "Don't push him too far, madame, or he'll tell you that all the old families of France ought to sell calico." "Well," declared Moret, "it would at least be an honorable end for a great many of them." They set up a laugh. The paradox seemed rather strong. He continued to sing the praises of what he called the aristocracy of work. A slight flush had colored Madame de Beauvais's cheeks. She was wild at the shifts she was put to by her poverty, whilst Madame Marty, on the contrary, approved, stricken with remorse on thinking of her poor husband. The footman had just ushered in the professor, who had called to take her home. He was drier, more emaciated than ever by his hard labor, and still wore his thin, shining frock-coat. When he had thanked Madame Desforges for having spoken for him at the ministry, he cast at Moret the timid glance of a man meeting the evil that is to kill him, and he was quite confused when he heard the latter asking him, "Isn't it true, sir, that work leads to everything?" "Work and economy," replied he, with a slight shivering of his whole body. "Add economy, sir." Meanwhile, Bautemont had not moved from his chair. Moret's words were still ringing in his ears. He at last got up and went and said to Henriette in a low tone, "You know, he's given me notice, oh!" "In the kindest possible manner. But may I be hanged if he shan't repent it. I've just found my sign, the 4 Seasons, and shall plant myself close to the opera house." She looked at him with a gloomy expression. "Reckon on me, I'm with you." "Wait a minute," and she immediately drew Baron Hartmann into the recess of a window and boldly recommended Bautemont to him as a fellow who was going to revolutionize Paris in his turn by setting up for himself. When she spoke of an advance of funds for her new protégé, the Baron, though now astonished at nothing, could not suppress a gesture of bewilderment. This was the 4th fellow of genius she had confided to him, and he began to feel himself ridiculous. But he did not directly refuse. The idea of starting a competitor to the ladies' paradise even pleased him somewhat, for he had already invented in banking matters this sort of competition to keep off others. Besides, the adventure amused him, and he promised to look into the matter. "We must talk it over tonight," whispered Henriette, returning to Bautemont. "Don't fail to call about 9 o'clock. The Baron is with us." At this moment the vast room was full of voices. Moret, still standing up, in the midst of the ladies, had recovered his habitual elegant gracefulness, and was gaily defending himself from the charge of ruining them in dress, offering to prove by the figures that he enabled them to save 30% on their purchases. Baron Hartmann watched him, seized with the fraternal admiration of a former man about town. "Come!" The duel was finished. Henriette was decidedly beaten. She certainly was not the coming woman. And he thought he could see the modest profile of the young girl whom he had observed on passing through the anteroom. She was there, patient, alone, redoubtable in her sweetness. Chapter 12. It was on the 25th of September that the building of the new facade of the Ladies' Paradise was commenced. Baron Hartmann, according to his promise, had had the matter settled at the last general meeting of the Crédit Immobilier, and Mouret was at length going to enjoy the realization of his dreams. This facade, about to arise in the Rue du Dix Décembre, was like the very blossoming of his fortune. He wished, therefore, to celebrate the laying of the first stone, to make a ceremony of the work, and he distributed gratuities amongst his employees, and gave them game and champagne for dinner in the evening. Everyone noticed his wonderfully good humor during the ceremony, his victorious gesture as he laid the first stone with a flourish of the trowel. For weeks he had been anxious, agitated by a nervous torment that he did not always succeed in concealing, and his triumph served as a respite, a distraction in his suffering. During the afternoon he seemed to have returned to his former healthy gaiety. But after dinner, when he went through the refectory to drink a glass of champagne with his staff, he appeared feverish again, smiling with a painful look, his features drawn up by the unavowed pain that was devouring him. He was once more mastered by it. The next day, in the ready-made department, Clara tried to be disagreeable with Denise. She had noticed Colomban's bashful passion, and took it into her head to joke about the bodice. As Marguerite was sharpening her pencil while waiting for customers, she said to her in a loud voice, "You know my lover opposite. It really grieves me to see him in that dark shop where no one ever enters."
"He's not so badly off," replied Marguerite. "He's going to marry the governor's daughter."
Oh, replied Clara. "It would be good fun to lead him astray, then. I'll try the game on, my word of honor." And she continued in the same strain, happy to feel Denise was shocked. The latter forgave her everything else, but the idea of her dying cousin Geneviève, finished by this cruelty, threw her into an indignant rage. At that moment a customer came in, and as Madame Aurélie had just gone downstairs, she took the direction of the counter and called Clara. "Mademoiselle Prunaire, you had better attend to this lady instead of gossiping there." "I wasn't gossiping. Have the kindness to hold your tongue and attend to this lady immediately." Clara gave in, conquered. When Denise showed her authority quietly, without raising her voice, not one of them resisted. She had acquired absolute authority by her very moderation and sweetness. For a moment she walked up and down in silence amidst the young ladies, who had become very serious. Marguerite had resumed sharpening her pencil, the point of which was always breaking. She alone continued to approve of Denise's resistance to Mouret, shaking her head, not acknowledging the baby she had had, but declaring that if they had any idea of the consequences of such a thing, they would prefer to remain virtuous.
"What? You're getting angry?"
said a voice behind Denise. It was Pauline who was crossing the department. She had noticed the scene and spoke in a low tone, smiling. "But I'm obliged to," replied Denise in the same tone. "I can't manage them otherwise." Pauline shrugged her shoulders. "Nonsense. You can be queen over all of us whenever you like." She was still unable to understand her friend's refusal. Since the end of August, Pauline had been married to Bauguet, a most stupid affair, she would sometimes gaily remark. The terrible Bourdoncle treated her anyhow now, considering her as lost for trade. Her only terror was that they might one fine day send them to love each other elsewhere, for the managers had decreed love to be execrable and fatal to business. So great was her fear that, when she met Boguet in the galleries, she affected not to know him. She had just had a fright. Old Juve had nearly caught her talking to her husband behind a pile of dusters.
"See, he's followed me,"
added she, after having hastily related the adventure to Denise. "Just look at him, scenting me out with his big nose." Juve, in fact, was then coming from the lace department, correctly arrayed in a white tie, his nose on the scent for some delinquent. But when he saw Denise, he assumed a knowing air, and passed by with an amiable smile. "Saved," murmured Pauline. "My dear, you made him swallow that. I say, if anything should happen to me, you would speak for me, wouldn't you?" "Yes, yes, don't put on that astonished air. We know that a word from you would revolutionize the house." And she ran off to her counter. Denise had blushed, troubled by these amicable allusions. It was true, however, she had a vague sensation of her power by the flatteries with which she was surrounded. When Madame Aurélie returned, and found the department quiet and busy under the surveillance of the second hand, she smiled at her amicably. She threw over Moray himself. Her amiability increased daily for this young girl who might one fine morning desire her situation as first. Denise's reign was commencing. Bourdoncle alone still stood out. In the secret war which he continued to carry on against the young girl, there was in the first place a natural antipathy. He detested her for her gentleness and her charm. Then he fought against her as a fatal influence which would place the house in peril the day when Moray should succumb. The governor's commercial genius seemed bound to sink amidst this stupid affection. What they had gained by women would be swallowed up by this woman. None of them touched his heart. He treated them with the disdain of a man without passion, whose trade is to live on them, and who had had his last illusions dispelled by seeing them too closely in the miseries of his traffic. Instead of intoxicating him, the odor of these 70,000 customers gave him frightful headaches, and so soon as he reached home he beat his mistresses. And what made him especially anxious in the presence of this little saleswoman, who had gradually become so redoubtable, was that he did not in the least believe in her disinterestedness, in the genuineness of her refusals. For him she was playing a part, the most skilful of parts, for if she had yielded at once, Moray would doubtless have forgotten her the next day, whilst by refusing she had goaded his desires, rendering him mad, capable of any folly. An artful jade, a woman learned in vice, would not have acted any different to this pattern of innocence. Thus Bourdoncle could never catch sight of her, with her clear eyes, sweet face, and simple attitude, without being seized with a real fear, as if he had before him some disguised female flesh-eater, the somber enigma of woman, death in the guise of a virgin. In what way could he confound the tactics of this false novice? He was now only anxious to penetrate her artful ways, in the hope of exposing them to the light of day. She would certainly commit some fault. He would surprise her with one of her lovers, and she should again be dismissed. The house would then resume its regular working like a well-wound-up machine. "Keep a good lookout, Monsieur Jouve," repeated Bourdoncle to the inspector. "I'll take care that you shall be rewarded." But Jouve was somewhat lukewarm. He knew something about women, and was asking himself whether he had not better take the part of this young girl, who might be the future sovereign mistress of the place. Though he did not now dare to touch her, he still thought her bewitchingly pretty. His colonel in bygone days had killed himself for a similar little thing, with an insignificant face, delicate and modest, one look from whom ravaged all hearts. "I do," replied he. "But on my word I cannot discover anything." And yet stories were circulating. There was quite a stream of abominable tittle-tattle running beneath the flattery and respect Denise felt arising around her. The whole house now declared that she had formerly had Hutin for a lover. No one could swear that the intimacy still continued, but they were suspected of meeting from time to time. Deloche also was said to sleep with her. They were continually meeting in dark corners, talking for hours together. It was quite a scandal. So, nothing about the first hand in the silk department, nor about the young man in the lace one? Asked Bourdoncle. No, sir, nothing yet, replied the inspector. It was with Deloche especially that Bourdoncle expected to surprise Denise. One morning he himself had caught them laughing together downstairs. In the meantime, he treated her on a footing of perfect equality, for he no longer disdained her. He felt her to be strong enough to overthrow even him, notwithstanding his 10 years' service, if he lost the game. Keep your eye on the young man in the lace department, concluded he each time. They are always together. If you catch them, call me. I'll manage the rest. Moray, however, was living in anguish. Was it possible that this child could torture him in this manner? He could always recall her arriving at the Ladies' Paradise, with her big shoes, thin black dress, and savage airs. She stammered. They all used to laugh at her. He himself had thought her ugly at first. Ugly! And now she could have brought him on his knees by a look. He thought her nothing less than an angel. Then she had remained the last in the house, repulsed, joked at, treated by him as a curious specimen of humanity. For months he had wanted to see how a girl sprung up, and had amused himself at this experiment, without understanding that he was risking his heart. She, little by little, grew up, became redoubtable. Perhaps he had loved her from the first moment. Even at the time, he thought he felt nothing but pity for her. And yet he had only really begun to feel this love the evening of their walk under the chestnut trees of the Tuileries. His life started from there. He could still hear the laughing of a group of little girls, the distant fall of a jet of water, whilst in the warm shade she walked on beside him in silence. After that he knew no more. His fever had increased hour by hour. All his blood, his whole being, in fact, was sacrificed. And for such a child, was it possible? When she passed him now, the slight wind from her dress seemed so powerful that he staggered. For a long time he had struggled, and even now he frequently became indignant, endeavoring to extricate himself from this idiotic possession. What secret had she to be able to bind him in this way? Had he not seen her without boots? Had she not been received almost out of charity? He could have understood it had it been a question of one of those superb creatures who charm the crowd. But this little girl, this nobody. She had, in short, one of those insignificant faces which excite no remark. She could not even be very intelligent, for he remembered her bad beginning as a saleswoman. But after every explosion of anger, he had experienced a relapse of passion, like a sacred terror at having insulted his idol. She possessed everything that renders a woman good: courage, gaiety, simplicity, and there exhaled from her gentleness a charm of a penetrating, perfume-like subtlety. One might at first ignore her or elbow her like any other girl, but the charm soon began to act, with a slow, invincible force. One belonged to her forever if she deigned to smile. Everything then smiled in her white face, her pretty eyes, her cheeks and chin full of dimples, whilst her heavy blonde hair seemed to light up also with a royal and conquering beauty. He acknowledged himself vanquished. She was as intelligent as she was beautiful. Her intelligence came from the best part of her being. Whilst the other saleswomen had only a superficial education, the varnish which scales off from girls of that class, she, without any false elegance, retained her native grace, the savour of her origin. The most complete commercial ideas sprang up from her experience, under this narrow forehead, the pure lines of which clearly announced the presence of a firm will and a love of order. And he could have clasped his hands to ask her pardon for having blasphemed her during his hours of revolt. Why did she still refuse with such obstinacy? 20 times had he entreated her, increasing his offers, offering money and more money. Then, thinking she must be ambitious, he had promised to appoint her, refused, and still she refused. For him it was a stupor, a struggle in which his desire became enraged. Such an adventure appeared to him impossible. This child would certainly finish by yielding, for he had always regarded a woman's virtue as a relative matter. He could see no other object. Everything disappeared before this necessity, to have her at last in his room, to take her on his knees and kiss her on her lips, and at this vision the blood of his veins ran quick and strong. He trembled, distracted by his own powerlessness. His days now passed in the same grievous obsession. Denise's image rose with him. After having dreamed of her all night, it followed him before the desk in his office, where he signed his bills and orders from 9 to 10 o'clock, a work which he accomplished mechanically, never ceasing to feel her present, still saying no with her quiet air. Then at 10 o'clock came the board meeting, a meeting of the 12 directors, at which he had to preside. They discussed matters affecting the indoor arrangements, examined the purchases, settled the window displays, and she was still there. He heard her soft voice amidst the figures. He saw her bright smile in the most complicated financial situations. After the board meeting, she still accompanied him, making with him the daily inspection of the counters, returned with him to his office in the afternoon, remaining close to his chair from 2 till 4 o'clock. Whilst he received a crowd of important businessmen, the principal manufacturers of all France, bankers, inventors, a continual come and go of the riches and intelligence of the land, an excited dance of millions, rapid interviews during which were hatched the biggest affairs on the Paris market. If he forgot her for a moment whilst deciding on the ruin or the prosperity of an industry, he found her again at a twitch of his heart. His voice died away. He asked himself what was the use of this princely fortune when she still refused. At last, when 5 o'clock struck, he had to sign the day's correspondence. The mechanical working of his hand again commenced, while she rose up before him, more dominating than ever, seizing him entirely, to possess him during the solitary and ardent hours of the night. And the morrow was the same day over again, those days so active, so full of a colossal labor which the slight shadow of a child sufficed to ravage with anguish. But it was especially during his daily inspection of the departments that he felt his misery. To have built up this giant machine, to reign over such a world of people, and to be dying of grief because a little girl would not accept him. He scorned himself, dragging the fever and shame of his pain about with him everywhere. On certain days he became disgusted with his power, feeling a nausea at the very sight of the long galleries. At other times he would have wished to extend his empire, and make it so vast that she would perhaps yield out of sheer admiration and fear. He first of all stopped in the basement opposite the chute. It was still in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, but it had been necessary to enlarge it, and it was now as wide as the bed of a river, down which the continual flood of goods rolled with the loud noise of rushing water. It was a constant succession of arrivals from all parts of the world, rows of wagons from all railways, a ceaseless discharging of merchandise, a stream of boxes and bales running underground, absorbed by the insatiable establishment. He gazed at this torrent flowing into his house, thought of his position as one of the masters of the public fortune, that he held in his hands the fate of the French manufacturers, and that he was unable to buy a kiss from one of his saleswomen. Then he passed on to the receiving department, which now occupied that part of the basement running along the Rue Monsigny. 20 tables were ranged there, in the pale light of the air-holes. Dozens of shopmen were bustling about, emptying the cases, checking the goods, and marking them in plain figures amidst the roar of the chute, which almost drowned their voices. Various managers of departments stopped him. He had to resolve difficulties and confirm orders. This cellar was filled with the tender glimmer of the satin, the whiteness of the linen, a prodigious unpacking in which the furs were mingled with the lace, the fancy goods with the Eastern curtains. With a slow step he made his way amongst all these riches thrown about in disorder, heaped up in their rough state. Above, They were destined to ornament the window displays, letting loose the race after money across the counters, no sooner shown than carried off in the furious current of business which traversed the place. He thought of his having offered the young girl silks, velvets, anything she liked to take in any quantities from these enormous heaps, and that she had refused by a shake of her fair head. After that, he passed on to the other end of the basement to pay his usual visit to the delivery department. Interminable corridors ran along, lighted up with gas. To the right and to the left, the reserves, closed in with gratings, were like so many subterranean stores, a glove and other shops sleeping in the shade. Further on was placed one of the 3 stoves, further still a fireman's post guarding the gas meter, enclosed in its iron cage. He found in the delivery department the sorting tables already blocked with loads of parcels, bandboxes, and cases, continually arriving in large baskets, and Campion, the superintendent, gave him some particulars about the current work, whilst the 20 men placed under his orders distributed the parcels into large compartments, each bearing the name of a district of Paris, and from whence the messengers took them up to the vans ranged along the pavement. One heard a series of cries, names of streets, and recommendations shouted out, quite an uproar, an agitation such as on board a mail-boat about to start. And he stood there for a moment, motionless, looking at this discharge of goods which he had just seen absorbed by the house. At the opposite extremity of the basement, the enormous current there discharged itself into the street, after having filled the tills with gold. His eyes became misty. This colossal business no longer had any importance. He had but one idea, that of going away to some distant land and abandoning everything, if she persisted in saying no. He then went upstairs, continuing his inspection, talking and agitating himself more and more without finding any respite. On the 2nd floor he entered the correspondence department, picking quarrels, secretly exasperated against the perfect regularity of this machine that he had himself built up. This department was the one that was daily assuming the most considerable importance. It now required 200 employees, some opening, reading, and classifying the letters coming from the provinces and abroad, whilst others gathered into compartments the goods ordered by the correspondents. And the number of letters was increasing to such an extent that they no longer counted them, they weighed them, receiving as much as £100 per day. He, feverish, went through the 3 offices, questioning Levasseur as to the weight of the correspondence. £80, £90 sometimes, on a Monday, £100. The figure increased daily. He ought to have been delighted. But he stood shuddering in the noise made by the neighboring squad of packers nailing down the cases. Vainly he roamed about the house. The fixed idea remained fast in his mind, and as his power unfolded itself before him, as the mechanism of the business and the army of employees passed before his gaze, he felt more profoundly than ever the insult of his powerlessness. Orders from all Europe were flowing in. A special post-office van was required for his correspondence, and yet she said no, always no. He went downstairs again, visiting the central cashier's office, where 4 clerks guarded the 2 giant safes, in which there had passed the previous year 48 million francs. He glanced at the clearing-house, which now occupied 25 clerks, chosen from amongst the most trustworthy. He went into the next office, where 25 young men, junior clerks, were engaged in checking the debit notes and calculating the salesman's commission. He returned to the chief cashier's office, exasperated at the sight of the safes, wandering amidst these millions, the uselessness of which drove him mad. She said no, always no. And it was always no in all the departments, in the galleries, in the saloons, and in every part of the establishment. He went from the silk to the drapery department, from the linen to the lace department. He ascended to the upper floors, stopping on the flying bridges, prolonging his inspection with a maniacal, grievous minuteness. The house had grown out of all bounds. He had created this department, then this other. He governed this fresh domain. He extended his empire into this industry. The last one conquered, and it was no, always no, in spite of everything. His staff would now have sufficed to people a small town. There were 1,500 salesmen and 1,000 other employees of every sort, including 40 inspectors and 70 cashiers. The kitchens alone gave occupation to 32 men. 10 clerks were set apart for the advertising. There were 350 shop messengers, all wearing livery, and 24 firemen living on the premises. And in the stables, royal buildings situated in the Rue Monsigny opposite the warehouse, were 145 horses, a luxurious establishment which was already celebrated in Paris. The first 4 conveyances, which used formerly to stir up the whole neighborhood, when the house occupied only the corner of the Place Gaillon, had gradually increased to 62 trucks, 1-horse vans, and heavy 2-horse ones. They were continually scouring Paris, driven with knowing skill by drivers dressed in black, promenading the gold and purple sign of the Ladies' Paradise. They even went beyond the fortifications into the suburbs. They were to be met on the dusty roads of Bicêtre, along the banks of the Marne, even in the shady drives of the forest of Saint-Germain. Sometimes one would spring up from the depths of some sunny avenue where all was silent and deserted, the superb animals trotting along, throwing into the mysterious peacefulness of this grand nature the loud advertisement of its varnished panels. He was even dreaming of launching them further still into the neighboring departments. He would have liked to hear them rolling along every road in France, from one frontier to the other. But he no longer even troubled to visit his horses, though he was passionately fond of them. Of what good was this conquest of the world, since it was no, always no? At present, in the evening, when he arrived at L'Homme's desk, he still looked through habit at the amount of the takings written on a card, which the cashier stuck on an iron file at his side. This figure rarely fell below 100,000 francs. Sometimes it ran up to 800,000 and 900,000 on big sale days, but these figures no longer sounded in his ears like a trumpet blast. He regretted having looked at them, going away full of bitterness and scorn for money. But Mouret's sufferings were destined to increase, for he became jealous. One morning in the office, before the board meeting commenced, Bourdoncle ventured to hint that the little girl in the ready-made department was playing with him. "How?" asked he, very pale. "Yes. She has lovers in this very building." Mouret found strength to smile. "I don't think any more about her, my dear fellow. You can speak freely. Who are her lovers?" "Houtin, they say, and then a salesman in the lace department. Deloche, that tall, awkward fellow. I can't speak with certainty, never having seen them together. But it appears that it's notorious." There was a silence. Mouret affected to arrange the papers on his desk, to conceal the trembling of his hands. "At last," he observed, without raising his head, "we must have proofs. Try and bring me some proofs. As for me, I assure you I don't care in the least, for I'm quite sick of her. But we can't allow such things to go on here." Bourdoncle simply replied, "Never fear, you shall have proofs one of these days. I'm keeping a good lookout." This news deprived Mouret of all rest. He no longer had the courage to return to this conversation, but lived in the continual expectation of a catastrophe in which his heart would be crushed. And this torment rendered him terrible. The whole house trembled before him. He now disdained to conceal himself behind Bourdoncle, but performed the executions in person, feeling a nervous desire for revenge, solacing himself by an abuse of his power, of that power which could do nothing for the contentment of his sole desire. Each one of his inspections became a massacre. His appearance caused a panic to run along from counter to counter. The dead winter season was just then approaching, and he made a clean sweep in the departments, multiplying the victims and pushing them into the streets. His first idea had been to dismiss Hutin and Deloche. Then he had reflected that if he did not keep them, he would never discover anything, and the others suffered for them. The whole staff trembled. In the evening, when he found himself alone again, his eyes swelled up, big with tears. One day especially terror reigned supreme. An inspector had the idea that Mignot was stealing. There were always a lot of strange-looking girls prowling around his counter, and one of them had just been arrested, her thighs and bosom padded with 60 pairs of gloves. From that moment a watch was kept, and the inspector caught Mignot in the act, facilitating the sleight of hand of a tall, fair girl, formerly a saleswoman at the Louvre, but since gone wrong. The maneuver was very simple. He affected to try some gloves on her, waited till she had padded herself, and then conducted her to the pay desk, where she paid for a single pair only. Moret happened to be there just at that moment. As a rule, he preferred not to mix himself up with these sort of adventures, which were pretty frequent, for notwithstanding the regular working of the well-arranged machine, great disorder reigned in certain departments of the ladies' paradise, and scarcely a week passed without some employee being dismissed for theft. The authorities preferred to hush up such matters as far as possible, considering it useless to set the police at work and thus expose one of the fatal plague spots of these great bazaars. But that day Moret felt a real need of getting angry with someone, and he treated the handsome Mignot with such violence, and the latter stood there trembling with fear, his face pale and discomposed. "I ought to call a policeman," cried Moret before all the other salesmen. "But why don't you answer? Who is this woman?" "I swear I'll send for the police if you don't tell me the truth." They had taken the woman away, and 2 saleswomen were undressing her. Mignot stammered out, I don't know her, sir." "She's the one who came." "Don't tell lies," interrupted Moret in a violent rage. "And there's nobody here to warn us. You are all in the plot, on my word. We are in a regular wood, robbed, pillaged, plundered. It's enough to make us have the pockets of each one searched before going out," murmurs were heard. The 3 or 4 customers buying gloves stood looking on, frightened. "Silence," resumed he furiously, "or I'll clear the place." But Bourdoncle came running up, anxious at the idea of the scandal. He whispered a few words in Moret's ear. The affair was assuming an exceptional gravity, and he prevailed on him to take Mignot into the inspector's office, a room on the ground floor near the entrance in the Rue Gaillon. The woman was there, quietly putting on her stays again. She had just mentioned Albert Lome's name. Mignot, again questioned, lost his head and commenced to sob. He wasn't in fault. It was Albert who sent him his mistresses. At first he had merely afforded them certain advantages, enabling them to profit by the bargains. Then, when they at last took to stealing, he was already too far compromised to report the matter. The principals now discovered a series of extraordinary robberies, goods taken away by girls who went into the neighboring WCs, built near the refreshment bar and surrounded by evergreen plants, to hide the goods under their petticoats, purchases that a salesman neglected to call out at a pay desk when he accompanied a customer there, the price of which he divided with the cashier, even down to false returns, articles which they announced as brought back to the house, pocketing the money thus repaid, without even mentioning the classical robbery, parcels taken out under their coats in the evening, rolled round their bodies, and sometimes even hung down their legs. For the last 14 months, thanks to Mignot and other salesmen, no doubt, whom they refused to name, this pilfering had been going on at Albert's desk, quite an impudent trade, for sums of which no one ever knew the exact total. Meanwhile, the news had spread into the various departments, causing the guilty consciences to tremble, and the most honest ones to quake at the general sweep that seemed imminent. Albert had disappeared into the inspector's office. Next, his father had passed, choking, his face full of blood, showing signs of apoplexy. Madame Aurélie herself was then called, and she, her head high beneath the affront, had the fat, puffed-up appearance of a wax mask. The explanation lasted some time. No one knew the exact details, but it was said the first hand had slapped her son's face, and that the worthy old father wept, whilst the governor, contrary to all his elegant habits, swore like a trooper, absolutely wanting to deliver the offenders up to justice. However, the scandal was hushed up. Mignot was the only one dismissed there and then. Albert did not disappear till 2 days later. No doubt his mother had begged that the family should not be dishonored by an immediate execution. But the panic lasted several days longer, for after this scene Moray had wandered from one end of the establishment to the other with a terrible expression, venting his anger on all those who dared even to raise their eyes. "What are you doing there, sir, looking at the flies? Go and be paid." At last, the storm burst one day on the head of Hutin himself. Favier, appointed second hand, was undermining the first hand in order to dislodge him from his position. This was always the way. He addressed crafty reports to the directors, taking advantage of every occasion to have the first hand caught doing something wrong. Thus, one morning, as Moray was going through the silk department, he stopped, surprised to see Favier engaged in altering the price tickets of a stock of black velvet. "Why are you lowering the prices?" asked he. "Who gave you the order to do so?" The second hand, who was making a great noise over this work, as if he wished to attract the governor's attention, foreseeing the result, replied with an innocent, surprised air, "Why, Monsieur Hutin told me, sir." "Monsieur Hutin? Where is Monsieur Hutin?" And when the latter came upstairs, called by a salesman, an animated explanation ensued. What? He undertook to lower the prices himself now. But he appeared greatly astonished in his turn, having merely talked over the matter with Favier without giving any positive orders. The latter then assumed the sorrowful air of an employee who finds himself obliged to contradict his superior. However, he was quite willing to accept the blame if it would get the latter out of a scrape. Things began to look very bad. "Understand, Monsieur Hutin," cried Moray. "I have never tolerated these attempts at independence. We alone decide about the prices," he continued with a sharp voice and wounding intentions, which surprised the salesman, for as a rule these discussions were carried on quietly, and the case might really have resulted from a misunderstanding. One could feel he had some unavowed spite to satisfy. He had at last caught that Hutin at fault, that Hutin who was said to be Denise's lover. He could now solace himself by making him feel that he was the master. And he exaggerated matters, even insinuating that this reduction of price appeared to conceal very questionable intentions. "Sir," repeated Hutin, "I meant to consult you about it. It is really necessary, as you know, for these velvets have not succeeded." Moray cut him short with a final insult. "Very good, sir, we will look into the matter, but don't do such a thing again if you value your place." And he walked off. Hutin, bewildered, furious, finding no one but Favier to confide in, swore he would go and throw his resignation at the brute's head. But he soon left off talking of going away, and began to stir up all the abominable accusations which were current amongst the salesmen against their chiefs. And Favier, his eyes sparkling, defended himself with a great show of sympathy. He was obliged to reply, wasn't he? Besides, could anyone have foreseen such a row for so trifling a matter? What had come to the governor lately that he should be so unbearable? "We all know what's the matter with him," replied Hutin. "Is it my fault if that little jade in the dress department is turning his head? My dear fellow, you can see the blow comes from there. He's aware I've slept with her, and he doesn't like it, or perhaps it's she herself who wants to get me pitched out because I'm in her way. But I swear she shall hear from me if ever she crosses my path." 2 days after, as Hutin was going up into the workroom upstairs under the roof to recommend a person, he started on perceiving at the end of a passage Denise and Deloche leaning out of a window, and plunged so deeply in private conversation that they did not even turn round. The idea of having them caught occurred to him suddenly when he perceived with astonishment that Deloche was weeping. He at once went away without making any noise, and meeting Bourdoncle and Jouffe on the stairs, told them some story about one of the extincteurs, the door of which seemed to be broken. In this way they would go upstairs and drop on to the two others. Bourdoncle discovered them first. He stopped short and told Jouffe to go and fetch the governor, whilst he remained there. The inspector had to obey, greatly annoyed at being forced to compromise himself in such a matter. This was a lost corner of the vast world in which the people of the Ladies' Paradise worked. One arrived there by a complication of stairs and passages. The workrooms occupied the top of the house, a succession of low-sloping rooms, lighted by large windows cut in the zinc roof, furnished solely with long tables and enormous iron stoves, and right along were a crowd of work-girls of all sorts, for the underclothing, the lace, the dressmaking, and the house-furnishing, living winter and summer in a stifling heat, amidst the odors special to the business, and one had to go straight through the wing and turn to the right on passing the dressmakers, before coming to this solitary end of the corridor. The rare customers that a salesman occasionally brought here for an order gasped for breath, tired out, frightened, with the sensation of having been turning round for hours and hours, and of being 100 leagues above the street. Denise had often found Deloche waiting for her. As second-hand, she had charge of the arrangements between her department and the workroom where only the models and alterations were done, and was always going up and down to give the necessary orders. He watched for her, inventing any pretext to run after her. Then he affected to be surprised when he met her at the workroom door. She got to laugh about the matter. It became quite an understood thing. The corridor ran alongside the cistern, an enormous iron tank containing 12,000 gallons of water, and there was another one of equal size on the roof, reached by an iron ladder. For an instant, Deloche would stand talking, leaning with one shoulder against the cistern in the continual abandonment of his long body bent with fatigue. The noise of the water was heard, a mysterious noise of which the iron tank ever retained the musical vibration. Notwithstanding the deep silence, Denise would turn round anxiously, thinking she had seen a shadow pass on the bare, yellow-painted walls. But the window would soon attract them. They would lean out and forget themselves in a pleasant gossip, in endless souvenirs of their native place. Below them extended the immense glass roof of the central gallery, a lake of glass bounded by the distant housetops like a rocky coast. Beyond, they saw nothing but the sky, a sheet of sky which reflected in the sleeping water of the glazed work the flight of its clouds and the tender blue of its azure. It so happened that Deloche was speaking of Volognes that day. I was 6 years old. My mother took me to Volognes market in a cart. You know it's 10 miles away. We had to leave Brickbeck at 5 o'clock. It's a fine country down our way. Do you know it? Yes, yes, replied Denise slowly, her looks lost in the distance. I was there once, but was very little then. Nice roads with grass on each side, aren't there? And now and again sheep browsing in couples, dragging their clog along by the rope. She stopped, then resumed with a vague smile. Our roads run as straight as an arrow for miles between rows of trees which afford a lot of shade. We have meadows surrounded with hedges taller than I am, where there are horses and cows feeding. We have a little river, and the water is very cold, under the brushwood, in a spot I know well. It is the same with us exactly, cried Deloche, delighted. There's grass everywhere. Each one encloses his plot with thorns and elms, and is at once at home, and it's quite green, a green far different to what we see in Paris. Dear me, what fun I've had at the bottom of the road, to the left, coming down from the mill. And their voices died away. They stopped with their eyes fixed and lost on the sunny lake of the glazed work. A mirage rose up before them. From this blinding water, they saw an endless succession of meadows. The Cotentin bathed in the balmy breath of the ocean, a luminous vapor which melted the horizon into a delicate pearly gray. Below, under the colossal iron framework in the silk hall, roared the business, the trepidation of the machine at work. The entire house vibrated with the trampling of the crowd, the bustle of the shopmen, and the life of the 30,000 persons elbowing each other there, and they, carried away by their dreams, on feeling this profound and dull clamor with which the roofs were resounding, thought they heard the wind passing over the grass, shaking the tall trees. "Ah, Mademoiselle Denise," stammered Deloche, "why aren't you kinder to me?"
"I love you so much."
Tears had come into his eyes, and as she tried to interrupt him with a gesture, he continued quickly, "No, let me tell you these things once more. We should get on so well together. People always find something to talk about when they come from the same place." He was choking, and she at last managed to say kindly, "You're not reasonable. You promised me never to speak of that again." "It's impossible. I have a good friendship for you because you're a nice fellow, but I wish to remain free." "Yes, yes, I know it," replied he in a broken voice. "You don't love me. Oh, you may say so, I quite understand it. There's nothing in me to make you love me. Listen, I've only had one sweet moment in my life, and that was when I met you at Joinville, do you remember? For a moment under the trees, when it was so dark, I thought your arm trembled and was stupid enough to imagine." But she again interrupted him. Her quick ear had just caught Bourdonchel's and Juve's steps at the end of the corridor. "Hark! There's someone coming!" "No," said he, preventing her leaving the window. "It's in the cistern. All sorts of extraordinary noises come up from it, as if there were someone inside." And he continued his timid, caressing complaints. She was no longer listening to him, rocked into dreamland by this declaration of love, her looks wandering over the roofs of the ladies' paradise. To the right and the left of the glazed gallery, other galleries, other halls, were glistening in the sun between the tops of the houses, pierced with windows and running along symmetrically like the wings of a barracks. Immense metallic works rose up, ladders, bridges, describing a lacework of iron in the air, whilst the kitchen chimneys threw out an immense volume of smoke like a factory, and the great square cistern, supported in the air on wrought iron pillars, assumed a strange, barbarous profile, hoisted up to this height by the pride of one man. In the distance, Paris was roaring. When Denise returned from this dreamy state, from this fanciful development of the lady's paradise, in which her thoughts floated as in a vast solitude, she found that Deloche had seized her hand, and he appeared so woe-begone, so full of grief, that she had not the heart to draw it away. "Forgive me," he murmured. "It's all over now. I should be quite too miserable if you punished me by withdrawing your friendship. I assure you I intended to say something else. Yes, I had determined to understand the situation and be very good." His tears again began to flow. He tried to steady his voice. "For I know my lot in life. It is too late for my luck to turn. Beaten at home, beaten in Paris, beaten everywhere. I've now been here 4 years, and am still the last in the department, so I wanted to tell you not to trouble on my account. I won't annoy you any longer. Try to be happy. Love someone else, yes, that would really be a pleasure for me. If you are happy, I shall be also. That will be my happiness." He could say no more. As if to seal his promise, he raised the young girl's hand to his lips, kissing it with the humble kiss of a slave. She was deeply affected and said simply, in a tender, sisterly tone which attenuated somewhat the pity of the words,
"My poor boy."
But they started and turned round. Murray was standing before them. For the last 10 minutes Juve had been searching for the governor all over the place, but the latter was looking at the works going on for the new façade in the Rue du Dix Décembre. He spent long hours there every day trying to interest himself in this work of which he had so long dreamed. This was his refuge against his torments, amidst the masons laying the immense cornerstones, and the engineers setting up the great iron framework. The facade already appeared above the level of the street, indicating the vast porch and the windows of the first story, a palace-like development in its crude state. He scaled the ladders, discussing with the architect the ornamentation which was to be something quite new, scrambled over the heaps of brick and iron, and even went down into the cellar, and the roar of the steam engine, the tick-tack of the trowels, the noise of the hammers, the clamor of this people of workmen, all over this immense cage surrounded by sonorous planks, really distracted him for an instant. He came out white with plaster, black with iron filings, his feet splashed by the water from the pumps, his pain so far from being cured that his anguish returned and his heart beat stronger than ever as the noise of the works died away behind him. It so happened, on the day in question, a slight distraction had restored him his gaiety, and he was deeply interested in an album of drawings of the mosaics and enameled terracottas which were to decorate the friezes, when Jouve came up to fetch him, out of breath, annoyed at being obliged to dirty his coat amongst all this building material. At first Moray had cried out that they must wait. Then, at a word spoken in a low tone by the inspector, he had immediately followed him, shivering, a prey again to his passion. Nothing else existed. The facade crumbled away before being built. What was the use of this supreme triumph of his pride, if the simple name of a woman whispered in his ear tortured him to this extent? Upstairs, Bourdoncle and Jouve thought it prudent to vanish. Deloche had already run away. Denise alone remained to face Moray, paler than usual, but looking straight into his eyes. "Have the kindness to follow me, mademoiselle," said he in a harsh voice. She followed him. They descended the 2 stories, and crossed the furniture and carpet departments without saying a word. When he arrived at his office, he opened the door wide, saying, "Walk in, mademoiselle." And, closing the door, he went to his desk. The new director's office was fitted up more luxuriously than the old one. The rep's hangings had been replaced by velvet ones, and a bookcase, encrusted with ivory, occupied one whole side, but on the walls there was still no picture but the portrait of Madame Hédouin, a young woman with a handsome, calm face, smiling in its gold frame. "Mademoiselle," said he at last, trying to maintain a cold, severe air, "there are certain things that we cannot tolerate. Good conduct is absolutely necessary here." He stopped, choosing his words, in order not to yield to the furious anger which was rising up within him. What? She loved this fellow, this miserable salesman, the laughing-stock of his counter. And it was the humblest, the most awkward of all that she preferred to him, the master, for he had seen them, she leaving her hand in his, and he covering that hand with kisses. "I've been very good to you, mademoiselle," continued he, making a fresh effort. "I little expected to be rewarded in this way." Denise, immediately on entering, had been attracted by Madame Hédouin's portrait, and, notwithstanding her great trouble, was still preoccupied by it. Every time she came into the director's office, her eyes were sure to meet those of this lady. She felt almost afraid of her, although she knew her to have been very good. This time she felt her to be a protection. "You are right, sir," he said softly. "I was wrong to stop and talk, and I beg your pardon for doing so. This young man comes from my part of the country." "I'll dismiss him," cried Moray, putting all his suffering into this furious cry. And, completely overcome, entirely forgetting his position as a director lecturing a saleswoman guilty of an infraction of the rules, he broke out into a torrent of violent words. Had she no shame in her? A young girl like her abandoning herself to such a being? And he even made most atrocious accusations, introducing Houtin's name into the affair, and then others, in such a flood of words that she could not even defend herself. But he would make a clean sweep and kick them all out. The severe explanation he had promised himself when following Jouve had degenerated into the shameful violence of a scene of jealousy. "Yes, you're lovers. They told me about it, and I was stupid enough to doubt it, but I was the only one. I was the only one!" Denise, suffocating, bewildered, stood listening to these frightful charges, which she had not at first understood. Did he really suppose her to be as bad as this? At another remark, harsher than all the rest, she silently turned towards the door, and, in reply to a movement he made to stop her, said, "Let me alone, sir. I'm going away. If you think me what you say, I will not remain in the house another second." But he rushed in front of the door, exclaiming, "Why don't you defend yourself? Say something." She stood there very stiff, maintaining an icy silence. For a long time he pressed her with questions, with a growing anxiety, and the mute dignity of this innocent girl once more appeared to be the artful calculation of a woman learned in all the tactics of passion. She could not have played a game better calculated to bring him to her feet, tortured by doubt, desirous of being convinced. "Come, you say he is from your part of the country? Perhaps you've met there formerly. Swear that there has been nothing between you and this fellow." And as she obstinately remained silent, as if still wishing to open the door and go away, he completely lost his head and broke out into a supreme explosion of grief. "Good heavens, I love you! I love you! Why do you delight in tormenting me like this? You can see that nothing else exists, that the people of whom I speak only touch me through you, and you alone can occupy my thoughts. Thinking you were jealous, I gave up all my pleasures. You were told I had mistresses. Well, I have them no longer. I hardly set foot outside. Did I not prefer you at that lady's house? Have I not broken with her to belong solely to you? And I am still waiting for a word of thanks, a little gratitude. And if you fear that I should return to her, you may feel quite easy. She is avenging herself by helping one of our former salesmen to found a rival establishment. Tell me, must I go on my knees to touch your heart?" He had come to this. He who did not tolerate the slightest peccadillo with the shopwomen, who turned them out for the least caprice, found himself reduced to imploring one of them not to go away, not to abandon him in his misery. He held the door against her, ready to forgive her everything, to shut his eyes if she merely deigned to lie. And it was true, he had got thoroughly sick of girls picked up at theaters and night-houses. He had long since given up Clara, and now ceased to visit at Madame Desforges's house, where Balthamont reigned supreme, while waiting for the opening of the new shop, the Four Seasons, which was already filling the newspapers with its advertisements. "Must I go on my knees?" repeated he, almost choked by suppressed tears. She stopped him, herself quite unable to conceal her emotion, deeply affected by this suffering passion. "You are wrong, sir, to agitate yourself in this way," replied she, at last. "I assure you that all these wicked reports are untrue. This poor fellow you have just seen is no more guilty than I am." She said this with her brave, frank air, looking with her bright eyes straight into his face.
"Very good, I believe you," murmured he.
"I'll not dismiss any of your comrades, since you take all these people under your protection. But why, then, do you repulse me if you love no one else?" A sudden constraint, an anxious bashfulness seized the young girl. "You love someone, don't you?" resumed he in a trembling voice. "Oh, you may speak out. I have no claim on your affections." "Do you love anyone?" She turned very red. Her heart was in her mouth, and she felt all falsehood impossible before this emotion which was betraying her, this repugnance for a lie which made the truth appear in her face in spite of all. "Yes," she at last confessed feebly, "but I beg you to let me go away, sir. You are torturing me." She was now suffering in her turn. Was it not enough to have to defend herself against him? Was she to be obliged to fight against herself, against the breath of tenderness which sometimes took away all her courage? When he spoke to her thus, when she saw him so full of emotion, so overcome, she hardly knew why she still refused, and it was only afterwards that she found, in the depths of her healthy, girlish nature, the pride and the prudence which maintained her intact in her virtuous resolution. It was by a sort of instinct of happiness that she still remained so obstinate, to satisfy her need of a quiet life, and not from any idea of virtue. She would have fallen into this man's arms, her heart seduced, her flesh overpowered, if she had not experienced a sort of revolt, almost a feeling of repulsion before the definite bestowal of her being, ignorant of her future fate. The lover made her afraid, inspiring her with that fear that all women feel at the approach of the male. Murray gave way to a gesture of gloomy discouragement. He could not understand her. He turned towards his desk, took up some papers, and then laid them down again, saying, "I will retain you no longer, mademoiselle. I cannot keep you against your will."
"But I don't wish to go away," replied she, smiling.
"If you believe me to be innocent, I will remain. One ought always to believe a woman to be virtuous, sir. There are numbers who are so, I assure you." Denise's eyes had involuntarily wandered towards Madame Hédouin's portrait, that lady so wise and so beautiful, whose blood, they said, had brought good fortune to the house. Mouret followed the young girl's look with a start, for he thought he heard his dead wife pronounce this phrase, one of her own sayings which he at once recognized. And it was like a resurrection he discovered in Denise, the good sense, the just equilibrium of her he had lost, even down to the gentle voice, sparing of useless words. He was struck by this resemblance which rendered him sadder still. "You know I am yours," murmured he in conclusion. "Do what you like with me." Then she resumed gaily, "That is right, sir. The advice of a woman, however humble she may be, is always worth listening to when she has a little intelligence. If you put yourself in my hands, be sure I'll make nothing but a good man of you." She smiled with that simple, unassuming air which had such a charm. He also smiled in a feeble way, and escorted her as far as the door, as he would a lady. The next day Denise was appointed first hand. The dress and costume department was divided, the management creating especially for her one for children's costumes, which was installed close to the ready-made one. Since her son's dismissal, Madame Aurélie had been trembling, for she found the directors getting cool towards her and saw the young girl's power increasing daily. Would they not shortly sacrifice her in favor of this latter, by taking advantage of the first pretext? Her emperor's mask, puffed up with fat, seemed to have got thinner from the shame which now stained the whole Lhomme dynasty, and she made a show of going away every evening on her husband's arm, for they were brought nearer together by misfortune, and felt vaguely that the evil came from the disorder of their home, whilst the poor old man, more affected than her, in a sickly fear of being himself suspected of robbery, counted over the receipts, again and again noisily, performing miracles with his amputated arm. So that, when she saw Denise appointed first hand in the children's costume department, she experienced such joy that she paraded the most affectionate feeling towards the young girl, really grateful to her for not having taken her place away. And she overwhelmed her with attentions, treating her as an equal, often going to talk to her in the neighboring department, with a stately air like a queen mother paying a visit to a young queen. In fact, Denise was now at the summit. Her appointment as first hand had destroyed the last resistance. If some still babbled from that itching of the tongue which ravages every assemblage of men and women, they bowed very low before her face. Marguerite, now second hand, was full of praise for her. Clara herself, inspired with a secret respect before this good fortune, which she felt herself incapable of achieving, had bowed her head. But Denise's victory was more complete still over the gentleman, over Juve, who now bent almost double whenever he addressed her, over Houghton, seized with anxiety on feeling his position giving way under him, and over Bourdoncle, reduced at last to powerlessness. When the latter saw her coming out of the director's office, smiling with her quiet air, and that the next day Moray had insisted on the board creating this new department, he had yielded, vanquished by a sacred terror of woman. He had always given in thus before Moray, recognizing him to be his master, notwithstanding his escapades and his idiotic love affairs. This time the woman had proved the stronger, and he was expecting to be swept away by the disaster. However, Denise bore her triumph in a peaceable, charming manner, happy at these marks of consideration, even affecting to see in them a sympathy for the miseries of her debut and the final success of her patient courage. Thus she received with a laughing joy the slightest marks of friendship, and this caused her to be really loved by some. She was so kind, sympathetic, and full of affection. The only person for whom she still showed an invincible repugnance was Clara, having learned that this girl had amused herself by taking Columban home with her one night, as she had said she would do for a joke, and he, carried away by his passion, was becoming more dissipated every day, whilst poor Genevieve was slowly dying. The adventure was talked of at the ladies' paradise, and thought very droll. But this trouble, the only one she had outside, did not in any way change Denise's equable temper. It was especially in her department that she was seen at her best, in the midst of her little world of babies of all ages. She was passionately fond of children, and she could not have been placed in a better position. Sometimes there were fully 50 girls, and as many boys there, quite a turbulent school, let loose in their growing coquettish desires. The mothers completely lost their heads. She, conciliating, smiling, had the little ones placed in a line on chairs, and when there happened to be amongst the number a rosy-cheeked little angel whose pretty face tempted her, she would insist on serving her herself, bringing the dress and trying it on the child's dimpled shoulders with the tender precaution of an elder sister. There were fits of laughter, cries of joy, amidst the scolding voices of the mothers. Sometimes a little girl, already a grand lady, 9 or 10 years old, having a cloth jacket to try on, would stand studying it before a glass, turning round with an absorbed air, her eyes sparkling with a desire to please. The counters were encumbered with the things unpacked, dresses in pink and blue Asian linen for children of from 1 to 5 years, blue sailor costumes with plaited skirt and blouse, trimmed with fine cambric muslin, Louis XV, costumes, mantles, jackets, a pell-mell of narrow garments, stiffened in their infantine grace, something like the cloakroom of a regiment of big dolls, taken out of the wardrobes and given up to pillage. Denise had always a few sweets in her pockets, to appease the tears of some youngster in despair at not being able to carry off a pair of red trousers, and she lived there amongst these little ones, as in her own family, feeling quite young again herself from the contact of all this innocence and freshness incessantly renewed around her skirts. She now had frequent friendly conversations with Moray. When she went to the office to take orders and furnish information, he kept her talking, enjoying the sound of her voice. It was what she laughingly called making a good man of him. In her prudent, cautious Norman head there sprang up all sorts of projects, ideas about the new business which she had already ventured to hint at when at Robineau's, and some of which she had expressed on the evening of their walk in the Tuileries gardens. She could not be occupied in any matter, see any work going on, without being moved with a desire to introduce some improvement in the mechanism. Then, since her entry into the ladies' paradise, she was especially pained by the precarious position of the employees. The sudden dismissals shocked her. She thought them iniquitous and stupid, hurtful to all, to the house as much as to the staff. Her former sufferings were still fresh in her mind, and her heart was seized with pity every time she saw a newcomer, her feet bruised, her eyes dim with tears, dragging herself along in her misery in her silk dress, amidst the spiteful persecution of the old hands. This daub's life made the best of them bad, and the sad work of destruction commenced, all eaten up by the trade before the age of 40, disappearing, falling into unknown places, a great many dying in harness, some of consumption and exhaustion, others of fatigue and bad air, a few thrown on the street, the happiest married, buried in some little provincial shop. Was it humane? Was it just, this frightful consumption of human life that the big shops carried on every year? And she pleaded the cause of the wheelwork of the colossal machine, not from any sentimental reasons, but by arguments appealing to the very interests of the employers. To make a machine solid and strong, it is necessary to use good iron. If the iron breaks or is broken, there is a stoppage of work, repeated expenses of starting, quite a loss of power. Sometimes she would become quite animated. She would picture an immense, ideal bazaar, the phalansterium of modern commerce, in which each one should have his exact share of the profits according to his merits, with the certainty of the future assured to him by a contract. Murray would feel amused at this, notwithstanding his fever. He accused her of socialism, embarrassed her by pointing out the difficulties of carrying out these schemes, for she spoke in the simplicity of her soul, bravely trusting in the future, when she perceived a dangerous hole underlying her tender-hearted plans. He was, however, shaken, captivated by this young voice, still trembling from the evils endured, so convinced and earnest in pointing out the reforms which would tend to consolidate the house. Yet he listened while joking with her. The salesman's position gradually improved. The wholesale dismissals were replaced by a system of holidays granted during the dead seasons, and there was also about to be created a sort of benefit club which would protect the employees against bad times and ensure them a pension. It was the embryo of the vast trades unions of the 20th century. Denise did not confine her attention solely to healing the wounds from which she had herself bled. She conceived various delicate feminine ideas, which, communicated to Moray, delighted the customers. She also caused Lhomm's happiness by supporting a scheme he had long nourished, that of creating a band of music in which all the executants should be chosen from amongst the staff. 3 months later, Lhomme had 120 musicians under his direction. The dream of his whole life was realized. And a grand fete was given on the premises, a concert and a ball, to introduce the band of the Ladies' Paradise to the customers and the whole world. The newspapers took the matter up. Bourdoncle himself, frightened by these innovations, was obliged to bow before this immense advertisement. Afterwards, a recreation room for the men was established, with 2 billiard tables and backgammon and chessboards. Then classes were held in the house of an evening. There were lessons in English and German, in grammar, arithmetic, and geography. They even had lessons in riding and fencing. A library was formed. 10,000 volumes were placed at the disposal of the employees. And a resident doctor giving consultations gratis was also added, together with baths and hairdressing and refreshment saloons. Every want in life was provided for. Everything was to be obtained without going outside: board, lodging, and clothing. The Ladies' Paradise sufficed entirely for all its own wants and pleasures, in the very heart of Paris, taken up by all this clatter, by this working city which was springing up so vigorously out of the ruins of the old streets, at last open to the rays of the sun. Then a fresh movement of opinion took place in Denise's favor. As Bourdoncle, vanquished, repeated with despair to his friends that he would give a great deal to put Denise into Moray's arms himself, it was concluded that she had not yielded, that her all-powerfulness resulted from her refusal. From that moment she became immensely popular. They knew for what indulgences they were indebted to her, and they admired her for the force of her will. There was one, at least, who could master the governor, who avenged all the others and knew how to get something else besides promises out of him. So she had come at last, she who was to make him treat the poor devils with a little respect. When she went through the shop with her delicate, self-willed head, her tender, invincible air, the salesmen smiled at her, were proud of her, and would willingly have exhibited her to the crowd. Denise, in her happiness, allowed herself to be carried along by this increasing sympathy. Was it all possible? She saw herself arrive in a poor dress, frightened, lost amidst the mechanism of the terrible machine. For a long time she had had the sensation of being nothing, hardly a grain of seed beneath these millstones which were crushing a whole world. And now, today she was the very soul of this world. She alone was of consequence, able at a word to increase or slacken the pace of the colossus lying at her feet. And yet she had not wished for these things. She had simply presented herself, without calculation, with the sole charm of her sweetness. Her sovereignty sometimes caused her an uneasy surprise. Why did they all obey her? She was not pretty, she did nothing wrong. Then she smiled, her heart at rest, feeling within herself nothing but goodness and prudence, a love of truth and logic which constituted all her strength. One of Denise's greatest joys was to be able to assist Pauline. The latter, being about to become a mother, was trembling, aware that 2 other saleswomen in the same condition had been sent away. The principals did not tolerate these accidents. Maternity being suppressed as cumbersome and indecent, they occasionally allowed marriage, but would admit of no children. Pauline had, it was true, her husband in the house, but still she felt anxious, it being almost impossible for her to appear at the counter, and in order to postpone a probable dismissal, she laced herself very tightly, resolved to conceal her state as long as she could. One of the 2 saleswomen who had been dismissed had just been delivered of a stillborn child through having laced herself up in this way, and it was not certain that she herself would recover. Meanwhile, Bourdoncle had observed that Pauline's complexion was getting very livid, and that she had a painfully stiff way of walking. One morning he was standing near her, in the underlinen department, when a messenger, taking away a bundle, ran up against her with such force that she cried out with pain. Bourdoncle immediately took her on one side, made her confess, and submitted the question of her dismissal to the board, under the pretext that she stood in need of country air. The story of this accident would spread, and would have a disastrous effect on the public if she should have a miscarriage, as had already taken place in the baby linen department the year before. Moray, who was not at the meeting, could only give his opinion in the evening, but Denise having had time to interfere, he closed Bourdoncle's mouth, in the interest of the house itself. Did they wish to frighten the heads of families and the young mothers amongst their customers? And it was decided, with great pomp, that every married saleswoman should, when in the family way, be sent to a special midwife's as soon as her presence at the counter became offensive to the customers. The next day, when Denise went up into the infirmary to see Pauline, who had been obliged to take to her bed on account of the blow she had received, the latter kissed her violently on both cheeks. "How kind you are! Had it not been for you, I should have been turned away. Pray don't be anxious about me, the doctor says it's nothing." Bauget, who had slipped away from his department, was also there, on the other side of the bed. He likewise stammered his thanks, troubled before Denise, whom he now treated as an important person of a superior class. Ah! If he heard any more nasty remarks about her, he would soon close the mouths of the jealous ones. But Pauline sent him away with a good-natured shrug of the shoulders. "My poor darling, you're always saying something stupid. Leave us to talk together." The infirmary was a long, light room containing 12 beds with their white curtains. Those who did not wish to go home to their families were nursed here. But on the day in question, Pauline was the only occupant, in a bed near one of the large windows which looked on to the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. And they immediately commenced to exchange whispered words, tender confidences, in the calm air, perfumed with a vague odor of lavender. "So he does just what you wish him to. How cruel you are to make him suffer so. Come, just explain it to me now I've ventured to approach the subject." Do you detest him?" Pauline had retained hold of Denise's hand as the latter sat near the bed with her elbow on the bolster, and overcome by a sudden emotion, her cheeks invaded with color. She had a moment of weakness at this direct and unexpected question. Her secret escaped her. She buried her head in the pillow, murmuring,
"I love him."
Pauline was astonished.
"What? You love him?"
"But it's very simple. Say yes." Denise, her face still concealed, replied, "No!" by an energetic shake of the head, and she did so simply because she loved him, without being able to explain the matter. No doubt it was ridiculous, but she felt like that. She could not change her nature. Her friend's surprise increased, and she at length asked,
"So it's all to make him marry you?"
At this the young girl sprung up, quite confused. "Marry me? Oh, no! Oh, oh! I assure you that I have never wished for anything of the kind. No, never has such an idea entered my head, and you know what a horror I have of all falsehood." "Well, dear," resumed Pauline kindly, "you couldn't have acted otherwise if such had been your intention. All this must come to an end, and it is very certain that it can only finish by a marriage, as you won't let it be otherwise. I must tell you that everyone has the same idea. Yes, they feel persuaded that you are riding the high horse in order to make him take you to church. Dear me, what a funny girl you are." And she had to console Denise, who had again dropped her head onto the bolster, sobbing, declaring that she would certainly go away, since they attributed all sorts of things to her that had never crossed her mind. No doubt when a man loved a woman, he ought to marry her. But she asked for nothing. She had made no calculations. She simply begged to be allowed to live quietly with her joys and her sorrows like other people. She would go away. At the same moment, Murray was going through the premises below. He had wanted to forget his thoughts by visiting the works once more. Several months had elapsed. The facade now reared its monumental lines behind the vast hoardings which concealed it from the public. Quite an army of decorators were at work, marble cutters, mosaic workers, and others. The central group above the door was being gilded, whilst on the acroteria were being fixed the pedestals destined to receive the statues of the manufacturing cities of France. From morning to night in the Rue du Dix Décembre, lately opened to the public, a crowd of idlers stood gaping about, their noses in the air, seeing nothing but preoccupied by the marvels that were related of this facade, the inauguration of which was going to revolutionize Paris. And it was on this feverish working ground, amidst the artists putting the finishing touches to the realization of his dream commenced by the masons, that Moray felt more bitterly than ever the vanity of his fortune. The thought of Denise had suddenly arrested him, this thought which incessantly pierced him with a flame, like the shooting of an incurable pain. He had run away, unable to find a word of satisfaction, fearful lest he should show his tears, leaving behind him the disgust of his triumph. This facade, which was at last erected, seemed little in his eyes, very much like one of those walls of sand that children build, and it might have been extended from one end of the city to the other, elevated to the starry sky. Yet it would not have filled the emptiness of his heart that the yes of a mere child could alone fill. When Moray entered his office, he was almost choking with sobs. What did she want? He dared not offer her money now, and the confused idea of a marriage presented itself amidst his young widower's revolts. And, in the debility of his powerlessness, his tears began to flow. He was very miserable. Chapter 13. One morning in November, Denise was giving her first orders in the department when the bodice's servant came to tell her that Mademoiselle Geneviève had passed a very bad night, and wished to see her cousin immediately. For some time the young girl had been getting weaker and weaker, and she had been obliged to take to her bed 2 days before.
"Say I am coming at once,"
replied Denise, very anxious. The blow which was finishing Geneviève was Colomban's sudden disappearance. At first, chaffed by Clara, he had stopped out several nights. Then, yielding to the mad desires of a quiet, chaste fellow, he had become her obedient slave, and had not returned one Monday, but had simply sent a farewell letter to Baudu, written in the studied terms of a man about to commit suicide. Perhaps at the bottom of this passion there was also the crafty calculation of a fellow delighted at escaping a disastrous marriage. The draper's business was in as bad a way as his betrothed. The moment was propitious to break with them through any stupidity, and everyone cited him as an unfortunate victim of love. When Denise arrived at the old Elbeuf, Madame Baudu was there alone, sitting motionless behind the pay desk with her small white face eaten up by anemia, silent and quiet in the cold, deserted shop. There were no assistants now. The servant dusted the shelves, and it was even a question of replacing her by a charwoman. A dreary cold fell from the ceiling. Hours passed away without a customer coming to disturb this silence, and the goods, no longer touched, became mustier and mustier every day. "What's the matter?" asked Denise anxiously. "Is Geneviève in danger?" Madame Baudu did not reply at first. Her eyes filled with tears. Then she stammered, "I don't know. They don't tell me anything. Ah, it's all over. It's all over." And she cast a somber glance around the dark old shop, as if she felt her daughter and the shop disappearing together. The 70,000 francs, produce of the sale of their Rambouillet property, had melted away in less than 2 years in this gulf of competition. In order to struggle against the ladies' paradise, which now kept men's cloths and materials for hunting and livery suits, the draper had made considerable sacrifices. At last he had been definitely crushed by the swanskin cloth and flannels sold by his rival, an assortment that had not its equal in the market. Little by little his debts had increased, and as a last resource he had resolved to mortgage the old building in the Rue de la Michaudière, where Finet, their ancestor, had founded the business. And it was now only a question of days. The crumbling away had commenced. The very ceiling seemed to be falling down and turning into dust, like an old worm-eaten structure carried away by the wind. "Your uncle is upstairs," resumed Madame Baudu in her broken voice. "We stay with her 2 hours each. Someone must look out here, but only as a precaution, for to tell the truth." Her gesture finished the phrase. They would have put the shutters up had it not been for their old commercial pride, which still propped them up in the presence of the neighborhood. "Well, I'll go up, Aunt," said Denise, whose heart was bleeding amidst this resigned despair that even the pieces of cloth themselves exhaled. "Yes, go upstairs quick, my girl. She's waiting for you." "She's been asking for you all night. She has something to tell you." But just at that moment Baudu came down. The rising bile gave his yellow face a greenish tinge, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was still walking with the muffled step with which he had quitted the sick room, and murmured, as if he might be heard upstairs, "She's asleep." And, thoroughly worn out, he sat down on a chair, wiping his forehead with a mechanical gesture, puffing like a man who has just finished some hard work. A silence ensued, but at last he said to Denise, "You'll see her presently. When she is sleeping, she seems to me to be all right again." There was again a silence. Face to face, the father and mother stood looking at each other. Then, in a half-whisper, he went over his grief again, naming no one, addressing no one directly. "My head on the block, I wouldn't have believed it. He was the last one. I had brought him up as a son. If anyone had come and said to me, 'They'll take him away from you as well, he'll fall as well,' I would have replied, 'Impossible, it could not be.' And he has fallen all the same. Ah, the scoundrel, he who was so well up in real business, who had all my ideas. And all for a young monkey, one of those dummies that parade at the windows of bad houses. No, really, it's enough to drive one mad." He shook his head. His eyes fell on the damp floor, worn away by generations of customers. Then he continued in a lower voice, There are moments when I feel myself the most culpable of all in our misfortune. Yes, it's my fault if our poor girl is upstairs devoured by fever. Ought not I to have married them at once, without yielding to my stupid pride, my obstinacy in refusing to leave them the house less prosperous than before? Had I done that, she would now have the man she loved, and perhaps their united youthful strength would have accomplished the miracle that I have failed to work. But I am an old fool and saw through nothing. I didn't know that people fell ill over such things. Really, he was an extraordinary fellow, with such a gift for business, and such probity, such simplicity of conduct, so orderly in every way. In short, my pupil. He raised his head, still defending his ideas, in the person of the shopman who had betrayed him. Denise could not bear to hear him accuse himself, and she told him so, carried away by her emotion on seeing him so humble with his eyes full of tears, he who used formerly to reign as absolute master. Uncle, pray don't apologize for him. He never loved Genevieve. He would have run away sooner if you had tried to hasten the marriage. I have spoken to him myself about it. He was perfectly well aware that my cousin was suffering on his account, and you see that did not prevent him leaving. Ask Aunt. Without opening her lips, Madame Baudu confirmed these words by a nod. The draper turned paler still, blinded by his tears. He stammered out, "It must be in the blood. His father died last year through having led a dissolute life." And he once more looked round the obscure shop, his eyes wandering from the empty counters to the full shelves, then resting on Madame Baudu, who was still at the pay-desk, waiting in vain for the customers who did not come. "Come," said he, "it's all over. They've ruined our business, and now one of their hussies is killing our daughter." No one spoke. The rolling of the vehicles, which occasionally shook the floor, passed like a funereal beating of drums in the still air, stifled under the low ceiling. Suddenly, amidst this gloomy sadness of the old dying shop, could be heard several heavy knocks, struck somewhere in the house. It was Genevieve, who had just awoke and was knocking with a stick they had left near her bed.
"Let's go up at once," said Baudu, rising with a start. "Try and be cheerful, she mustn't know."
He himself rubbed his eyes to efface the trace of his tears. As soon as he had opened the door on the first story, they heard a frightened, feeble voice crying, "Oh, I don't like to be left alone." "Don't leave me, I'm afraid to be left alone." Then, when she perceived Denise, Genevieve became calmer and smiled joyfully.
"You've come, then. How I've been longing to see you since yesterday."
"I thought you also had abandoned me." It was a piteous sight. The young girl's room looked out onto the yard, a little room lighted by a livid light. At first her parents had put her in their own room in the front, but the sight of the ladies' paradise opposite affected her so much that they had been obliged to bring her back to her own again. And there she lay, so very thin under the bedclothes that one hardly suspected the form and existence of a human body. Her skinny arms, consumed by a burning fever, were in a perpetual movement of anxious, unconscious searching, whilst her black hair seemed thicker still, and to be eating up her poor face with its voracious vitality, that face in which was agonizing the final degenerateness of a family sprung up in the shade, in this cellar of old commercial Paris. Denise, her heart bursting with pity, stood looking at her. She did not at first speak for fear of giving way to tears. At last she murmured, "I came at once. Can I be of any use to you?" "You asked for me. Would you like me to stay?" "No, thanks. I don't want anything. I only wanted to embrace you." Tears filled her eyes. Denise quickly leant over and kissed her on both cheeks, trembling to feel on her lips the flame of those hollow cheeks. But Genevieve, stretching out her arms, seized and kept her in a desperate embrace. Then she looked towards her father. "Would you like me to stay?" repeated Denise. "Perhaps there is something I can do for you." Genevieve's glance was still obstinately fixed on her father, who remained standing with a stolid air, almost choking. He at last understood and went away without saying a word, and they heard his heavy footstep on the stairs.
"Tell me, is he with that woman?"
asked the sick girl immediately, seizing her cousin's hand and making her sit on the side of the bed. "I want to know, and you are the only one can tell me. They're living together, aren't they?" Denise, surprised by these questions, stammered, and was obliged to confess the truth, the rumors that were current in the shop. Clara, tired of this fellow who was getting a nuisance to her, had already broken with him, and Columban, desolated, was pursuing her everywhere, trying to obtain a meeting from time to time, with a sort of canine humility. They said that he was going to take a situation at the Grands Magasins du Louvre. "If you still love him, he may return," said Denise, to cheer the dying girl with this last hope. "Get well quick, he will acknowledge his errors and marry you." Genevieve interrupted her. She had listened with all her soul, with an intense passion that raised her in the bed. But she fell back almost immediately. "No, I know it's all over." "I don't say anything because I see Papa crying, and I don't wish to make Mamma worse than she is. But I am going, Denise, and if I called for you last night it was for fear of going off before the morning, and to think that he is not happy after all." And Denise, having remonstrated, assuring her that she was not so bad as all that, she cut her short again, suddenly throwing off the bedclothes with the chaste gesture of a virgin who has nothing to conceal in death. "Naked to the waist," she murmured. "Look at me. Is it possible?" Trembling, Denise quitted the side of the bed, as if she feared to destroy this fearful nudity with a breath. It was the last of the flesh. A bride's body, used up by waiting, returned to the first infantile slimness of her young days. Genevieve slowly covered herself up again, saying, "You see, I am no longer a woman. It would be wrong to wish for him still." There was a silence. Both continued to look at each other, unable to find a word to say. It was Genevieve who resumed, "Come, don't stay any longer. You have your own affairs to look after." "And thanks. I was tormented by the wish to know, and am now satisfied. If you see him, tell him I forgive him. Adieu, dear Denise. Kiss me once more, for it's the last time." The young girl kissed her, protesting, "No, no, don't despair. All you want is loving care, nothing more." But the sick girl, shaking her head in an obstinate way, smiled, quite sure of what she said. And as her cousin was making for the door, she exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Knock with this stick so that Papa may come up. I'm afraid to stay alone." Then, when Baudu arrived in that small, gloomy room where he spent hours seated on a chair, she assumed an air of gaiety, saying to Denise, "Don't come tomorrow. I would rather not. But on Sunday I shall expect you. You can spend the afternoon with me." The next morning at 6 o'clock, Genevieve expired after 4 hours' fearful agony. The funeral took place on a Saturday, a fearfully black, gloomy day, under a sooty sky which hung over the shivering city. The old Elbeuf, hung with white linen, lighted up the street with a bright spot, and the candles burning in the fading day seemed so many stars drowned in the twilight. The coffin was covered with wreaths and bouquets of white roses. It was a narrow child's coffin, placed in the obscure passage of the house on a level with the pavement, so near the gutter that the passing carriages had already splashed the coverings. The whole neighborhood exhaled a dampness, a cellar-like moldy odor with its continual rush of pedestrians on the muddy pavement. At 9 o'clock, Denise came over to stay with her aunt. But as the funeral was starting, the latter, who had ceased weeping, her eyes burnt with tears, begged her to follow the body and look after her uncle, whose mute affliction and almost idiotic grief filled the family with anxiety. Below, the young girl found the street full of people, for the small traders in the neighborhood were anxious to show the Baudus a mark of sympathy, and in this eagerness there was also a sort of manifestation against the Ladies' Paradise, whom they accused of causing Genevieve's slow agony. All the victims of the monster were there. Bédoré and sister from the hosier's shop in the Rue Gaillon, the furriers, Vampoil brothers and Desliniers, the Toimont, and Piot and Rivoire, the furniture dealers, even Mademoiselle Tatin from the underclothing shop, and the Glover Quinette, long since cleared off by bankruptcy, had made it a duty to come, the one from Batignolles, the other from the Bastille, where they had been obliged to take situations. Whilst waiting for the hearse, which was late, these people, tramping about in the mud, cast glances of hatred towards the ladies' paradise, the bright windows and gay displays of which seemed an insult in face of the old Elbeuf, which, with its funeral trappings and glimmering candles, cast a gloom over the other side of the street. A few curious faces appeared at the plate-glass windows, but the Colossus maintained the indifference of a machine going at full speed, unconscious of the deaths it may cause on the road. Denise looked round for her brother Jean, whom she at last perceived standing before Bourras's shop, and she went and asked him to walk with his uncle, to assist him if he could not get along. For the last few weeks Jean had been very grave, as if tormented by some worry. Today, buttoned up in his black frock coat, a full-grown man earning his 20 francs a day, he seemed so dignified and so sad that his sister was surprised, for she had no idea he loved his cousin so much as that. Desirous of sparing Pépé this needless grief, she had left him with Madame Gras, intending to go and fetch him in the afternoon to see his uncle and aunt. The hearse had still not arrived, and Denise, greatly affected, was watching the candles burn when she was startled by a well-known voice behind her. It was Bourras. He had called the chestnut seller opposite, in his little box, against the public-house, and said to him, "I say, Vigouroux, just keep a lookout for me a bit, will you? You see I've closed the door. If anyone comes, tell them to call again. But don't let that disturb you. No one will come." Then he took his stand on the pavement, waiting like the others. Denise, feeling rather awkward, glanced at his shop. He entirely abandoned it now. There was nothing left but a disorderly array of umbrellas eaten up by the damp air, and canes blackened by the gas. The embellishments that he had made, the delicate green paintwork, the glasses, the gilded sign, were all cracking, already getting dirty, presenting that rapid and lamentable decrepitude of false luxury laid over ruins. But though the old crevices were reappearing, though the spots of damp had sprung up over the gildings, the house still held its ground obstinately, hanging on to the flanks of the lady's paradise like a dishonoring wart which, although cracked and rotten, refused to fall off. "Ah, the scoundrels!" growled Boris. "They won't even let her be carried away." The hearse, which had at last arrived, had just got into collision with one of the lady's paradise vans, which was spinning along, shedding in the mist its starry radiance, with the rapid trot of 2 superb horses. And the old man cast on Denise an oblique glance, lighted up under his bushy eyebrows. Slowly the funeral started off, splashing through the muddy pools, amid the silence of the omnibuses and carriages suddenly pulled up. When the coffin draped with white crossed the Place Gaillon, the sombre looks of the cortege were once more plunged into the windows of the big shop, where 2 saleswomen alone had run up to look on, pleased at this distraction. Baudu followed the hearse with a heavy mechanical step, refusing by a sign the arm offered by Jean, who was walking with him. Then, after a long string of people, came 3 mourning coaches. As they passed the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, Robineau ran up to join the cortege, very pale and looking much older. At Saint-Roch, a great many women were waiting, the small traders of the neighborhood, who had been afraid of the crowd at the house. The manifestation was developing into quite a riot, and when, after the service, the procession started off back, all the men followed, although it was a long walk from the Rue Saint-Honoré to the Montmartre cemetery. They had to go up the Rue Saint-Roch and once more pass the Ladies' Paradise. It was a sort of obsession. This poor young girl's body was paraded round the big shop like the first victim fallen in time of revolution. At the door some red flannels were flapping like so many flags, and a display of carpets blazed forth in a fluorescence of enormous roses and full-blown peonies. Denise had got into one of the coaches, being agitated by some smarting doubts, her heart oppressed by such a feeling of grief that she had not the strength to walk. At that moment there was a stop in the Rue du Dix Décembre before the scaffolding of the new façade which still obstructed the thoroughfare, and the young girl observed old Bourras, left behind, dragging along with difficulty close to the wheels of the coach in which she was riding alone. He would never get as far as the cemetery, she thought. He raised his head, looked at her, and all at once got into the coach. "It's my confounded knees," exclaimed he. "Don't draw back." "Is it you that we detest?" She felt him to be friendly and furious as in former days. He grumbled, declared that Baudu must be fearfully strong to be able to keep up after such blows as he had received. The procession had resumed its slow pace, and on leaning out, Denise saw her uncle walking with his heavy step, which seemed to regulate the rumbling and painful march of the cortege. She then threw herself back into the corner, listening to the endless complaints of the old umbrella-maker, rocked by the melancholy movement of the coach. The police ought to clear the public thoroughfare, my word. They've been blocking up our street for the last 18 months with the scaffolding of their façade where a man was killed the other day. Never mind. When they want to enlarge further, they'll have to throw bridges over the street. They say there are now 2,700 employees and that the business will amount to 100 millions this year. 100 millions. Just fancy 100 millions. Denise had nothing to say in reply. The procession had just turned into the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, where it was stopped by a block of vehicles. Boris went on with a vague expression in his eyes, as if he were dreaming aloud. He still failed to understand the triumph achieved by the ladies' paradise, but he acknowledged the defeat of the old-fashioned traders. Poor Robineau's done for. He's got the face of a drowning man. And the Bédarés and the Vampois, they can't keep going. They're like me. Played-out Desliniers will die of apoplexy. Piot and Revoir have the yellow jaundice. Ah, we're a fine lot, a pretty cortege of skeletons to follow the poor child. It must be comical for those looking on to see this string of bankrupts pass. Besides, it appears that the clean sweep is to continue. The scoundrels are creating departments for flowers, bonnets, perfumery, shoemaking, all sorts of things. Grodnet, the perfumer in the Rue de Gramont, can clear out, and I wouldn't give 10 francs for Naud's shoe shop in the Rue d'Antin. The cholera has spread as far as the Rue Saint-Anne, where Lacassagne, at the feather and flower shop, and Madame Chadoux, whose bonnets are so well known, will be swept away before long. And after those others, it will still go on. All the businesses in the neighborhood will suffer. When counter-jumpers commence to sell soap and goloshes, they are quite capable of dealing in fried potatoes. My word, the world is turning upside down. The hearse was just then crossing the Place de la Trinité to ascend the steep Rue Blanche, and from the corner of the gloomy coach Denise, who, broken-hearted, was listening to the endless complaints of the old man, could see the coffin as they issued from the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. Behind her uncle, marching along with the blind, mute face of an ox about to be poleaxed, she seemed to hear the tramping of a flock of sheep led to the slaughterhouse, the discomfiture of the shops of a whole district, the small traders dragging along their ruin with the thud of damp shoes through the muddy streets of Paris. Boris still went on in a deeper voice, as if slackened by the difficult ascent of the Rue Blanche. As for me, I am settled. But I still hold on all the same and won't let go. He's just lost his appeal case. Ah, that's cost me something, what with nearly 2 years pleading, and the solicitors and the barristers. Never mind. He won't pass under my shop. The judges have decided that such a work could not be considered as a legitimate case of repairing. Fancy, he talked of creating underneath a light saloon to judge the colors of the stuffs by gaslight. a subterranean room which would have united the hosiery to the drapery department. And he can't get over it. He can't swallow the fact that an old humbug like me should stop his progress when everybody are on their knees before his money. Never. I won't. That's understood. Very likely I may be worsted. Since I have had to go to the moneylenders, I know the villain is looking after my paper in the hope to play me some villainous trick, no doubt. But that doesn't matter. He says yes, and I say no, and shall still say no, even when I get between two boards like this poor little girl who has just been nailed up. When they reached the Boulevard de Clichy, the coach went at a quicker pace. One could hear the heavy breathing of the mourners, the unconscious haste of the cortege, anxious to get the sad ceremony over. What Boraz did not openly mention was the frightful misery into which he had fallen, bewildered amidst the confusion of the small trader who is on the road to ruin and yet remains obstinate under a shower of protested bills. Denise, well acquainted with his situation, at last interrupted the silence by saying, in a voice of entreaty, "Monsieur Boraz, pray don't stand out any longer. Let me arrange matters for you." But he interrupted her with a violent gesture. "You be quiet. That's nobody's business. You're a good little girl, and I know you lead him a hard life, this man who thought you were for sale like my house. But what would you answer if I advised you to say yes? You'd send me about my business. Therefore, when I say no, don't you interfere in the matter." And the coach having stopped at the cemetery gate, he got out with the young girl. The bodice's vault was situated in the first alley on the left. In a few minutes the ceremony was terminated. Jean had drawn away his uncle, who was looking into the grave with a gaping air. The mourners wandered about amongst the neighboring tombs, and the faces of all these shopkeepers, their blood impoverished by living in their unhealthy shops, assumed an ugly, suffering look under the leaden sky. When the coffin slipped gently down, their blotched and pimpled cheeks paled, and their bleared eyes, blinded with figures, turned away. "We ought all to jump into this hole," said Boraz to Denise, who had kept close to him. "In burying this poor girl, they are burying the whole district. Oh! I know what I am saying. The old-fashioned business may go and join the white roses they are throwing onto her coffin." Denise brought back her uncle and brother in a mourning coach. The day was for her exceedingly dull and melancholy. In the first place, she began to get anxious at Jean's paleness, and when she understood that it was on account of another woman, she tried to quiet him by opening her purse, but he shook his head and refused, saying it was serious this time, the niece of a very rich pastry cook, who would not accept even a bunch of violets. Afterwards, in the afternoon, when Denise went to fetch Pepe from Madame Gras, the latter declared that he was getting too big for her to keep any longer, another annoyance, for she would be obliged to find him a school, perhaps send him away. And to crown all, she was thoroughly heartbroken on bringing Pepe back to kiss his aunt and uncle, to see the gloomy sadness of the old Elbeuf. The shop was closed, and the old couple were at the further end of the little room, where they had forgotten to light the gas, notwithstanding the complete obscurity of this winter's day. They were now quite alone, face to face in the house, slowly emptied by ruin, and the death of their daughter deepened the shady corners, and was like the supreme cracking which was soon to break up the old rafters, eaten away by the damp. Beneath this destruction, her uncle, unable to stop himself, still kept walking round the table with his funeral-like step, blind and silent, whilst her aunt said nothing. She had fallen into a chair with the white face of a wounded person, whose blood was running away drop by drop. They did not even weep when Pepe covered their cold cheeks with kisses. Denise was choked with tears. That same evening, Moray sent for the young girl to speak of a child's garment he wished to launch forth, a mixture of the Scotch and Zouave costumes. And still trembling with pity, shocked at so much suffering, she could not contain herself. She first ventured to speak of Boraz, of that poor old man whom they were about to ruin. But, on hearing the umbrella-maker's name, Mouret flew into a rage at once. The old madman, as he called him, was the plague of his life, and spoilt his triumph by his idiotic obstinacy in not giving up his house, that ignoble hovel which was a disgrace to the ladies' paradise, the only little corner of the vast block that escaped his conquest. The matter was becoming a regular nightmare. Anyone else but Denise speaking in favor of Boris would have run the risk of being dismissed immediately, so violently was Mouret tortured by the sickly desire to kick the house down. In short, what did they wish him to do? Could he leave this heap of ruins sticking to the ladies' paradise? It would be got rid of, the shop was to pass through it. So much the worse for the old fool. And he spoke of his repeated proposals. He had offered him as much as 100,000 francs. Wasn't that fair? He never higgled. He gave the money required, but in return he expected people to be reasonable and allow him to finish his work. Did anyone ever try to stop the locomotives on a railway? She listened to him with drooping eyes, unable to find any but purely sentimental reasons. The old man was so old, they might have waited till his death. A failure would kill him. Then he added that he was no longer able to prevent things going their course. Bourdoncle had taken the matter up, for the board had resolved to put an end to it. She had nothing more to add, notwithstanding the grievous pity she felt for her old friend. After a painful silence, Mouret himself commenced to speak of the Baudus, by expressing his sorrow at the death of their daughter. They were very worthy people, very honest, but had been pursued by the worst of luck. Then he resumed his arguments. At bottom they had really caused their own misfortune by obstinately sticking to the old ways in their worm-eaten place. It was not astonishing that the place should be falling about their heads. He had predicted it scores of times. She must remember that he had charged her to warn her uncle of a fatal disaster if the latter still clung to his old-fashioned, stupid ways. And the catastrophe had arrived. No one in the world could now prevent it. They could not reasonably expect him to ruin himself to save the neighborhood. Besides, if he had been foolish enough to close the ladies' paradise, another big shop would have sprung up of itself next door, for the idea was now starting from the four corners of the globe. The triumph of these manufacturing and industrial cities was sown by the spirit of the times, which was sweeping away the tumbling edifice of former ages. Little by little Mouret warmed up, and found an eloquent emotion with which to defend himself against the hatred of his involuntary victims, the clamor of the small dying shops that was heard around him. They could not keep their dead, he continued. They must bury them. And with a gesture he sent down into the grave, swept away and threw into the common hole the corpse of old-fashioned business, the greenish, poisonous remains of which were becoming a disgrace to the bright, sun-lighted streets of New Paris. No, he felt no remorse. He was simply doing the work of his age, and she knew it. She, who loved life, who had a passion for big affairs, concluded in the full glare of publicity. Reduced to silence, she listened to him for some time and then went away, her soul full of trouble. That night Denise slept but little. A sleeplessness, traversed by nightmare, kept her turning over and over in her bed. It seemed to her that she was quite little, and she burst into tears in their garden at Valognes on seeing the blackcaps eat up the spiders, which themselves devoured the flies. Was it then really true, this necessity for the world to fatten on death, this struggle for existence which drove people into the charnel house of eternal destruction? Afterwards she saw herself before the vault into which they had lowered Genevieve. Then she perceived her uncle and aunt in their obscure dining-room. In the profound silence, a heavy voice, as of something tumbling down, traversed the dead air. It was Boris's house giving way, as if undermined by a high tide. The silence recommenced, more sinister than ever, and a fresh rumbling was heard, then another, then another. The Robineaus, the Baderets, the Van Pouets cracked and fell down in their turn. The small shops of the neighborhood were disappearing beneath an invisible pick, with a brusque thundering noise as of a tumbril being emptied. Then an immense pity awoke her with a start. Heavens, what tortures! There were families weeping, old men thrown out into the street, all the poignant dramas that ruin conjures up. And she could save nobody, and she felt that it was right, that all this misery was necessary for the health of the Paris of the future. When day broke, she became calmer. A feeling of resigned melancholy kept her awake, turned towards the windows through which the light was making its way. Yes, it was the need of blood that every revolution exacted from its martyrs. Every step forward was made over the bodies of the dead. Her fear of being a wicked girl, of having assisted in the ruin of her fellow creatures, now melted into a heartfelt pity in face of these evils without remedy, which are the painful accompaniment of each generation's birth. She finished by seeking some possible comfort in her goodness. She dreamed of the means to be employed in order to save her relations at least from the final crash. Moray now appeared before her with his passionate face and caressing eyes. He would certainly refuse her nothing. She felt sure he would accord her all reasonable compensation. And her thoughts went astray in trying to judge him. She knew his life, was aware of the calculating nature of his former affections, his continual exploitation of woman mistresses taken up to further his own ends, and his intimacy with Madame Desforges solely to get hold of Baron Hartmann and all the others, such as Clara and the rest, pleasure bought, paid for, and thrown out on the pavement. But these beginnings of a love adventurer, which were the talk of the shop, were gradually effaced by the strokes of genius of this man, his victorious grace. He was seduction itself. What she could never have forgiven was his former deception, his lover's coldness under the gallant comedy of his attentions. But she felt herself to be entirely without rancor, now that he was suffering through her. This suffering had elevated him. When she saw him tortured by her refusal, atoning so fully for his former disdain for woman, he seemed to have made amends for all his faults. That morning Denise obtained from Moray the compensation she might judge legitimate, the day the Bodus and old Boris should succumb. Weeks passed away, during which she went to see her uncle nearly every afternoon, escaping from her counter for a few minutes, bringing her smiling face and brave courage to enliven the somber shop. She was especially anxious about her aunt, who had fallen into a dull stupor since Genevieve's death. It seemed that her life was quitting her hourly, and when people spoke to her she would reply with an astonished air that she was not suffering, but that she simply felt as if overcome by sleep. The neighbors shook their heads, saying she would not live long to regret her daughter. One day Denise was coming out of the bodices when, on turning the corner of the Place Gaillon, she heard a loud cry. The crowd rushed forward. A panic arose, that breath of fear and pity which so suddenly seizes a crowd. It was a brown omnibus, belonging to the Bastille-Batignolles line, which had run over a man, coming out of the Rue Neuve-Saint-Augustin, opposite the fountain. Upright on his seat, with furious gestures, the driver was pulling in his 2 kicking horses and crying out, in a great passion, "Confound you! Why don't you look out, you idiot?" The omnibus had now stopped, and the crowd had surrounded the wounded man, and, strange to say, a policeman was soon on the spot. Still standing up, invoking the testimony of the people on the knife board, who had also got up to look over and see the wounded man, the coachman was explaining the matter, with exasperated gestures, choked by his increasing anger. "It's something fearful. This fellow was walking in the middle of the road quite at home. I called out, and he at once threw himself under the wheels. A house painter, who had run up, brush in hand, from a neighboring house, then said in a sharp voice amidst the clamor, 'Don't excite yourself. I saw him. He threw himself under. He jumped in head first. Another unfortunate tired of life, no doubt.' Others spoke up, and all agreed upon it being a case of suicide, whilst the policeman pulled out his book and made his entry. Several ladies, very pale, got out quickly and ran away without looking back, filled with horror by the soft shaking which had stirred them up when the omnibus passed over the body. Denise approached, attracted by a practical pity, which prompted her to interest herself in all sorts of street accidents, wounded dogs, horses down, and tilers falling off roofs. And she immediately recognized the unfortunate fellow who had fainted away, his clothes covered with mud. "It's Monsieur Robineau!" cried she in her grievous astonishment. The policeman at once questioned the young girl, and she gave his name, profession, and address. Thanks to the driver's energy, the omnibus had twisted round, and thus only Robineau's legs had gone under the wheels, but it was to be feared that they were both broken. 4 men carried the wounded draper to a chemist's shop in the Rue Gaillon, whilst the omnibus slowly resumed its journey. "My stars," said the driver, whipping up his horses, "I've done a famous day's work." Denise followed Robineau into the chemist's. The latter, waiting for a doctor who could not be found, declared there was no immediate danger, and that the wounded man had better be taken home, as he lived in the neighborhood. A lad started off to the police station to order a stretcher, and Denise had the happy thought of going on in front and preparing Madame Robineau for this frightful blow. But she had the greatest trouble in the world to get into the street through the crowd, which was struggling before the door. This crowd, attracted by death, was increasing every minute. Men, women, and children stood on tiptoe and held their own amidst a brutal pushing, and each newcomer had his version of the accident, so that at last it was said to be a husband pitched out of the window by his wife's lover. In the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, Denise perceived Madame Robineau on the threshold of the silk warehouse. This gave her a pretext for stopping, and she talked on for a moment, trying to find a way of breaking the terrible news. The shop presented the disorderly, abandoned appearance of the last struggles of a dying business. It was the inevitable end of the great battle of the silks. The Paris paradise had crushed its rival by a fresh reduction of a sou. It was now sold at 4 francs 19 sous. Gaujon's silk had found its Waterloo. For the last 2 months, Robineau, reduced to all sorts of shifts, had been leading a fearful life, trying to prevent a declaration of bankruptcy. "I've just seen your husband pass through the Place Gaillon," murmured Denise, who had now entered the shop. Madame Robineau, whom a secret anxiety seemed to be continually attracting towards the street, said quickly, "Ah, just now, wasn't it?" "I'm waiting for him. He ought to be back. Monsieur Gaujon came up this morning, and they have gone out together." She was still charming, delicate, and gay, but her advanced state of pregnancy gave her a fatigued look, and she was more frightened, more bewildered than ever by these business matters, which she did not understand, and which were all going wrong. As she often said, what was the use of it all? Would it not be better to live quietly in some small house and be contented with modest fare? "My dear child," resumed she with her smile, which was becoming sadder, "we have nothing to conceal from you. Things are not going on well, and my poor darling is worried to death. Today this Gaujon has been tormenting him about some bills overdue. I was dying with anxiety at being left here all alone." And she was returning to the door when Denise stopped her, having heard the noise of the crowd and guessing that it was the wounded man being brought along, surrounded by a mob of idlers anxious to see the end of the affair. Then, with a parched throat, unable to find the consoling words she would have wished, she had to explain the matter. "Don't be anxious. There's no immediate danger. I've seen Monsieur Robineau. He has met with an accident. They are just bringing him home. Pray don't be frightened." The poor woman listened to her, white as a sheet, without clearly understanding. The street was full of people. The drivers of the impeded cabs were swearing. The men had laid down the stretcher before the shop in order to open both glass doors. "It was an accident," continued Denise, resolved to conceal the attempt at suicide. "He was on the pavement and slipped under the wheels of an omnibus. Only his feet were hurt. They've sent for a doctor. There's no need to be anxious." A shudder passed over Madame Robineau. She set up an inarticulate cry, then ceased talking and ran to the stretcher, drawing the covering away with her trembling hands. The men who had brought Robineau were waiting to take him away as soon as the doctor arrived. They dared not touch him, who had come round again, and whose sufferings were frightful at the slightest movement. When he saw his wife, his eyes filled with tears. She embraced him, and stood looking fixedly at him, and weeping. In the street the tumult was increasing. The people pressed forward as at a theater with glistening eyes. Some work-girls, escaped from a shop, were almost pushing through the windows, eager to see what was going on. In order to avoid this feverish curiosity, and thinking, besides, that it was not right to leave the shop open, Denise decided on letting the metallic shutters down. She went and turned the winch, the wheels of which gave out a plaintive cry. The sheets of iron slowly descended, like the heavy draperies of a curtain falling on the catastrophe of a fifth act. When she went in again, after closing the little round door in the shutters, she found Madame Robineau still clasping her husband in her arms, in the half-light which came from the 2 stars cut in the shutters. The ruined shop seemed to be gliding into nothingness. The 2 stars alone glittered on this sudden and brutal catastrophe of the streets of Paris. At last Madame Robineau recovered her speech. "Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, my darling, my darling." This was all she could say, and he, suffocated, confessed himself with a cry of remorse when he saw her kneeling thus before him. When he did not move, he only felt the burning lead of his legs. Forgive me, I must have been mad. When the lawyer told me before Gaujean that the posters would be put up tomorrow, I saw flames dancing before me as if the walls were burning. After that I remember nothing else. I came down the Rue de la Michaudière. It seemed that the Paradise people were laughing at me. That immense house seemed to crush me. So, when the omnibus came up, I thought of L'Homme and his arm, and threw myself underneath the omnibus. Madame Robineau had slowly fallen onto the floor, horrified by this confession. Heavens! He had tried to kill himself. She seized the hand of her young friend, who leant over towards her, quite overcome. The wounded man, exhausted by emotion, had just fainted away again, and the doctor not having arrived, 2 men went all over the neighborhood for him. The doorkeeper belonging to the house had gone off in his turn to look for him. "Pray, don't be anxious," repeated Denise mechanically, herself also sobbing. Then Madame Robineau, seated on the floor with her head against the stretcher, her cheek placed on the mattress where her husband was lying, relieved her heart. "Oh, I must tell you. It's all for me he wanted to die. He's always saying, 'I've robbed you. It was not my money.' And at night he dreams of this money, waking up covered with perspiration, calling himself an incapable fellow, saying that those who have no head for business ought not to risk other people's money. You know he has always been nervous, his brain tormented. He finished by conjuring up things that frightened me. He saw me in the street in tatters, begging his darling wife, whom he loved so tenderly, whom he longed to see rich and happy. But on turning round, she noticed he had opened his eyes, and she continued in a trembling voice, 'My darling, why have you done this? You must think me very wicked. I assure you I don't care if we are ruined. So long as we are together, we shall never be unhappy. Let them take everything, and we will go away somewhere where you won't hear any more about them. You can still work. You'll see how happy we shall be.' She placed her forehead near her husband's pale face, and both were silent in the emotion of their anguish. There was a pause. The shop seemed to be sleeping, benumbed by the pale night which enveloped it, whilst behind the thin shutters could be heard the noises of the street, the life of the busy city, the rumble of the vehicles, and the hustling and pushing of the passing crowd. At last Denise, who went every minute to glance through the hall door, came back, exclaiming, 'Here's the doctor!' He was a young fellow with bright eyes, whom the doorkeeper had found and brought in. He preferred to examine the poor man before they put him to bed. Only one of his legs, the left one, was broken above the ankle. It was a simple fracture. No serious complication appeared likely to result from it. And they were about to carry the stretcher into the back room when Gaujean arrived. He came to give them an account of a last attempt to settle matters, an attempt which had failed. The declaration of bankruptcy was definite. "Dear me," murmured he, "what's the matter?" "In a few words," Denise informed him. Then he stopped, feeling rather awkward, while Robineau said in a feeble voice, "I don't bear you any ill will, but all this is partly your fault." "Well, my dear fellow," replied Gaujean, "it wanted stronger men than us. You know I'm not in a much better state than you." They raised the stretcher. Robineau still found strength to say, "No, no, stronger fellows than us would have given way as we have. I can understand such obstinate old men as Bourraz and Baudu standing out, but you and I, who are young, who had accepted the new style of things, no, Gaujean, it's the last of a world." They carried him off. Madame Robineau embraced Denise with an eagerness in which there was almost a feeling of joy to have at last got rid of all those worrying business matters. And as Gaujean went away with the young girl, he confessed to her that this poor devil of a Robineau was right. It was idiotic to try and struggle against the ladies' paradise. He personally felt himself lost if he did not give in. Last night, in fact, he had secretly made a proposal to Hutin, who was just leaving for Lyon. But he felt very doubtful and tried to interest Denise in the matter, aware no doubt of her powerfulness. "My word," said he, "so much the worse for the manufacturers. Everyone would laugh at me if I ruined myself in fighting for other people's benefit, when these fellows are struggling, who shall make at the cheapest price. As you said some time ago, the manufacturers have only to follow the march of progress by a better organization and new methods. Everything will come all right. It suffices that the public are satisfied." Denise smiled and replied, "Go and say that to Monsieur Moret himself. Your visit will please him, and he's not the man to display any rancor, if you offer him even a centime profit per yard. Madame Baudu died in January on a bright sunny afternoon. For some weeks she had been unable to go down into the shop that a charwoman now looked after. She was in bed, propped up by the pillows. Nothing but her eyes seemed to be living in her white face, and, her head erect, she kept them obstinately fixed on the ladies' paradise opposite through the small curtains of the windows. Baudu, himself suffering from this obsession, from the despairing fixity of her gaze, sometimes wanted to draw the large curtains too, but she stopped him with an imploring gesture, obstinately desirous of seeing the monster shop till the last moment. It had now robbed her of everything, her business, her daughter. She herself had gradually died away with the old Elbeuf, losing a part of her life as the shop lost its customers. The day it succumbed, she had no more breath left. When she felt she was dying, she still found the strength to insist on her husband opening the two windows. It was very mild. A bright day of sun gilded the ladies' paradise, whilst the bedroom of their old house shivered in the shade. Madame Baudu lay with her fixed gaze, absorbed by the vision of the triumphal monument, the clear, limpid windows, behind which a gallop of millions was passing. Slowly her eyes grew dim, invaded by darkness, and when they at last sunk in death, they remained wide open, still looking, drowned in tears. Once more the ruined traders of the district followed the funeral procession. There were the brothers, Vampoil, pale at the thought of their December bills, paid by a supreme effort which they would never be able to repeat. Bédoré, with his sister, leant on his cane, so full of worry and anxiety that his liver complaint was getting worse every day. Desliniers had had a fit. Piot and Rivoire walked on in silence with downcast looks, like men entirely played out. They dared not question each other about those who had disappeared. Quinette, Mademoiselle Tatin, and others who were sinking, ruined, swept away by this disastrous flood, without counting Robineau, still in bed, with his broken leg. But they pointed with an especial air of interest to the new tradesmen attacked by the plague, the perfumer Grognet, the milliner Madame Chadouille, Lacassagne, the flour-maker, and Naud, the bootmaker, still standing firm but seized by the anxiety of the evil which would doubtless sweep them away in their turn. Baudu walked along behind the hearse with the same heavy, stolid step as when he had followed his daughter, whilst at the back of a mourning coach could be seen Boris's sparkling eyes under his bushy eyebrows and his hair of a snowy white. Denise was in great trouble. For the last 15 days she had been worn out with fatigue and anxiety. She had been obliged to put Pepe to school, and had been running about for Jean, who was so stricken with the pastry cook's niece that he had implored his sister to go and ask her hand in marriage. Then her aunt's death. These repeated catastrophes had quite overwhelmed the young girl. Moray again offered his services, giving her leave to do what she liked for her uncle and the others. One morning she had an interview with him, at the news that Boras was turned into the street, and that Baudu was going to shut up shop. Then she went out after breakfast in the hope of comforting these two at least. In the Rue de la Micaudière, Boras was standing on the pavement opposite his house, from which he had been expelled the previous day by a fine trick. A discovery of the lawyers, as Moray held some bills. He had easily obtained an order in bankruptcy against the umbrella-maker. Then he had given 500 francs for the expiring lease at the sale ordered by the court, so that the obstinate old man had allowed himself to be deprived of, for 500 francs, what he had refused to give up for 100,000. The architect, who came with his gang of workmen, had been obliged to employ the police to get him out. The goods had been taken and sold, but he still kept himself obstinately in the corner where he slept, and from which they did not like to drive him out of pity. The workmen even attacked the roofing over his head. They had taken off the rotten slates, the ceilings fell in, the walls cracked, and yet he stuck there under the naked old beams amidst the ruins of the shop. At last the police came, and he went away. But the following morning he again appeared on the opposite side of the street, after having spent the night in a lodging-house in the neighborhood.
"Monsieur Bourras,"
said Denise kindly. He did not hear her. His flaming eyes were devouring the workmen who were attacking the front of the hovel with their picks. Through the empty window frames could be seen the inside of the house, the miserable rooms, and the black staircase where the sun had not penetrated for the last 200 years. "Ah, it's you," replied he at last when he recognized her. "A nice bit of work they're doing, eh? The robbers." She did not now dare to speak, stirred up by the lamentable sadness of the old place, herself unable to take her eyes off the mouldy stones that were falling. Above, in a corner of the ceiling of her old room, she still perceived the name in black and shaky letters. Ernestine, written with the flame of a candle, and the remembrance of those days of misery came back to her, inspiring her with a tender sympathy for all suffering. But the workmen, in order to knock one of the walls down at a blow, had attacked it at its base. It was tottering. "Should like to see it crush all of them," growled Boras in a savage voice. There was a terrible cracking noise. The frightened workmen ran out into the street. In falling down, the wall tottered and carried all the house with it. No doubt the hovel was ripe for the fall. It could no longer stand. With its flaws and cracks, a push had sufficed to cleave it from top to bottom. It was a pitiful crumbling away, the raising of a mud house soddened by the rains. Not a board remained standing. There was nothing on the ground but a heap of rubbish, the dung of the past thrown at the street corner. "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed the old man, as if the blow had resounded in his very entrails. He stood there gaping, never supposing it would have been over so quick. And he looked at the gap, the hollow space at last left free on the flanks of the lady's paradise. It was like the crushing of a gnat, the final triumph over the annoying obstinacy of the infinitely small, the whole isle invaded and conquered. The passers-by lingered to talk to the workmen, who were crying out against these old buildings, only good for killing people. "Monsieur Bourras," repeated Denise, trying to get him on one side, "you know that you will not be abandoned. All your wants will be provided for." He held up his head. "I have no wants." "You've been sent by them, haven't you? Well, tell them that old Bourras still knows how to work, and that he can find work wherever he likes. Really, it would be a fine thing to offer charity to those they are assassinating." Then she implored him, "Pray accept, Monsieur Bourras, don't give me this grief." But he shook his bushy head. "No, no, it's all over. Goodbye. Go and live happily, you who are young, and don't prevent old people sticking to their ideas." He cast a last glance at the heap of rubbish, and then went away. She watched him disappear, elbowed by the crowd on the pavement. He turned the corner of the Place Gaillon, and all was over. For a moment Denise remained motionless, lost in thought. At last she went over to her uncle's. The draper was alone in the dark shop of the old Elbeuf. The charwoman only came morning and evening to do a little cooking, and to take down and put up the shutters. He spent hours in this solitude, often without being disturbed once during the whole day, bewildered and unable to find the goods when a stray customer happened to venture in. And there in the half-light he marched about unceasingly with that heavy step he had at the 2 funerals, yielding to a sickly desire, regular fits of forced marching, as if he were trying to rock his grief to sleep.
"Are you feeling better, uncle?"
asked Denise. He only stopped for a second to glance at her. Then he started off again, going from the pay desk to an obscure corner.
Yes, very well, thanks."
She tried to find some consoling subject, some cheerful remark, but could think of nothing. "Did you hear the noise? The house is down." "Ah, it's true," murmured he with an astonished look. "That must have been the house. I felt the ground tremble. Seeing them on the roof this morning, I closed my door." And he made a vague movement, to imitate that such things no longer interested him. Every time he arrived before the pay desk, he looked at the empty seat, that well-known velvet-covered seat where his wife and daughter had grown up. Then, when his perpetual walking brought him to the other end, he gazed at the shelves drowned in shadow, in which a few pieces of cloth were gradually growing moldy. It was a widowed house. Those he loved had disappeared. His business had come to a shameful end, and he was left alone to commune with his dead heart, and his pride brought low amidst all these catastrophes. He raised his eyes towards the black ceiling, overcome by the sepulchral silence which reigned in the little dining room, the family nook, of which he had formerly loved every part, even down to the stuffy odor. Not a breath was now heard in the old house. His regular heavy step made the ancient walls resound, as if he were walking over the tombs of his affections. At last Denise approached the subject which had brought her.
"Uncle, you can't stay like this."
"You must come to a decision," he replied without stopping his walk. "No doubt, but what would you have me do? I've tried to sell, but no one has come. One of these mornings I shall shut up shop and go off." She was aware that a failure was no longer to be feared. The creditors had preferred to come to an understanding before such a long series of misfortunes. Everything paid, the old man would find himself in the street, penniless. "But what will you do, then?" murmured she, seeking some transition in order to arrive at the offer she dared not make. "I don't know," replied he. "They'll pick me up all right." He had changed his route, going from the dining room to the windows with their lamentable displays, looking at the latter every time he came to them with a gloomy expression. His gaze did not even turn towards the triumphal facade of the Ladies' Paradise, whose architectural lines ran as far as the eye could see, to the right and to the left at both ends of the street. He was thoroughly annihilated, and had not even the strength to get angry.
"Listen, uncle," said Denise, greatly embarrassed. "Perhaps there might be a situation for you."
She stopped and stammered. "Yes, I am charged to offer you a situation as inspector."
"Where?"
asked Baudu.
"Opposite," replied she, "in our shop."
6,000 francs a year, a very easy place. Suddenly he stopped in front of her. But instead of getting angry as she feared he would, he turned very pale, succumbing to a grievous emotion, a feeling of bitter resignation.
Opposite, opposite,
stammered he several times. You want me to go opposite? Denise herself was affected by this emotion. She recalled the long struggle of the two shops, assisted at the funerals of Geneviève and Madame Baudu, saw before her the old Elbeuf overthrown, utterly ruined by the lady's paradise. And the idea of her uncle taking a situation opposite and walking about in a white necktie made her heart leap with pity and revolt. "Come, Denise, is it possible?" said he, simply wringing his poor trembling hands. "No, no, uncle," exclaimed she in a sudden burst of her just and excellent being. "It would be wrong. Forgive me, I beg of you." He resumed his walk. His step once more broke the funereal silence of the house. And when she left him, he was still going on in that obstinate locomotion of great griefs, which turn round themselves without ever being able to get beyond. Denise passed another sleepless night. She had just touched the bottom of her powerlessness. Even in favor of her own people, she was unable to find any consolation. She had been obliged to assist to the bitter end at this invincible work of life which requires death as its continual seed. She no longer struggled, she accepted this law of combat, but her womanly soul was filled with a weeping pity, with a fraternal tenderness at the idea of suffering humanity. For years she herself had been caught in the wheelwork of the machine. Had she not bled there? Had they not bruised her, dismissed her, overwhelmed her with insults? Even now she was frightened, when she felt herself chosen by the logic of facts. Why her, a girl so puny? Why should her small hand suddenly become so powerful amidst the monster's work? And the force which was sweeping everything away carried her away in her turn, she whose coming was to be a revenge. Moray had invented this mechanism for crushing the world, and its brutal working shocked her. He had sown ruin all over the neighborhood, despoiled some, killed others, and yet she loved him for the grandeur of his work. She loved him still more at every excess of his power, notwithstanding the flood of tears which overcame her before the sacred misery of the vanquished. Chapter 14. The Rue du Dix Décembre, looking quite new with its chalk-white houses and the final scaffoldings of some nearly finished buildings, stretched out beneath a clear February sun. A stream of carriages was passing at a rattling pace through this gleam of light, which traversed the damp shadow of the old Saint-Roch quarter, and between the Rue de la Micaudière and the Rue de Choiseul there was a great tumult, the crushing of a crowd excited by a month's advertising, their eyes in the air, gaping at the monumental facade of the Ladies' Paradise, inaugurated that Monday on the occasion of a grand show of white goods. The bright new masonry displayed a vast development of polychromatic architecture, relieved by gildings announcing the tumult and sparkle of the business inside, and attracting attention like a gigantic window display, all aglow with the liveliest colors. In order not to neutralize the show of goods, the decoration of the ground floor was of a sober description. The base of sea-green marble, the corner pillars and the supporting columns were covered with black marble, the severity of which was relieved by gilded medallions, and the rest of plate glass, in iron sashes, nothing but glass, which seemed to open up the depths of the halls and galleries to the full light of day. But as the floors ascended, the tones became brighter. The frieze on the ground floor was decorated with a series of mosaics, a garland of red and blue flowers, alternating with marble slabs, on which were cut the names of goods, running all round and circling the colossus. Then the base of the first floor, made of enameled bricks, supported the large windows as high as the frieze, formed of gilded escutcheons, with the arms of the towns of France, and designs in terra cotta, the enamel of which reproduced the bright-colored flowers of the base. Then, right at the top, the entablature blossomed forth like the ardent fluorescence of the entire facade. The mosaics and the faience reappeared with warmer colorings. The zinc gutters were carved and gilded, while along the acroteria ran a nation of statues representing the great industrial and manufacturing cities, their delicate silhouettes standing out against the sky. The spectators were especially astonished at the sight of the central door, also decorated with a profusion of mosaics, faience, and terracotta, and surmounted by an allegorical group, the new gilding of which glittered in the sun, woman dressed and kissed by a flight of laughing cupids. About 2 o'clock the police were obliged to make the crowd move on, and to look after the carriages. The palace was built, the temple raised to the extravagant folly of fashion. It dominated everything, covering a whole district with its shadow. The scar left on its flank by the demolition of Boris's hovel had already been so skillfully cicatrized that it would have been impossible to find the place formerly occupied by this old wart. The 4 facades now ran along the 4 streets, without a break in their superb isolation. Since Baudou's retirement, the old El Bouffe, on the other side of the way, had been closed, walled up like a tomb behind the shutters that were never now taken down. Little by little the cab wheels had splashed them, posters covered them up and pasted them together, a rising tide of advertising which seemed like the last shovelful of earth thrown over the old-fashioned commerce, and, in the middle of this dead frontage, dirtied by the mud from the street, discolored by the refuse of Paris, was displayed, like a flag planted over a conquered empire, an immense yellow poster, quite wet, announcing in letters 2 feet high the great sale at the Ladies' Paradise. It was as if the Colossus, after each enlargement, seized with shame and repugnance for the black old quarter, where it had modestly sprung up, and that it had later on slaughtered, had just turned its back to it, leaving the mud of the narrow streets in its track, presenting its upstart face to the noisy, sunny thoroughfare of New Paris. As it was now represented in the engraving of the advertisements, it had grown bigger and bigger, like the ogre of the legend, whose shoulders threatened to pierce the clouds. In the first place, in the foreground of the engraving, were the Rue du Dix Décembre, the Rue de la Micodière, and the Rue de Choiseul, filled with little black figures and spread out immoderately, as if to make room for the customers of the whole world. Then came a bird's-eye view of the buildings themselves, of an exaggerated immensity with their roofings which described the covered galleries, the glazed courtyards in which could be recognized, the halls, the endless detail of this lake of glass and zinc shining in the sun. Beyond stretched forth Paris, but Paris diminished, eaten up by the monster, the houses, of a cottage-like humility in the neighborhood of the building, then dying away in a cloud of indistinct chimneys. The monument seemed to melt into nothing. To the left 2 dashes for Notre Dame, to the right a circumflex accent for the Invalides. In the background, the Pantheon, ashamed and lost, no larger than a lentil. The horizon, crumbled into powder, became no more than a contemptible framework, as far as the heights of Châtillon, out into the open country, the vanishing expanse of which indicated how far reached the state of slavery. Ever since the morning the crowd had been increasing. No shop had ever yet stirred up the city with such a profusion of advertisements. The Ladies' Paradise now spent nearly 600,000 francs a year in posters, advertisements, and appeals of all sorts. The number of catalogues sent away amounted to 400,000. More than 100,000 francs worth of stuff was cut up for patterns. It was a complete invasion of the newspapers, the walls, and the ears of the public, like a monstrous brass trumpet which, blown incessantly, spread to the 4 corners of the earth. The tumult of the great sales. And, for the future, this facade, before which people were now crowding, became a living advertisement, with its bespangled, gilded magnificence, its windows large enough to display the entire poem of woman's clothing, its profusion of signs, painted, engraved, and cut in stone, from the marble slabs on the ground floor to the sheets of iron rounded off in semicircles above the roof, unfolding their gilded streamers on which the name of the house could be read in letters bright as the sun, standing out against the azure blue of the sky. To celebrate the inauguration, there had been added trophies and flags. Each story was gay with banners and standards bearing the arms of the principal cities of France. And right at the top, the flags of all nations, run up on masts, fluttered in the air, while the show of cotton and linen goods downstairs assumed in the windows a tone of blinding intensity. Nothing but white, a complete trousseau and a mountain of sheets to the left, a lot of curtains forming a chapel, and pyramids of handkerchiefs to the right, fatigued the eyes, and, between the hung goods at the door, whole pieces of cotton, calico, and muslin in clusters like snowdrifts were planted, some dressed engravings, sheets of bluish cardboard, on which a young bride or a lady in ball costume, both life-size and dressed in real lace and silk, smiled with their painted faces. A circle of idlers was constantly forming. A desire arose from the admiration of the crowd. What caused an increase of curiosity around the ladies' paradise was a catastrophe of which all Paris was talking. The burning down of the Four Seasons, the big shop Bouthemont had opened near the Opera House hardly 3 weeks before. The newspapers were full of details of the fire breaking out through an explosion of gas during the night, the hurried flight of the young ladies in their night dresses, and the heroic conduct of Bouthemont, who had carried 5 of them out on his shoulders. The enormous losses were covered, and the people commenced to shrug their shoulders, saying what a splendid advertisement it was. But for the moment, attention again flowed back to the ladies' paradise, excited by all these stories flying about, occupied to a wonderful extent by these colossal establishments, which by their importance took up such a large place in public life. Wonderfully lucky, this Moray. Paris saluted her star, and crowded to see him still standing, since the very flames now undertook to sweep all competition from beneath his feet. And the profits of the season were already being calculated. People began to estimate the swollen flood of customers which would be sent into his shop by the forced closing of the rival house. For a moment he had felt anxious, troubled at feeling a jealous woman against him, that Madame Desforges, to whom he owed in a manner his fortune. Baron Hartmann's financial dilettantism, putting money into the two affairs, annoyed him also. Then he was exasperated at having missed a genial idea which had occurred to Bouthemont, who had artfully had his shop blessed by the vicar of the Madeleine, followed by all his clergy. An astonishing ceremony, a religious pomp paraded from the silk department to the glove department, and so on throughout the establishment. This imposing ceremony had not, it is true, prevented everything being destroyed, but had done as much good as 1,000,000 francs worth of advertisements, so great an impression had it produced on the fashionable world. From that day Mouret dreamed of having the archbishop. The clock over the door was striking 3, and the afternoon crush had commenced. Nearly 100,000 customers were struggling in the various galleries and halls. Outside, the carriages were stationed from one end of the Rue du Dix Décembre to the other, and over against the Opera House. Another compact mass occupied the cul-de-sac, where the future avenue was to commence. Common cabs were mingled with private broughams, the drivers waiting amongst the wheels, the rows of horses neighing and shaking their bits, which sparkled in the sun. The lines were incessantly reformed amidst the calls of the messengers, the poshing of the animals which closed in of their own accord, whilst fresh vehicles were continually arriving and taking their places with the rest. The pedestrians flew on to the refuges in frightened bands. The pavements were black with people, in the receding perspective of the wide and straight thoroughfare. And a clamor arose from between the white houses. This human stream rolled along under the soul of overflowing Paris, a sweet and enormous breath, of which one could feel the giant caress. Madame de Beauvais, accompanied by her daughter Blanche and Madame Guibal, was standing at a window, looking at a display of half-made-up costumes. "Oh, do look," said she, "at those print costumes at 19 francs 15 sous. In their square boxes, the costumes, tied round with a favor, were folded so as to present the trimmings alone, embroidered with blue and red, and, occupying the corner of each box, was an engraving showing the garment made up, worn by a young person looking like some princess. "But they are not worth more," murmured Madame Guibal. "They fall into rags as soon as you handle them." They had now become intimate since Monsieur de Beauvais had been confined to his armchair by an attack of gout. The wife put up with the mistress, preferring that things should take place in her own house, for in this way she picked up a little pocket money, sums that the husband allowed himself to be robbed of, having himself need of forbearance. "Well, let's go in," resumed Madame Guibal. "We must see their show. Hasn't your son-in-law made an appointment with you inside?" Madame de Beauvais did not reply, entirely absorbed by the string of carriages which, one by one, opened their doors and let out more customers. "Yes," said Blanche at last in her indolent voice. "Paul is to join us about 4 o'clock in the reading room on leaving the ministry." They had been married about a month, and de Valagnosc, after a leave of absence of 3 weeks, spent in the south of France, had just returned to his post. The young woman had already her mother's portly look, and her flesh appeared puffed up and coarser since her marriage.
"But there's Madame Desforges over there,"
exclaimed the Countess, looking at a brougham that had just arrived.
"Do you think so?"
murmured Madame Guibal. "After all those stories, she must still be weeping over the fire at the Four Seasons. It was really Henriette. On perceiving her friends, she came up with a gay, smiling air, concealing her defeat beneath the fashionable ease of her manner. Dear me, yes, I wanted to have a look round. It's better to see for oneself, isn't it? Oh, we are still good friends with Monsieur Mouret, though he is said to be furious since I have interested myself in that rival house. Personally, there is only one thing I cannot forgive him, and that is to have pushed on the marriage of my protégée, Mademoiselle de Fontenailles, with that Joseph. What? It's done? Interrupted Madame de Beauvais. What a horror! Yes, my dear, and solely to annoy us. I know him. He wished to intimate that the daughters of our great families are only fit to marry his shop messengers. She was getting quite animated. They had all four remained on the pavement, amidst the pushing at the entrance. Little by little, however, the stream carried them in, and they had only to abandon themselves to the current. They passed the door as if lifted up, without being conscious of it, talking louder to make themselves heard. They were now asking each other about Madame Marty. It was said that poor Monsieur Marty, after violent scenes at home, had gone quite mad. He was diving into all the treasures of the earth, exhausting mines of gold, loading tumbrils with diamonds and precious stones. "Poor fellow," said Madame Guibal, "he who was always so shabby with his teacher's humility." "And the wife?" "She's ruining an uncle now," replied Henriette, "a worthy old man who has gone to live with her, having lost his wife. But she must be here. We shall see her." A surprise made the ladies stop short. Before them extended the shop, the largest drapery establishment in the world, as the advertisement said. The grand central gallery now ran from end to end, extending from the Rue du Dix Décembre to the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, whilst to the right and to the left, like the aisles of a church, ran the Monsigny Gallery and the Michaudière Gallery, right along the two streets without a break. Here and there the halls crossed and formed open spaces amidst the metallic framework of the suspended stairs and flying bridges. The inside arrangements had been all changed. The bargains were now placed on the Rue du Dix Décembre side. The silk department was in the center, the glove department occupied the Saint-Augustin hall at the back, and from the new grand vestibule one beheld, on looking up, the bedding department moved from one end of the second floor to the other. The number of departments now amounted to the enormous figure of 50. Several, quite fresh, were to be inaugurated that very day. Others, become too important, had been simply divided in order to facilitate the sales, and, owing to this continual increase of business, the staff had been increased to 3,045 employees. What caused the ladies to stop was the prodigious spectacle of the grand exhibition of white goods. In the first place, there was the vestibule, a hall with bright mirrors, paved with mosaics where the low-priced goods detained the voracious crowd. Then there were the galleries, plunged in a glittering blaze of light, a borealistic vista, quite a country of snow, revealing the endless steppes hung with ermine, the accumulation of icebergs shimmering in the sun. One found there the whiteness of the outside windows, but vivified, colossal, burning from one end of the enormous building to the other, with the white flame of a fire in full swing. Nothing but white goods, all the white articles from each department, a riot of white, a white star, the twinkling of which was at first blinding, so that the details could not be distinguished amidst this unique whiteness. But the eye soon became accustomed to it. To the left, in the Monsini gallery, jutted out the white promontories of cotton and calico. The white rocks formed of sheets, napkins, and handkerchiefs, whilst to the right, in the Micaudière gallery, occupied by the mercery, the hosiery, and the woolen goods, were exposed constructions of mother-of-pearl buttons, a pretty decoration composed of white socks, one whole room covered with white swanskin, traversed in the distance by a stream of light. But the brightness shone with a special brilliancy in the central gallery, amidst the ribbons and the cravats, the gloves and the silks. The counters disappeared beneath the whiteness of the silks, the ribbons and the gloves. Round the iron columns were twined flounces of white muslin, looped up now and again with white silk handkerchiefs. The staircases were decorated with white drapings, quiltings, and dimities alternating along the balustrades, encircling the halls as high as the second story, and this tide of white assumed wings hurried off and lost itself, like a flight of swans. And the white hung from the arches, a fall of down, a snowy sheet of large flakes, white counterpanes, white coverlets floated about in the air, suspended like banners in a church. Long jets of Maltese lace hung across, seeming to suspend swarms of white butterflies. Other lace fluttered about on all sides, floating like fleecy clouds in a summer sky, filling the air with their clear breath. And the marvel, the altar of this religion of white was, above the silk counter, in the great hall, a tent formed of white curtains, which fell from the glazed roof. The muslin, the gauze, the lace flowed in light ripples, whilst very richly embroidered tulles and pieces of oriental silk striped with silver served as a background to this giant decoration, which partook of the tabernacle and of the alcove. It made one think of a broad white bed, awaiting in its virginal immensity the white princess, as in the legend, she who was to come one day all-powerful with the bride's white veil. "Oh, extraordinary," repeated the ladies. "Wonderful." They never tired of the song in praise of white that the goods of the entire establishment were singing. Moray had never conceived anything more extraordinary. It was the master stroke of his genius for display. Beneath the flow of all this whiteness, in the apparent disorder of the tissues, fallen as if by chance from the open drawers, there was a harmonious phrase, the white followed up and developed in all its tones, springing into existence, growing and blossoming forth with the complicated orchestration of a master's fugue, the continual development of which carries away the mind in an ever-increasing flight. Nothing but white, and never the same goods, all styles outvying with, opposing, and completing one another, attaining the very brilliancy of light itself. Starting from the dull shades of the calico and linen, and the heavy shades of the flannel and cloth, there then came the velvet, silk, and satin goods. Quite an ascending gamut, The white gradually lighted up, finishing in little flames at the breaks of the folds, and the white flew away in the transparencies of the curtains, becoming free and clear with the muslin, the lace, and above all the tulle, so light and airy that it was like the extreme and last note, whilst the silver of the oriental silk shone higher than all in the depths of the giant alcove. The place was full of life. The lifts were besieged with people, there was a crush at the refreshment bar, and in the reading room quite a nation was moving about in these regions covered with the snowy fabrics. And the crowd seemed to be black, like skaters on a Polish lake in December. On the ground floor there was a heavy swell, agitated by a reflux, in which could be distinguished nothing but the delicate and enraptured faces of the women. In the chiselings of the iron framework, along the staircases, on the flying bridges, there was an endless procession of small figures, as if lost amidst the snowy peaks of a mountain. A suffocating hothouse heat surprised one on these frozen heights. The buzz of voices made a great noise like a rushing stream. Up above, the profusion of gildings, the glazed work picked out with gold, and the golden roses seemed like a ray of the sun shining on the Alps of the grand exhibition of white goods. "Come," said Madame de Beauvais, "we must go forward. It's impossible to stay here." Since she came in, Juve, the inspector standing near the door, had not taken his eyes off her, and when she turned round, she encountered his gaze. Then, as she resumed her walk, he let her get a little in front, but followed her at a distance, without, however, appearing to take any further notice of her. "Ah," said Madame Guibal, stopping again as she came to the first pay desk, "it's a pretty idea, these violets." She referred to the new present made by the Ladies' Paradise, one of Moret's ideas, which was making a great noise in the newspapers, small bouquets of white violets bought by thousands at Nice, and distributed to every customer buying the smallest article. Near each pay desk were messengers in uniform, delivering the bouquets under the supervision of an inspector. And gradually all the customers were decorated in this way. The shop was filling with these white flowers, every woman becoming the bearer of a penetrating perfume of violets. "Yes," murmured Madame Desforges in a jealous voice, "it's not a bad idea." But, just as they were going away, they heard two shopmen joking about these violets. A tall, thin fellow was expressing his astonishment. The marriage between the governor and the first hand in the costume department was coming off then, whilst a short, fat fellow replied that he didn't know, but that the flowers were bought at any rate. "What!" exclaimed Madame de Beauvais. "Monsieur Mouret is going to marry?" "That's the latest news," replied Madame Desforges, affecting the greatest indifference. "Of course, he's sure to end like that." The Countess shot a quick glance at her new friend. They both now understood why Madame Desforges had come to the Ladies' Paradise notwithstanding her rupture with Moret. No doubt she yielded to the invincible desire to see and to suffer. "I shall stay with you," said Madame Guibal, whose curiosity was awakened. "We shall meet Madame de Beauvais again in the reading room." "Very good," replied the latter. "I want to go on the first floor. Come along, Blanche." And she went up, followed by her daughter, whilst Juve, the inspector, still on her track, ascended by another staircase in order not to attract attention. The two other ladies were soon lost in the compact crowd on the ground floor. All the counters were talking of nothing else but the governor's love affairs, amidst the press of business. The adventure, which had for months been occupying the employees, delighted at Denise's long resistance, had all at once come to a crisis. It had become known that the young girl intended to leave the Ladies' Paradise, notwithstanding all Moret's entreaties, under the pretext of requiring rest, and the opinions were divided. Would she leave? Would she stay? Bets of 5 francs circulated from department to department that she would leave the following Sunday. The knowing ones staked a lunch on the final marriage, however. The others, those who believed in her departure, did not risk their money without good reasons. Certainly the little girl had the strength of an adored woman who refuses, but the governor, on his side, was strong in his wealth, his happy widowerhood, and his pride which a last exaction might exasperate. Nevertheless, they were all of opinion that this little saleswoman had carried on the business with the signs of a roue, full of genius, and that she was playing the supreme stake in thus offering him this bargain, "Marry me or I go away." Denise, however, thought but little of these things. She had never imposed any conditions or made any calculation, and the reason of her departure was the result of this very judgment of her conduct, which caused her continual surprise. Had she wished for all this? Had she shown herself artful, coquettish, ambitious? No, she had come simply, and was the first to feel astonished at inspiring this passion. And again, now, why did they ascribe her resolution to quit the lady's paradise to craftiness? It was so natural. She began to feel a nervous uneasiness, an intolerable anguish, amidst this continual gossip which was going on in the house, Moray's feverish pursuit of her, and the combats she was obliged to engage in against herself, and she preferred to go away, seized with fear lest she might one day yield and regret it forever afterwards. If there were in this any learned tactic, she was totally ignorant of it, and she asked herself in despair what was to be done to avoid appearing to be running after a husband. The idea of a marriage now irritated her, and she resolved to say no, and still no, in case he should push his folly to that extent. She alone ought to suffer. The necessity for the separation caused her tears to flow, but she told herself, with her great courage, that it was necessary, that she would have no rest or happiness if she acted in any other way. When Moray received her resignation, he remained mute and cold in the effort which he made to contain himself. Then he replied that he granted her a week's reflection before allowing her to commit such a stupid act. At the expiration of the week, when she returned to the subject and expressed a strong wish to go away after the great sale, he said nothing further but affected to talk the language of reason to her. She had little or no fortune. She would never find another position equal to that she was leaving. Had she another situation in view? If so, he was quite prepared to offer her the advantages she expected to obtain elsewhere. And the young girl, having replied that she had not looked for any other situation, that she intended to take a rest at Valognes, thanks to the money she had already saved, he asked her what would prevent her returning to the lady's paradise if her health alone were the reason of her departure. She remained silent, tortured by this cross-examination. He at once imagined that she was about to join a lover, a future husband perhaps. Had she not confessed to him one evening that she loved someone? From that moment he carried deep in his heart, like the stab of a knife, this confession wrung from her in an hour of trouble. And if this man was to marry her, she was giving up all to follow him. That explained her obstinacy. It was all over, and he simply added in his icy tones that he would detain her no longer, since she could not tell him the real cause of her leaving. These harsh words, free from anger, affected her far more than the anger she had feared. Throughout the week that Denise was obliged to spend in the shop, Moray kept his rigid paleness. When he crossed the departments, he affected not to see her. Never had he seemed more indifferent, more buried in his work, and the bets began again. Only the brave ones dared to back the marriage. However, beneath this coldness so unusual with him, Moray concealed a frightful crisis of indecision and suffering. Fits of anger brought the blood to his head. He saw red. He dreamed of taking Denise in a close embrace, keeping her and stifling her cries. Then he tried to reason with himself, to find some practical means of preventing her going away, but he constantly ran up against his powerlessness, the uselessness of his power and money. An idea, however, was growing amidst his mad projects and gradually imposing itself, notwithstanding his revolt. After Madame Hédouin's death, he had sworn never to marry again. Deriving from a woman his first good fortune, he resolved in future to draw his fortune from all women. It was with him, as with Bourdoncle, a superstition that the head of a great drapery establishment should be single if he wished to retain his masculine power over the growing desires of his world of customers. The introduction of a woman changed the air, drove away the others by bringing her own odor. And he still resisted the invincible logic of facts, preferring to die rather than yield, seized with sudden bursts of fury against Denise, feeling that she was the revenge, fearing he should fall vanquished over his millions, broken like a straw by the eternal feminine force, the day he should marry her. Then he slowly became cowardly again, dismissing his repugnance. Why tremble? She was so sweet-tempered, so prudent, that he could abandon himself to her without fear. 20 times an hour the battle recommenced in his distracted mind. His pride tended to aggravate the wound, and he completely lost his reason when he thought that, even after this last submission, she might still say no if she loved another. The morning of the great sale, he had still not decided on anything, and Denise was to leave the next day. When Bourdoncle, on the day in question, entered Mouret's office about 3 o'clock according to custom, he surprised him sitting with his elbows on the desk, his hands over his eyes, so greatly absorbed that he had to touch him on the shoulder. Mouret glanced up, his face bathed in tears. They both looked at each other, held out their hands, and a hearty grip was exchanged between these two men who had fought so many commercial battles side by side. For the past month, Bourdoncle's attitude had completely changed. He now bowed before Denise, and even secretly pushed the governor on to a marriage with her. No doubt he was thus maneuvering to save himself being swept away by a force which he now recognized as superior. But there could have been found at the bottom of this change the awakening of an old ambition, the timid and gradually growing hope to swallow up in his turn this Mouret before whom he had so long bowed. This was in the air of the house, in this struggle for existence, of which the continued massacres warmed up the business around him. He was carried away by the working of the machine, seized by the others' appetites, by that voracity which, from top to bottom, drove the lean ones to the extermination of the fat ones. But a sort of religion's fear, the religion of chance, had up to that time prevented him making the attempt. And the governor was becoming childish, drifting into a ridiculous marriage, ruining his luck, destroying his charm with the customers. Why should he dissuade him from it when he could so easily take up the business of this played-out man fallen into the arms of a woman? Thus it was with the emotion of an adieu, the pity of an old friendship, that he shook his chief's hand, saying, "Come, come, courage! Marry her and finish the matter." Mouret already felt ashamed of his moment of cowardice and got up, protesting, "No, no, it's too stupid. Come, let's take our turn round the shop. Things are looking well, aren't they? I fancy we shall have a magnificent day." They went out and commenced their afternoon inspection through the crowded departments. Bourdoncle cast oblique glances at him, anxious at this last display of energy, watching his lips to catch the least sign of suffering. The business was in fact throwing forth its fire in an infernal roar which made the house tremble with the violent shaking of a big steamer going at full speed. At Denise's counter were a crowd of mothers dragging along their little girls and boys, swamped beneath the garments they were trying on. The department had brought out all its white articles, and there, as everywhere else, was a riot of white, enough to dress in white, a troop of shivering cupids, white cloth cloaks, white peaks and cashmere dresses, sailor costumes, and even white zouave costumes. In the center, for the sake of the effect, and although the season had not arrived, was a display of communion costumes, the white muslin dress and veil, the white satin shoes, a light gushing fluorescence which, planted there, produced the effect of an enormous bouquet of innocence and candid delight. Madame Bordelais was there with her 3 children, Madeleine, Edmond, Lucien, seated according to their size, and was getting angry with the latter, the smallest, because he was struggling with Denise, who was trying to put a woolen muslin jacket on him. "Keep still, Lucien. Don't you think it's rather tight, mademoiselle?" And with the sharp look of a woman difficult to deceive, she examined the stuff, studied the cut, and scrutinized the stitching. "No, it fits well," she resumed. "It's no trifle to dress all these little ones. Now I want a mantle for this young lady." Denise had been obliged to assist in serving during the busy moments of the day. She was looking for the mantle required when she set up a cry of surprise. "What?" "It's you. What's the matter?" Her brother Jean, holding a parcel in his hand, was standing before her. He had married a week before, and on the Saturday his wife, a dark little woman with a provoking, charming face, had paid a long visit to the Ladies' Paradise to make some purchases. The young people were to accompany Denise to Valognes, a regular marriage trip, a month's holiday which would remind them of old times. "Just imagine," said he, "their Rees has forgotten a lot of things. There are some articles to be changed and others to be bought. So, as she was in a hurry, she sent me with this parcel." "I'll explain." But she interrupted him on perceiving Pépé. "What? Pépé as well, and his school?" "Well," said Jean, "after dinner on Sunday I had not the heart to take him back." "He will go back this evening. The poor child is very downhearted at being shut up in Paris whilst we are enjoying ourselves at home." Denise smiled on them in spite of her suffering. She handed over Madame Bordelais to one of her young ladies, and came back to them in a corner of the department, which was, fortunately, getting deserted. The little ones, as she still called them, had now grown to be big fellows. Pépé, 12 years old, was already taller and bigger than her, still silent and living on caresses, of a charming, cajoling sweetness, whilst Jean, broad-shouldered, was quite a head taller than his sister, and still possessed his feminine beauty, with his blonde hair blowing about in the wind. And she, always slim, no fatter than a skylark, as she said, still retained her anxious motherly authority over them, treating them as children wanting all her attention, buttoning up Jean's coat so that he should not look like a rake, and seeing that Pépé had got a clean handkerchief. When she saw the latter's swollen eyes, she gently chided him. "Be reasonable, my boy. Your studies cannot be interrupted. I'll take you away at the holidays. Is there anything you want? But perhaps you prefer to have the money." Then she turned towards the other. "You, youngster, yet making him believe we are going to have wonderful fun. Just try and be a little more careful." She had given Jean 4,000 francs, half of her savings, to enable him to set up housekeeping. The younger one cost her a great deal for schooling. All her money went for them, as in former days. They were her sole reason for living and working, for she had again declared she would never marry. "Well, here are the things," resumed Jean. "In the first place, there's a cloak in this parcel that there is a—" But he stopped, and Denise, on turning round to see what had frightened him, perceived Moray behind them. For a moment he had stood looking at her in her motherly attitude between the 2 big boys, scolding and embracing them, turning them round as mothers do babies when changing their clothes. Bourdoncle had remained on one side, appearing to be interested in the business, but he did not lose sight of this little scene. "They are your brothers, are they not?" asked Moray after a silence. He had the icy tone and rigid attitude which he now assumed with her. Denise herself made an effort to remain cold and unconcerned. Her smile died away, and she replied, "Yes, sir." "I've married off the eldest, and his wife has sent him for some purchases." Moray continued looking at the 3 of them. At last he said, "The youngest has grown very much. I recognize him. I remember having seen him in the Tuileries Gardens one evening with you." And his voice, which was becoming moderate, slightly trembled. She, suffocating, bent down, pretending to arrange Pépé's belt. The 2 brothers, who had turned scarlet, stood smiling on their sister's master. "They're very much like you," said the latter. "Oh, exclaimed she. "They're much handsomer than I am." For a moment he seemed to be comparing their faces. How she loved them! And he walked a step or two, then returned and whispered in her ear, "Come to my office after business. I want to speak to you before you go away." This time Murray went off and continued his inspection. The battle was once more raging within him, for the appointment he had given caused him a sort of irritation. To what idea had he yielded on seeing her with her brothers? It was maddening to think he could no longer find the strength to assert his will. However, he could settle it by saying a word of adieu. Bourdoncle, who had rejoined him, seemed less anxious, though he was still examining him with stealthy glances. Meanwhile, Denise had returned to Madame Bourdelais. "How are you getting on with the mantle, madame?" "Oh, very well. I've spent enough for one day." "These little ones are ruining me." Denise, now being able to slip away, went and listened to Jean's explanations, then accompanied him to the various counters, where he would certainly have lost his head without her. First came the mantle, which Theresa wished to change for a white cloth cloak, same size, same shape. And the young girl, having taken the parcel, went up to the ready-made department, followed by her two brothers. The department had laid out its light-colored garments, summer jackets, and mantillas of light silk and fancy woolens. But there was little doing here. The customers were but few and far between. Nearly all the young ladies were newcomers. Clara had disappeared a month before. Some said she had eloped with the husband of one of the saleswomen, others that she had gone on the streets. As for Marguerite, she was at last about to take the management of the little shop at Grenoble, where her cousin was waiting for her. Madame Aurélie remained immutable in the round cuirass of her silk dress, with her imperial mask which retained the yellowish puffiness of an antique marble. Her son Albert's bad conduct was a source of great trouble to her, and she would have retired into the country had it not been for the inroads made on the family savings by this scapegrace, whose terrible extravagance threatened to swallow up piece by piece their Rigol's property. It was a sort of punishment for their home broken up, for the mother had resumed her little excursions with her lady friends, and the father on his side continued his musical performances. Bourdoncle was already looking upon Madame Aurélie with a discontented air, surprised that she had not the tact to resign, too old for business. The knell was about to sound which would sweep away the Lhomme dynasty. "Ah, it's you," said she to Denise with an exaggerated amiability. "You want this cloak changed, eh? Certainly, at once. Ah, there are your brothers, getting quite men, I declare." In spite of her pride, she would have gone on her knees to pay her court to the young girl. Nothing else was being talked of in her department, as in the others, but Denise's departure, and the first hand was quite ill over it, for she had been reckoning on the protection of her former saleswoman. She lowered her voice. "They say you're going to leave us." "Really, it isn't possible." "But it is, though," replied Denise. Marguerite was listening. Since her marriage had been decided on, she had marched about with her putty-looking face, assuming more disdainful airs than ever. She came up saying, "You are quite right. Self-respect above everything, I say. Allow me to bid you adieu, my dear." Some customers arriving at that moment, Madame Aurélie requested her, in a harsh voice, to attend to business. Then, as Denise was taking the cloak to effect the return herself, she protested, and called an auxiliary. This, again, was an innovation suggested to Marat by the young girl, persons charged with carrying the articles, which relieved the saleswomen of a great burden. "Go with Mademoiselle Denise," said the first hand, giving her the cloak. Then, returning to Denise, "Pray consider well, we are all heartbroken at your leaving." Jean and Pépé, who were waiting, smiling amidst this overflowing crowd of women, followed their sister. They now had to go to the underlinen department to get 4 chemises like the half-dozen that Therese had bought on the Saturday. But there, Where the exhibition of white goods was snowing down from every shelf, they were almost stifled and found it very difficult to get past. In the first place, at the steak counter, a little scene was causing a crowd to collect. Madame Bouturel, who had arrived in Paris this time with her husband and daughter, had been wandering all about the shop since the morning, collecting an outfit for the young lady who was about to be married. The father was consulted every moment, and they never appeared likely to finish. At last the family had just stranded here, and whilst the young lady was absorbed in a profound study of some drawers, the mother had disappeared, having cast her coquettish eyes on a delicious pair of stays. When Monsieur Bouturel, a big, full-blooded man, left his daughter bewildered to go and look for his wife, he at last found her in a fitting room, at the door of which he was politely invited to take a seat. These rooms were like narrow cells, glazed with ground glass, where the men, and even the husbands, were not allowed to enter by an exaggerated sentiment of propriety on the part of the directors. Saleswomen came out and went in again quickly, allowing those outside to divine, by the rapid closing of the door, visions of ladies in their petticoats with bare arms and shoulders, stout women with white flesh and thin ones with flesh the color of old ivory. A row of men were waiting outside, seated on armchairs and looking very weary. Monsieur Bouturel, when he understood, got really angry, crying out that he wanted his wife, that he insisted on knowing what was going on inside, that he certainly would not allow her to undress without him. It was in vain that they tried to calm him. He seemed to think there were some very queer things going on inside. Madame Bouturel was obliged to come out, to the delight of the crowd, who were discussing and laughing over the affair. Denise and her brothers were at last able to get past. Every article of female linen, all those white underthings that are usually concealed, were here displayed in a suite of rooms classed in various departments. The corsets and dress improvers occupied one counter. There were the stitched corsets, the duchesse, the cuirass, and, above all, the white silk corsets, dovetailed with colors, forming for this day a special display, an army of dummies without heads or legs, nothing but the bust, dolls' breasts flattened under the silk, and close by, on other dummies, were horsehair and other dress improvers, prolonging these broomsticks into enormous distended croups, of which the profile assumed a ludicrous unbecomingness. But afterwards commenced the gallant dishabille, a dishabille which strewed the vast rooms, as if an army of lovely girls had undressed themselves from department to department, down to the very satin of their skin. Here were articles of fine linen, white cuffs and cravats, white ficus and collars, an infinite variety of light gewgaws, a white froth which escaped from the drawers and ascended like so much snow. There were jackets, little bodices, morning dresses and peignoirs, linen and sook, long white garments, roomy and thin, which spoke of the lounging in a lazy morning after a night of tenderness. Then appeared the undergarments, falling one by one, the white petticoats of all lengths, the petticoat that clings to the knees, and the long petticoat with which the gay ladies sweep the pavement, a rising sea of petticoats, in which the legs were drowned, cotton, linen, and cambric drawers, large white drawers in which a man could dance. Lastly, the chemises, buttoned at the neck for the night, or displaying the bosom in the day, simply supported by narrow shoulder straps. Chemises in all materials, common calico, Irish linen, cambric, the last white veil slipping from the panting bosom and hips. And, at the outfitting counter, there was an indiscreet unpacking. Women turned round and viewed on all sides, from the small housewife with her common calicos to the rich lady drowned in laces, an alcove publicly open, of which the concealed luxury, the platings, the embroideries, the Valenciennes lace, became a sort of sexual deprivation as it developed into costly fantasies. Woman was dressing herself again. The white wave of this fall of linen was returning again to the shivering mystery of the petticoats, the chemise stiffened by the fingers of the workwomen, the frigid drawers retaining the creases of the box. All this cambric and muslin, dead scattered over the counters, thrown about, heaped up, was going to become living, with the life of the flesh, odorous and warm with the odor of love, a white cloud become sacred, bathed in night and of which the least flutter, the pink of a knee disclosed through the whiteness, ravaged the world. Then there was another room devoted to the baby linen, where the voluptuous snowy whiteness of woman's clothing developed into the chaste whiteness of the infant, an innocence, a joy, the young wife become a mother, flannel garments, chemises and caps large as dolls' things, baptismal dresses, cashmere pelisses, the white down of birth, like a fine shower of white feathers. "They are embroidered chemises," said Jean, who was delighted with this display, this rising tide of feminine attire into which she was plunging. Pauline ran up at once, when she perceived Denise, and before even asking what she wanted, began to talk in a low tone, stirred up by the rumors circulating in the shop. In her department, 2 saleswomen had even got quarreling, one affirming and the other denying her departure. "You'll stay with us. I'll stake my life." What would become of me? And as Denise replied that she intended to leave the next day. No, you think so, but I know better. You must appoint me second hand, now that I've got a baby. Beaugé is reckoning on it, my dear." Pauline smiled with an air of conviction. She then gave the 6 chemises, and, Jean having said that he was now going to the handkerchief counter, she called an auxiliary to carry the chemises and the jacket left by the auxiliary from the ready-made department. The girl who happened to answer was Mademoiselle de Fontenay's, recently married to Joseph. She had just obtained this menial situation as a great favor, and she wore a long black blouse marked on the shoulder with a number in yellow wool.
"Follow this young lady,"
said Pauline, then returning and again lowering her voice.
"It's understood that I am to be appointed."
Denise, troubled, defended herself, but at last promised, with a laugh, joking in her turn, and she went away, going down with Jean and Pépé, and followed by the auxiliary. On the ground floor, they fell into the woolen department, a corner of a gallery entirely hung with white swanskin cloth and white flannel. Léonard, whom his father had vainly recalled to Angers, was talking to the handsome Mignot, now a traveler, and who had boldly reappeared at the Ladies' Paradise. No doubt they were speaking of Denise, for they both stopped talking to bow to her with a ceremonious air. In fact, as she went along through the departments, the salesmen appeared full of emotion and bent their heads before her, uncertain of what she might be the next day. They whispered, thought she looked triumphant, and the betting was again altered. They began to risk bottles of wine, etc., over the event. She had gone through the linen gallery in order to get to the handkerchief counter, which was at the further end. They saw nothing but white goods, cottons, madapolums, muslins, etc. Then came the linen in enormous piles, ranged in alternate pieces like blocks of stone, stout linen, fine linen of all sizes, white and unbleached, pure flax whitened in the sun. Then the same thing commenced once more. There were departments for each sort of linen, house linen, table linen, kitchen linen, a continual fall of white goods, sheets, pillowcases, innumerable styles of napkins, aprons, and dusters. And the bowing continued. They made way for Denise to pass. Beaugé had rushed out to smile on her as the good fairy of the house. At last, after crossing the counterpane department, a room hung with white banners, she arrived at the handkerchief counter, the ingenious decoration of which delighted the crowd. There were nothing but white columns, white pyramids, white castles, a complicated architecture, solely composed of handkerchiefs, cambric, Irish linen, China silk marked, embroidered by hand, trimmed with lace, hemstitched and woven with vignettes, an entire city built of white bricks, of infinite variety, standing out in a mirage against an eastern sky, warm to a white heat. "You say another dozen?" asked Denise of her brother. "Yes, like this one," replied he, showing a handkerchief in his parcel. Jean and Pépé had not quitted her side, clinging to her as they had done formerly, on arriving in Paris, knocked up by the journey. This vast shop, in which she was quite at home, seemed to trouble them, and they sheltered themselves in her shadow, placing themselves under the protection of their second mother by an instinctive awakening of their infancy. People watched them as they passed, smiling at the two big fellows following in the footsteps of this grave, thin girl, Jean frightened with his beard, Pépé bewildered in his tunic, all three of the same fair complexion, a fairness which caused the whisper from one end of the counters to the other. "They are her brothers." They are her brothers. But whilst Denise was looking for a saleswoman, there was a meeting. Moray and Bourdoncle entered the gallery, and as the former again stopped in front of the young girl, without, however, speaking to her, Madame Desforges and Madame Guibal passed by. Henriette suppressed the shiver which had invaded her whole being. She looked at Moray and then at Denise. They had also looked at her, and it was a sort of mute catastrophe, the common end of these great dramas of the heart, a glance exchanged in the crush of a crowd. Moray had already gone off whilst Denise lost herself in the depths of the department, accompanied by her brothers, still in search of a disengaged salesman. But Henriette, having recognized Mademoiselle de Fontenailles in the auxiliary following Denise, with a yellow number on her shoulder and her coarse, cadaverous, servant-looking face, relieved herself by saying to Madame Guibal in a trembling voice, "Just see what he's doing with that unfortunate girl. Isn't it shameful? A marchioness, and he makes her follow like a dog the creatures picked up by him in the street." She tried to calm herself, adding with an affected air of indifference, "Let's go and see their display of silks." The silk department was like a great chamber of love, hung with white by the caprice of some snowy maiden wishing to show off her spotless whiteness. All the milky tones of an adored person were there, from the velvet of the hips to the fine silk of the thighs and the shining satin of the bosom. Pieces of velvet hung from the columns, silk and satin stood out, on this white creamy ground, in draperies of a metallic and porcelain-like whiteness, and falling in arches were also poult and grosgrained silks, light foulards and surahs, which varied from the heavy white of a Norwegian blonde to the transparent white, warmed by the sun, of an Italian or a Spanish beauty. Favier was just then engaged in measuring some white silk for the pretty lady, that elegant blonde, a frequent customer at the counter, and whom the salesman never referred to except by this name. She had dealt at the shop for years, and yet they knew nothing about her, neither her life, her address, and not even her name. None of them tried to find out, although they all indulged in supposition every time she made her appearance, but simply for something to talk about. She was getting thinner, she was getting stouter, she had slept well, or she must have been out late the previous night. Such were the remarks made about her. Thus every little fact of her unknown life, outside events, domestic dramas, were in this way reproduced and commented on. That day she seemed very gay. So, on returning from the pay desk where he had conducted her, Favier remarked to Hutin, "Perhaps she's going to marry again."
"What? Is she a widow?"
asked the other. "I don't know, but you must remember that she was in mourning the last time she came. Unless she's made some money by speculating on the bourse." A silence ensued. At last he ended by saying, "But that's her business. It wouldn't do to take notice of all the women we see here." But Houghton was looking very thoughtful, having had 2 days ago a warm discussion with the direction, and feeling himself condemned. After the great sale his dismissal was certain, For a long time he had felt his position giving way. At the last stock-taking they had complained of his being below the amount of business fixed on in advance, and it was also, in fact, chiefly the slow working of the appetites that were swallowing him up in his turn. The whole silent war of the department amidst the very motion of the machine. Favier's obscure mining could be perceived, a deadened sound as of jawbones working under the earth. The latter had already received the promise of the first-hand's place. Houghton, who was aware of all this, instead of attacking his old comrade, looked upon him as a clever fellow, a fellow who had always appeared so cold, so obedient, whom he had made use of to turn out Robineau and Bothamont. He was full of a feeling of mingled surprise and respect. "By the way," resumed Favier, "she's going to stay, you know. The governor has just been seen casting sheep's eyes at her. I shall be let in for a bottle of champagne over it." He referred to Denise. The gossip was going on more than ever from one counter to the other, across the constantly increasing crowd of customers. The silk sellers were especially excited, for they had been taking heavy bets about it. "By Jove!" exclaimed Houghton, waking up as if from a dream. "Wasn't I a flat not to have slept with her? I should be all right now." Then he blushed at this confession on seeing Favier laughing. He pretended to laugh also, and added, to recall his words, that it was this creature that had ruined him with the management. However, a desire for violence seizing him, he finished by getting into a rage with the salesman disbanded under the assault of the customers. But all at once he resumed his smile, having just perceived Madame Desforges and Madame Guibal slowly crossing the department. "What can we serve you with today, madame?" "Nothing, thanks," replied Henriette. "You see, I'm merely walking round. I've only come out of curiosity." When he had stopped her, he lowered his voice. Quite a plan was springing up in his head. And he flattered her, running down the house. He had had enough of it, and preferred going away to assisting at such a scene of disorder. She listened to him, delighted. It was she herself who, thinking to get him away from the ladies' paradise, offered to have him engaged by Bouthemont as first hand in the silk department when the Four Seasons started again. The matter was settled in whispers, whilst Madame Guibal interested herself in the displays. "May I offer you one of these bouquets of violets?" resumed Houghton aloud, pointing to a table where there were 4 or 5 bunches of the flowers, which he had procured from the pay-desk for personal presents. "Ah, no!" exclaimed Henriette with a backward movement. "I don't wish to take any part in the wedding." They understood each other, and separated, exchanging glances of intelligence. As Madame Desforges was looking for Madame Guibal, she set up an exclamation of surprise on seeing her with Madame Marty. The latter, followed by her daughter Valentine, had been carried away for the last 2 hours, right through the place, by one of those fits of spending from which she always emerged, tired and confused. She had roamed about the furniture department that a show of white lacquered suites of furniture had changed into a vast young girl's room, the ribbon and neckerchief department forming white velumy colonnades, the mercery and lace department with its white fringes which surrounded ingenious trophies patiently composed of cards of buttons and packets of needles, and the hosiery department, in which there was a great crush this year to see an immense piece of decoration, the name "The Ladies' Paradise," in letters 3 yards high, formed of white socks on a groundwork of red ones. But Madame Marty was especially excited by the new departments. They could not open a new department without. She must inaugurate it. She was bound to plunge in and buy something. And she had passed an hour at the millinery counter, installed in a new room on the ground floor, having the cupboards emptied, taking the bonnets off the stands which stood on 2 tables, trying all of them on herself and her daughter, white hats, white bonnets, and white turbans. Then she had gone down to the boot department, at the further end of a gallery on the ground floor, behind the cravat department. A counter opened that day, and which she had turned topsy-turvy, seized with sickly desires in the presence of the white silk slippers trimmed with swansdown, the white satin boots and shoes with their high Louis XV. heels. "Oh, my dear," she stammered, "you've no idea. They have a wonderful assortment of hoods. I've chosen one for myself and one for my daughter. And the boots, eh? Valentine." "It's marvelous," added the young girl with her womanly boldness. "There are some boots at 20 francs and a half which are delicious." A salesman was following them, dragging along the eternal chair on which was already heaped a mountain of articles. "How is Monsieur Marty?" asked Madame Desforges. "Very well, I believe," replied Madame Marty, bewildered by this brusque question which fell ill-naturedly amidst her fever for spending. "He's still confined. My uncle had to go and see him this morning." "Oh, look! Isn't it lovely?" The ladies, who had gone on a few steps, found themselves before the flowers and feathers department, installed in the central gallery between the silk and glove departments. It appeared beneath the bright light of the glass roof as an enormous fluorescence, a white sheaf, tall and broad as an oak. The base was formed of single flowers, violets, lilies of the valley, hyacinths, daisies, all the delicate hues of the garden. Then came bouquets, white roses, softened by a fleshy tint, great white peonies, slightly shaded with carmine, white chrysanthemums with narrow petals and starred with yellow. And the flowers still ascended, great mystical lilies, branches of apple blossom, bunches of lilac, a continual blossoming surmounted, as high as the first story, by ostrich feathers, white plumes, which were like the airy breath of this collection of white flowers. One whole corner was devoted to the display of trimmings and orange flower wreaths. There were also metallic flowers, silver thistles and silver ears of calm. Amidst the foliage and the petals, amidst all this muslin, silk, and velvet, where drops of gum shone like dew, flew birds of paradise for hats, purple tangaras with black tails, and septicolaries with their changing rainbow-like plumage. "I'm going to buy a branch of apple blossom," resumed Madame Marty. "It's delicious, isn't it? And that little bird, do look, Valentine. I must take it." Madame Guibal began to feel tired of standing still in the eddy of the crowd, and at last said, "Well, we'll leave you to make your purchases. We're going upstairs." "No, no, wait for me," cried the other. "I'm going up too. There's the perfumery department. I must see that." This department, created the day before, was next door to the reading room. Madame Desforges, to avoid the crush on the stairs, spoke of going up in the lift, but they had to abandon the idea. There was such a crowd waiting their turn. At last they arrived, passing before the public refreshment bar, where the crowd was becoming so great that an inspector had to restrain the people's appetites by only allowing the gluttonous customers to enter in small groups. And the ladies already began to smell the perfumery department, a penetrating odor which scented the whole gallery. There was quite a struggle over one article, the Paradise soap, a specialty of the house. In the showcases and on the crystal tablets of the shelves were ranged pots of pomade and paste, boxes of powder and paint, boxes of toilet vinegar, whilst the fine brushes, combs, scissors, and smelling bottles occupied a special place. The salesman had managed to decorate the shelves with white porcelain pots and white glass bottles. But what delighted the customers above all was a silver fountain, a shepherdess seated in the middle of a harvest of flowers, and from which flowed a continual stream of violet water, which fell with a musical plash into the metal basin. An exquisite odor was disseminated around, the ladies dipping their handkerchiefs in the scent as they passed. "There," said Madame Marty, when she had loaded herself with lotions, dentifrices, and cosmetics. "Now I've done. I'm at your service. Let's go and rejoin Madame de Beauvais." But on the landing of the great central staircase they were again stopped by the Japanese department. This counter had grown wonderfully since the day Moret had amused himself by setting up, in the same place, a little proposition table covered with a lot of soiled articles, without at all foreseeing its future success. Few departments had had a more modest commencement, and now it overflowed with old bronzes, old ivories, old lacquer work. He did 1,500,000 francs' worth of business a year in this department, ransacking the Far East, where his travelers pillaged the palaces and the temples. Besides, fresh departments were always springing up. They had tried two in December in order to fill up the empty spaces caused by the dead winter season, a book department and a toy department, which would certainly grow also and sweep away certain shops in the neighborhood. 4 years had sufficed for the Japanese department to attract the entire artistic custom of Paris. This time Madame Desforges herself, notwithstanding the rancor which had made her swear not to buy anything, succumbed before some finely carved ivory.
"Send it to my house,"
said she rapidly at a neighboring pay-desk. 90 francs, is it not? And seeing Madame Marty and her daughter plunged in a lot of trashy porcelains, she resumed as she carried Madame Guibal off. "You will find us in the reading room. I really must sit down a little while." In the reading room they were obliged to remain standing. All the chairs were occupied round the large table covered with newspapers. Great fat fellows were reading and lolling about without even thinking of giving up their seats to the ladies. A few women were writing, their faces on the paper, as if to conceal their letters under the flowers of their hats. Madame de Beauvais was not there, and Henriette was getting very impatient when she perceived de Valagnoshk, who was also looking for his wife and mother-in-law. He bowed and said, "They must be in the lace department. Impossible to drag them away. I'll just see." And he was gallant enough to procure them 2 chairs before going away. In the lace department the crush was increasing every minute. The great show of white was there triumphing in its most delicate and dearest whiteness. It was an acute temptation, a mad desire which bewildered all the women. The department had been turned into a white temple. Tulles and Maltese lace falling from above formed a white sky, one of those cloudy veils which pales the morning sun. Bound the columns descended, flounces of Malines and Valenciennes, white dancers' skirts, unfolding in a snowy shiver down to the ground. Then on all sides, on every counter, was a stream of white Spanish blonde as light as air, Brussels with its large flowers on a delicate mesh, handmade point, and Venice point with heavier designs, Alençon point, and Bruges of royal and almost religious richness. It seemed that the god of dress had there set up his white tabernacle. Madame de Beauvais, after wandering about for a long time before the counters with her daughter, and feeling a sensual desire to plunge her hands into the goods, had just decided to make Delot show her some Alençon point. At first he brought out some imitation, but she wished to see some real Alençon, and was not satisfied with the little pieces at 300 francs the yard, insisting on having deep flounces at 1,000 francs a yard, handkerchiefs and fans at 700 and 800 francs. The counter was soon covered with a fortune. In a corner of the department, Jouve, the inspector, who had not lost sight of Madame de Beauvais, notwithstanding the latter's apparent dawdling, stood there amidst the crowd with an indifferent air, but still keeping a sharp eye on her. "Have you any in handmade point?" she asked. "Show me some, please." The salesman, whom she had kept there for 20 minutes, dared not resist. She appeared so aristocratic, with her imposing air and princess's voice. However, he hesitated, for the salesmen were cautioned against heaping up these precious fabrics, and he had allowed himself to be robbed of 10 yards of Malines the week before. But she troubled him. He yielded, and abandoned the Alençon point for a moment to take the lace asked for from a drawer.
"Oh."
"Look, mamma," said Blanche, who was ransacking a box close by, full of cheap Valenciennes. "We might take some of this for pillowcases." Madame de Beauvais not replying, her daughter, on turning round, saw her with her hands plunged amidst the lace, about to slip some Alençon up the sleeve of her mantle. She did not appear surprised, and moved forward instinctively to conceal her mother, when Jouve suddenly stood before them. He leant over and politely murmured in the Countess's ear,
"Have the kindness to follow me, madam."
She hesitated for a moment, shocked. "But what for, sir?" "Have the kindness to follow me, madame," repeated the inspector without raising his voice. Her face was full of anguish. She threw a rapid glance around her. Then she resigned herself all at once, resumed her haughty look, and walked by his side like a queen who deigns to accept the services of an aide-de-camp. Not one of the customers had observed the scene, and Deloche, on returning to the counter, looked at her being walked off, his mouth wide open with astonishment. What? This one as well? This noble-looking lady. Really, it was time to have them all searched. And Blanche, who was left free, followed her mother at a distance, lingering amidst the sea of faces, livid, divided between the duty of not deserting her mother and the terror of being detained with her. She saw her enter Bourdoncle's office, but she contented herself with waiting near the door. Bourdoncle, whom Moray had just got rid of, happened to be there. As a rule, he dealt with these sorts of robberies committed by persons of distinction. Juve had long been watching this lady, and had informed him of it, so that he was not astonished when the inspector briefly explained the matter to him. In fact, such extraordinary cases passed through his hands that he declared the women capable of anything once the rage for dress had seized them. As he was aware of Moray's acquaintance with the thief, he treated her with the utmost politeness. "We excuse these moments of weakness, madame, but pray consider the consequences of such a thing. Suppose someone else had seen you slip this lace. Hi. But she interrupted him in great indignation. "She a thief? Who did he take her for?" She was the Countess de Beauvais. Her husband, Inspector General of the Stud, was received at court. I know, madame," repeated Bourdoncle quietly. "I have the honor of knowing you. In the first place, will you kindly give up the lace you have on you?" She again protested, not allowing him to say another word, handsome in her violence, going as far as tears. Anyone else but he would have been shaken and feared some deplorable mistake, for she threatened to go to law to avenge herself for such an insult. "Take care, sir. My husband will certainly appeal to the minister." "Come, you are not more reasonable than the others," declared Bourdoncle, losing patience. "We must search you." Still she did not yield, but said with her superb assurance, "Very good, search me, but I warn you, you are risking your house." Juve went to fetch 2 saleswomen from the corset department. When he returned, he informed Bourdoncle that the lady's daughter, left at liberty, had not quitted the doorway, and asked if she should also be detained, although he had not seen her take anything. The manager, always correct, decided that she should not be brought in for the sake of morality, and in order not to force a mother to blush before her daughter. The 2 men retired into a neighboring room whilst the saleswomen searched the Countess, even taking off her dress to search her bosom and hips. Besides the 12 yards of Alençon point at 1,000 francs the yard concealed in her sleeve, they found in her bosom a handkerchief, a fan, and a cravat, making a total of about 14,000 francs worth of lace. She had been stealing like this for the last year, ravaged by a furious, irresistible passion for dress. These fits got worse, growing daily, sweeping away all the reasonings of prudence, and the enjoyment she felt in the indulgence of this passion was all the more violent from the fact that she was risking before the eyes of a crowd her name, her pride, and her husband's high position. Now that the latter allowed her to empty his drawers, she stole. Although she had her pockets full of money, she stole for the pleasure of stealing, as one loves for the pleasure of loving, goaded on by desire, urged on by the species of kleptomania that her unsatisfied luxurious tastes had developed in her formerly at sight of the enormous and brutal temptation of the big shops. "It's a trap," cried she when Bourdoncle and Juve came in. "This lace has been placed on me, I swear before heaven." She was now weeping tears of rage, and fell on a chair, suffocated in her dress. The partner sent away the saleswomen, and resumed with his quiet air. "We are quite willing, madame, to hush up this painful affair for the sake of your family. But you must first sign a paper thus worded: 'I have stolen some lace from the lady's paradise,' followed by the details of the lace and the day of the month. Besides, I shall be happy to return you this document whenever you like to bring me a sum of 2,000 francs for the poor." She got up again and declared in a fresh outburst, "I'll never sign that. I'd rather die." "You won't die, madame, but I warn you that I shall shortly send for the police." Then followed a frightful scene. She insulted him. She stammered that it was cowardly for a man to torture a woman in that way. Her Juno-like beauty, her tall, majestic body was distorted by vulgar rage. Then she tried to melt them, entreating them in the name of their mothers, and spoke of dragging herself at their feet. And as they remained quite unmoved, hardened by custom, she sat down all at once and began to write with a trembling hand. The pen sputtered. The words, "I have stolen," written madly, went almost through the thin paper while she repeated in a strangled voice, "There, sir, there. I yield to force." Bourdoncle took the paper, carefully folded it, and put it in a drawer, saying, "You see, it's in company, for ladies, after talking of dying rather than signing, generally forget to come and redeem their billets due. However, I hold it at your disposal. You'll be able to judge whether it's worth 2,000 francs." She was buttoning up her dress, and became as arrogant as ever now that she had paid.
"I can go now?"
asked she in a sharp tone. Bourdoncle was already occupied with other business. On Juve's report, he decided on Deloche's dismissal as a stupid fellow who was always being robbed, never having any authority over the customers. Madame de Beauvais repeated her question, and as they dismissed her with an affirmative nod, she enveloped both of them in a murderous look. In the flood of insulting words that she kept back, a melodramatic cry escaped from her lips.
"Wretches!"
said she, banging the door after her. Meanwhile, Blanche had not gone far away from the office. Her ignorance of what was going on inside, the passing backwards and forwards of Juve and the two saleswomen, frightened her. She had visions of the police, the assize court, and the prison. But all at once she stopped short. De Valagnosc was before her, this husband of a month, with whom she still felt rather awkward, and he questioned her, astonished at her bewildered appearance. "Where's your mother? Have you lost each other? Come, tell me, you make me feel anxious." Nothing in the way of a colorable fiction presented itself to her, and in great distress she told him everything in a low voice. "Mamma, mamma, she has been stealing." "What?" "Stealing?" At last he understood. His wife's bloated face, the pale mask ravaged by fear, terrified him.
"Some lace like that, up her sleeve,"
she continued, stammering.
"You saw her then?"
"You were looking on," murmured he, chilled to feel her a sort of accomplice. They had to stop talking. Several persons were already turning round, and hesitation full of anguish kept de Valagnos motionless for a moment. What was to be done? He was about to go into Bourdoncle's office when he perceived Mireille crossing the gallery. He told his wife to wait for him, and seized his old friend's arm, informing him of the affair in broken sentences. The latter hastily took him into his office, where he soon put him at rest as to the possible consequences. He assured him that he need not interfere, and explained in what way the affair would be arranged, without appearing at all excited about this robbery, as if he had foreseen it long ago. But de Valagnosc, when he no longer feared an immediate arrest, did not accept the adventure with this admirable coolness. He had thrown himself into an armchair, and now that he could discuss the matter, began to lament his own unfortunate position. Was it possible that he had married into a family of thieves? A stupid marriage that he had drifted into just to please his father. Surprised at this childish violence, Morey watched him weeping, thinking of his former pessimist boasting. Had he not heard him announce scores of times the nothingness of life, in which evil alone had any attraction? And by way of a joke, he amused himself for a minute or so by preaching indifference to his friend in a friendly, bantering tone. But at this, de Volognosk got angry. He was quite unable to recover his compromised philosophy. His middle-class education broke out in virtuously indignant cries against his mother-in-law. As soon as trouble fell on him, at the least appearance of human suffering, at which he had always coldly laughed, the boasted skeptic was beaten and bleeding. It was abominable. They were dragging the honor of his race into the mud, and the world seemed to be coming to an end. "Come, calm yourself," concluded Moray, stricken with pity. "I won't tell you that everything happens and nothing happens, because that does not seem to comfort you just now. But I think you ought to go and offer your arm to Madame de Beauvais. That would be wiser than causing a scandal. The deuce! You who professed such scorn before the universal rascality of the present day." "Of course," cried de Volognosk innocently, "when it affects other people." However, he got up and followed his old schoolfellow's advice. Both were returning to the gallery when Madame de Beauvais came out of Bourdoncle's office. She accepted her son-in-law's arm with a majestic air, and as Moray bowed to her with respectful gallantry, he heard her saying, "They've apologized to me. Really, these mistakes are abominable." Blanche rejoined them, and they were soon lost in the crowd. Then Moray, alone and pensive, crossed the shop once more. This scene, which had changed his thoughts from the struggle going on within him, now increased his fever and decided him to make a supreme effort. A vague connection arose in his mind. The robbery by this unfortunate woman, the last folly of the conquered customers, beaten at the feet of the tempter, evoked the proud and avenging image of Denise, whose victorious grip he could feel at his throat. He stopped at the top of the central staircase and gazed for a long time into the immense nave where his nation of women were swarming. 6 o'clock was about to strike. The daylight decreasing outside was gradually forsaking the covered galleries, already dark and waning at the further end of the halls, invaded by long shadows. And in this daylight, barely extinct, was commenced the lighting of the electric lamps, the globes of an opaque whiteness studding with bright moons the distant depths of the departments. It was a white brightness of a blinding fixity, extending like the reverberation of a discolored star, killing the twilight. Then, when all were lighted, there was a delighted murmur in the crowd. The great show of white goods assumed a fairy splendor beneath this new illumination. It seemed that this colossal orgy of white was also burning, itself becoming a light. The song of the white seemed to soar upward in the inflamed whiteness of an aurora. A white glimmer gushed from the linen and calico department in the Monsigny Gallery, like the first bright gleam which lights up the eastern sky, whilst along the Micodere Gallery, the mercery and the lace, the fancy goods and the ribbon departments threw out the reflection of distant hills, the white flash of the mother-of-pearl buttons, the silvered bronzes and the pearls. But the central nave especially was filled with a blaze of white. The puffs of white muslin round the columns, the white dimities and other stuffs draping the staircases, the white lace flying in the air, opened up a dreamy firmament, the dazzling whiteness of a paradise where was being celebrated the marriage of the unknown queen. The tent of the silk hall was like a giant alcove with its white curtains, gauzes, and tullas, the dazzle of which protected the bride in her white nudity from the gaze of the curious. There was now nothing but this blinding white light in which all the whites blended, a multitude of stars twinkling in the bright, clear light. And Moray continued to watch his nation of women amidst this shimmering blaze. Their black shadows stood out vigorously on the pale groundwork. Long eddies divided the crowd. The fever of this day's great sale swept past like a frenzy, rolling along the disordered sea of heads. People were commencing to leave. The pillage of the stuffs had encumbered all the counters, the gold was chinking in the tills, whilst the customers went away, their purses completely empty, and their heads turned by the wealth of luxury amidst which they had been wandering all day. It was he who possessed them thus, keeping them at his mercy by his continued display of novelties, his reduction of prices and his returns, his gallantry and his advertisements. He had conquered the mothers themselves, reigning over them with the brutality of a despot whose caprices were ruining many a household. His creation was a sort of new religion. The churches, gradually deserted by a wavering faith, were replaced by this bazaar in the minds of the idle women of Paris. Women now came and spent their leisure time in his establishment, the shivering and anxious hours they formerly passed in churches, a necessary consumption of nervous passion, a growing struggle of the god of dress against the husband, the incessantly renewed religion of the body with the divine future of beauty. If he had closed his doors, there would have been a rising in the street, the despairing cry of worshippers deprived of their confessional and altar. In their still growing luxury, he saw them, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, obstinately clinging to the enormous iron building, along the suspended staircases and flying bridges. Madame Marty and her daughter, carried away to the highest point, were wandering amongst the furniture. Retained by her young people, Madame Bourdelais could not get away from the fancy goods. Then came another group, Madame de Beauvais, still on de Villagenost's arm, and followed by Blanche, stopping in each department, still daring to examine the articles with her superb air. But amidst the crowded sea of customers, this sea of bodies, swelling with life, beating with desire, all decorated with bunches of violets, as though for the bridals of some sovereign, Mouret could now distinguish nothing but the bare bust of Madame Desforges, who had stopped in the glove department with Madame Guibal. Notwithstanding her jealous rancor, she was also buying, and he felt himself to be the master once more, having them at his feet, beneath the dazzle of the electric light, like a drove of cattle from whom he had drawn his fortune. With a mechanical step, Mouret went along the galleries, so absorbed that he abandoned himself to the pushing of the crowd. When he raised his head, he found himself in the new millinery department, the windows of which looked on to the Rue du Dix Décembre. And there, his forehead against the glass, he made another halt, watching the departure of the crowd. The setting sun was yellowing the roofs of the white houses, the blue sky was growing paler, refreshed by a pure breath, whilst in the twilight, which was already enveloping the streets, the electric lamps of the ladies' paradise threw out that fixed glimmer of stars lighted on the horizon at the decline of the day. Towards the opera house and the Bourse were the rows of waiting carriages, the harness still retaining the reflections of the bright light, the gleam of a lamp, the glitter of a silvered bit. Every minute the cry of a footman was heard, and a cab drew near, or a brougham issued from the ranks, took up a customer, and went off at a rapid trot. The rows of carriages were now diminishing. 6 went off at a time, occupying the whole street, from the one side to the other, amidst the banging of doors, snapping of whips, and the hum of the passers-by, who swarmed between the wheels. There was a sort of continual enlargement, a spreading of the customers, carried off to the 4 corners of the city, emptying the building with the roaring clamor of a sluice. And the roof of the ladies' paradise, the big golden letters of the ensigns, the banners fluttering in the sky, still flamed forth with the reflections of the setting sun, so colossal in this oblique light that they evoked the monster of advertising, the phalansterium whose wings, incessantly multiplied, were swallowing up the whole neighborhood as far as the distant woods of the suburbs. And the soul of Paris, an enormous sweet breath, fell asleep in the serenity of the evening, running in long and sweet caresses over the last carriages, spinning through the streets now becoming deserted by the crowd, disappearing into the darkness of the night. Moray, gazing about, had just felt something grand in himself, and in the shiver of triumph with which his flesh trembled, in the face of Paris devoured and woman conquered, he experienced a sudden weakness, a defection of his strong will which overthrew him in his turn beneath a superior force. It was an unreasonable necessity to be vanquished in his victory, the nonsense of a warrior bending beneath the caprice of a child on the morrow of his conquests. He who had struggled for months, who even that morning had sworn to stifle his passion, yielded all at once, seized by the vertigo of high places, happy to commit what he looked upon as a folly. His decision, so rapid, had assumed all at once such energy that he saw nothing but her as being useful and necessary in the world. The evening after the last dinner, he was waiting in his office, trembling like a young man about to stake his life's happiness, unable to keep still, incessantly going towards the door to listen to the rumors in the shop, where the men were doing the folding, drowned up to the shoulder in a sea of stuffs. At each footstep his heart beat. He felt a violent emotion. He rushed forward, for he had heard in the distance a deep murmur which had gradually increased. It was L'Homme slowly approaching with the day's receipts. That day they were so heavy, there was such a quantity of silver and copper, that he had been obliged to enlist the services of 2 messengers. Behind him came Joseph and one of his colleagues, bending beneath the weight of the bags, enormous bags thrown on their shoulders like sacks of wheat, whilst he walked on in front with the notes and gold, a notebook swollen with paper, and 2 bags hung round his neck, the weight of which swayed him to the right, the same side as his broken arm. Slowly, perspiring and puffing, he had come from the other end of the shop amidst a growing emotion of the salesmen. The employees in the glove and soap departments laughingly offered to relieve him of his burden. The fellows in the drapery and woolen departments were longing to see him make a false step, which would have scattered the gold through the place. Then he had been obliged to mount the stairs, go across a bridge, going still higher, turning about amidst the longing looks of the employees in the linen, the hosiery, and the mercery departments, who followed him, gazing with ecstasy at this fortune traveling in the air. On the first floor, the employees in the ready-made, the perfumery, the lace, and the shawl departments were ranged with devotion as on the passage of a king. From counter to counter a tumult arose, like the clamor of a nation bowing down before the golden calf. Moray opened the door, and L'Homme appeared, followed by the 2 messengers who were staggering, and, out of breath, he still had strength to cry out, 1,247 francs 19 sous. At last the million had been attained, the million picked up in a day, and of which Moray had so long dreamed. But he gave way to an angry gesture and said impatiently, with the disappointed air of a man disturbed by some troublesome fellow, 1,000,000. Very good, put it there. L'Homme knew that he was fond of seeing the heavy receipts on his table before they were taken to the central cashier's office. The million covered the whole table, crushing the papers, almost overturning the ink, running out of the sacks, bursting the leather bags, making a great heap, the heap of the gross receipts, such as it had come from the customer's hands, still warm and living. Just as the cashier was going away, heartbroken at the governor's indifference, Bourdoncle arrived, gaily exclaiming, "Ah, we've done it this time. We've hooked the million, eh?" But observing Moray's febrile preoccupation, he understood at once and calmed down. His face was beaming with joy. After a short silence, he resumed, "You've made up your mind, haven't you? Well, I approve your decision." Suddenly Moray planted himself before him, and with his terrible voice he thundered, "I say, my man, you're rather too lively. You think me played out, don't you? And you feel hungry. But be careful, I'm not one to be swallowed up, you know." Discountenanced by the sharp attack of this wonderful fellow, who guessed everything, Bourdoncle stammered, "What now? Are you joking? I who have always admired you so." "Don't tell lies," replied Murray more violently than ever. "Just listen, we were stupid to entertain the superstition that marriage would ruin us. Is it not the necessary health, the very strength and order of life? Well, my dear fellow, I'm going to marry her, and I'll pitch you all out at the slightest movement. Yes, you'll go and be paid like the rest, Bourdoncle." And with a gesture he dismissed him. Bourdoncle felt himself condemned, swept away by this victory gained by woman. He went off. Denise was just going in, and he bowed with a profound respect, his head swimming. "Ah, you've come at last," said Murray gently. Denise was pale with emotion. She had just experienced another grief. Deloche had informed her of his dismissal, and as she tried to retain him, offering to speak in his favor, he obstinately declined to struggle against his bad luck. He wanted to disappear. What was the use of staying? Why should he interfere with people who were happy? Denise had bade him a sisterly adieu, her eyes full of tears. Did she not herself long to sink into oblivion? Everything was now about to be finished, and she asked nothing more of her exhausted strength than the courage to support this separation. In a few minutes, if she could only be valiant enough to crush her heart, she could go away alone to weep unseen. "You wished to see me, sir," she said in her calm voice. "In fact, I intended to come and thank you for all your kindness to me." On entering, she had perceived the million on the desk, and the display of this money wounded her. Above her, as if watching the scene, was the portrait of Madame Hédouin in its gilded frame, and with the eternal smile of its painted lips. "You are still resolved to leave us?" asked Mouret in a trembling voice. "Yes, sir, I must." Then he took her hands and said, in an explosion of tenderness, after the long period of coldness he had imposed on himself, "And if I married you, Denise, would you still leave?" But she had drawn her hands away, struggling as if under the influence of a great grief. "Oh, Monsieur Mouret, pray say no more. Don't cause me such pain again. I cannot. Heaven is my witness that I was going away to avoid such a misfortune." She continued to defend herself in broken sentences. Had she not already suffered too much from the gossip of the house? Did he wish her to pass in his eyes and her own for a worthless woman? No, she would be strong. She would certainly prevent him doing such a thing. He, tortured, listened to her, repeating in a passionate tone, I wish it. No, it's impossible. And my brothers, I have sworn not to marry. I cannot bring you those children, can I? They shall be my brothers, too. Say yes, Denise. No, leave me. You are torturing me. Little by little he gave way. This last obstacle drove him mad. What? She still refused even at this price. In the distance he heard the clamor of his 3,000 employees building up his immense fortune. And that stupid million lying there. He suffered from it as a sort of irony. He could have thrown it into the street. Go, then, he cried in a flood of tears. Go and join the man you love. That's the reason, isn't it? You warned me. I ought to have known it and not tormented you any further. She stood there dazed before the violence of this despair. Her heart was bursting. Then, with the impetuosity of a child, she threw herself on his neck, sobbing also, and stammered, Oh, Monsieur Mouret, it's you that I love. A last murmur was rising from the lady's paradise, the distant acclamation of a crowd. Madame Hédouin's portrait was still smiling with its painted lips. Mouret had fallen on his desk, on the million that he could no longer see. He did not quit Denise, but clasped her in a desperate embrace, telling her that she could now go, that she could spend a month at Valognes, which would silence everybody, and that he would then go and fetch her himself and bring her back all-powerful and his wedded wife.